a good series being put on by SRO, and of course there's more SRO series in the future. We also have not just SRO putting on events. They have recently reached out in ACC to a bunch of different communities, and a lot of them are now doing the Road to the SRO Community World Challenge, and they're all hosting that at the end of the month. Definitely check out SimGrid for various information on that. If you just look up Road to SRO, you can find, I think, all of the communities that will be hosting that. I think there was 10 of them?
Yep. There's so much going on, of course, outside of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Series as well. You can go and check all of that out at sroesports.com. Check all the links in the description of the video you're watching currently as well. For us here on the Intercontinental calendar, we talked about the 8 hours of Indianapolis happening a few days after Independence Day. You cannot tell me that wasn't deliberate. The 3 hours of Spielberg, that at the end of July, another 3-hour race of Monza. We're going to end in September, the 28th of September, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. That is going to be incredible.
And it's not just the Nürburgring, it is the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where we are going to be seeing, of course, the full, I think, 15-mile circuit being tackled by these drivers for 24 hours, or I think it's 1,440 minutes, which we are going to be also here today. And, of course, next week... no. So how many Mercedes does it take to get around the Nordschleife, chat? That's going to be the next question that we have to answer. We figured it out for Le Mans. It was a little bit more than Spa. But of course, as I had mentioned before, or I was about to mention, I should say, we have the 24 Hours of Spa Real Life coming up next week. So definitely check that out as well.
Certainly will be. I'll be glued to the television. Certainly watching that one. Always a good time. As unpredictable as you would imagine, Spa always has its... It's always got a mystique to it, doesn't it, really? I mean, you could have a car that's running away with the race, and it's never that simple. Fuel mileage sometimes, full course cautions, the weather always a factor in races like this. You can never predict a Spa 24.
No, most certainly not, especially with the fog, and as I think in chat somebody mentioning the fog as well, but I think maybe for the Nordschleife. It's going to be an interesting one, just as we have here a move to the inside into the first chicane. It is going to be Morier getting by Pryor fairly easily. Not too much of a fight going on there. The AMG dispatches the Ford Mustang, the newest addition to ACC.
There you go. Morera able to get that position done. That a pass for position in class. That will put them up into P3. And while we're talking about that, as oh my goodness, riding on the dash of Jacob Austerman and the ITB Racing number 7. That is Williams's Tinko van der Velde in front of them. Certainly on the same straight, just about in the same corner. 1.1 second the gap, but quickly, before we have a battle for the overall lead, just want to give credit to the silver drivers. 2 different classes of racing going on here. 43 cars total, 26 in the silver class, 17 in the pro class. You can tell the difference between the 2 classes. If you can see on the cars, they have pro and silver stickers, but on the timing and scoring board on the left third of the screen, if the number has a white background, that is a pro car. If it has a silver background or a gray background, that is, of course, a silver car. Credit, of course, to the number 17, the BF Racing Esports car, Matteo Naldi behind the wheel. They have had a clean go of it here, at least for our portion of the race. No drama at all for the leading Ferrari in silver over the number 201, who's a couple of cars behind him. That's the Gladys Competition Aston Martin up in P2. And we just saw the fight, the battle, and the pass for P3. Fidel Morera able to bring the Williams, I believe that's the Williams Academy car, the 777 Mercedes, up into P3, taking Pryor's Mustang, that 256, down into 4th place for the time being. And of course, that Mustang is low fuel motorsports. A lot of races going on, race inside the race, and you can never be too comfortable. Even Naldi out in front, as far as they are for BF Racing Esports, Mike, they're not safe by any stretch. I don't even think if you get a lap on somebody on a racetrack like this, you are safe. We just saw the Lamborghini earlier, the mechanical problem, pulled that car over, eventually had to end up back in the pit lane. If it can happen to them, it can happen to anybody.
Absolutely. It's happened to Toyota here in the past in real life, and it can happen to absolutely any team or
I'm sure
driver.
Toyota appreciates you bringing that up.
Hey, look, it's just reality. I'm a Toyota fan, I'm the biggest Toyota fan, so that's the only reason I'll say that. But anyways, no Toyota in this game, unfortunately. Hopefully, eventually. And, okay, Steve, I see how it is behind the scenes, getting a little heat here. We can have dream cars, Steve, but we're not all rich and driving Lamborghinis like you. Anyways, as we move on, the battle between Jakob Austerman as well as Tinko van der Velde will be happening soon, and Tinko is going to be flopping around like a walleye on the ice of Lake Winnebago. Jeez Louise.
What a reference that was. I got a question for you. Tinko van der Velde very clearly getting caught here for Williams. My question to you is probably a bit of a silly one, admittedly. Does van der Velde fight tooth and nail to keep the lead here, knowing that they've been ran down by the tune of about 10 seconds over the past hour and a half?
You know, Jesse, this is why I'm a commentator and not a driver. I don't know the answer to that, and we are going to find out very soon, I would imagine. If I was Tinko, I might just hand the position over, but he's going to have people in his ears telling him different things potentially, or the same. I'm not sure. We're going to see relatively quick as Austerman is putting in not the fastest laps of the session, but certainly some of the fastest laps of the current session.
Yeah, pretty good laps. Last time through,
dead even.
I was going to say that. I don't know if our timing and scoring that we have here is bugged. I doubt it is, but last time through, both the leader and Austerman, the top two cars here, they ran the identical time, a 16.340, clear to the 1,000th of a second, dead even.
That is, again, over the course of 4.3 miles or 7 kilometers, having a dead even time when the human eye, and I always love this statistic because it goes to 0.2 of a second. That's 0.2, not 0.0002, like these drivers have come across.
Yeah, qualifying, of course, I believe was settled by a similar instance, of course. The number 5 for Williams, they were dead even with the number 4 Mercedes AMG as well, and I think Ty went to the number 5 Williams Mercedes based on the fact that they set the time first, I think is what the countback situation is. But I'm pretty sure in qualifying the pole lap, the super pole lap, was a 15.212. Both the top two drivers ran that. So I'm a little bit jaded by cars running identical laps around here because in 2 consecutive days, we've seen exactly that. Once for the pole, and now just about halfway through this one, the 2 leaders doing the very same.
So impressive, though. And you got to keep in mind as well, these are different cars with different engine positions. It's Britain versus Germany. We haven't seen this close of a fight since 1943, let's be honest.
Well, it's going to be really close to see exactly what Austerman does. Austerman's been incredibly patient. Eventually, they were able to make the pass on the 8060 MSI car earlier on. It took them a couple attempts for it to completely stick, and we'll see exactly what the strategy of van der Velde is. I think he's probably going to be told the same thing that most drivers are told, and that's don't let him have it, but if he gets there and makes it an issue, don't be too aggressive either. Don't let him have it, but if he takes it or tries to take it, don't fight too hard for it at the same time. Sometimes that gets lost in translation, though, and van der Velde, though, typically a driver with a very clear and calm demeanor. We'll see if that comes out here in this battle. 0.7 of a second now, the gap first to second.
Yeah, and it's all about micro objectives at this stage in the race, just trying to set little tiny goals where, you know, you're not looking at the next 12 hours. You're not looking 13 hours and 50 minutes into the future. You're looking in 10 minutes into the future. You're looking 20 minutes into the future. Because if you can make it a lap, you can make it another lap and one after that. It's just about consistency and keeping it clean, really. And we're going to see it, like you said. I think that probably is the best strategy in terms of battle as hard as reasonably possible to the point where you're not going to lose time. And if you do start to lose time and you're fighting too hard, potentially risking an incident, which nobody needs to have at this stage, of course, that would just set back both the P1 and P2 into a position that neither of them want to be in. So it's just going to keep it clean, keep it calm, cool, and collected, and really worry about it maybe in the next 6 hours, 7 hours.
Yeah, it's definitely the objective of don't let him have it, but don't fight him too hard either. And as a driver, you're sitting there going, well, what do you actually want me to do? And the engineer is saying, I couldn't be more clear. Don't fight him too hard, but don't let him have it either. Don't roll over for them. And I tell you, another driver who is going to probably enjoy these two going at it, it's Tobias Grunwald in the 86. Yeah. They're going to like this. They were 2 seconds behind. They're only 1.8 seconds. They gained 2/10 there in the middle sector that time through. And as Austerman and Vandervelde get closer, that might bring Grunwald into this and put them in the most advantageous position because, you know, don't want to see contact between the top two. But if they do go at it, Grunwald, in my mind, is in the best position here to pick up these pieces and benefit.
100%. Now, obviously, Grunwald doesn't quite have the pace that Halban had in his previous stint. His teammate handed the car over to him, and he's since fallen off. Was on the back bumper of Austerman, but it looks like that could potentially change, as you're saying there. And one thing I'm noticing, though, the gap has kept it consistent. I wonder if there's been a fire lit under the rear end of Tinko Vandervelde up at the front, and he is starting to feel that pressure. You can see here, we're on board with Tobias Grunwald into that first chicane. He just catches a glimpse of the cars up in front as they kick up some dust in front of them, just to leave his car a little bit dirtier than it had, obviously, over the course of 24 hours. Well, the car isn't going to be quite showroom ready, but it's all about minimizing the damage. Who cares about the dirt and bugs that get on the windshield?
Vandervelde that time through, quickest of everyone that I can see on the timing and scoring at 16.415 to Austerman 16.477. Not a huge gap there. Quickest in sector number 2 by, I'd say, somewhat of a significant margin. Sector 1 still goes to Austerman. That McLaren in a straight line, as you mentioned, Mike, absolutely indomitable down the Kimmel Straight. But sector 2, definitely belonging to Vandervelde, and pretty much a dead tie in sector 3. Neither car gaining much of an advantage. Overall lap, though, a little bit quicker for Vandervelde, and I'm curious as well, was that a one-lap heroic, or was that something we can continue to expect to see? See, for the first sector through that, it was 6/10 through the middle sector, gained a 10th back, did Vandervelde. And overall, though, looking like this is going to be a good lap for Austerman, but we'll wait to them to get to the line to know for sure who's had the better lap.
100%. And that's such a good point that you bring up, as well as in terms of overtaking opportunities in general just on this track when it comes to these cars. You mentioned the different setups they have. Well, sort of. I'll mention the different setups they have in terms of it. Why is the McLaren quicker in a straight line, I guess, is the question. Well, because it's running a little bit less wing than the AMG in front. It's going to be more downforce for the AMG, allowing it to go quicker through sector 2 and 3 a bit, maybe mostly sector 2 through Bruxelles into No Name or Speaker's Corner, and then through Pouan into the Fangnes. That'll be where the AMG will shine in terms of its lap times, but of course, the Kimmel Straight, that is where Austerman is going to be looking for any opportunity into the Lacombe chicane just because of the pure speed, the rocket ship pace alone that McLaren has, due to the fact that he shaved maybe a bit of wing off that setup, is going to be running a little bit less downforce, able to get a better run in a straight line. And here is that run where he's going to be gaining in the slipstream, and Vandervelde can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, you could weave around a little bit, but at some point it's diminishing returns and you're putting yourself in more danger driving like that, so you just kind of have to take it. You have to accept, it's like the stages of grief, I suppose, but you have to accept it if you're Vandervelde that, okay, look, ITB is going to be quicker than us in a straight line. That just means I've got to have a fantastic Bruxelles, Pouan, Campus, Stavelot, and Blochemont. I've got to have a better every single corner than them to balance it out. I don't think that Austerman is better anywhere else than on the Kimmel Straight. The problem is that ITB is significantly better on the Kimmel Straight, that if they are within a quarter of a second, I reckon Austerman could have a go at Vandervelde, and that would trigger a response, potentially some defensive driving from the Williams number 5 machine. Hasn't been that close yet, but I feel like we're going to see that eventually. But if Vandervelde can survive and get away into Lacombe with the lead, I think that wastes a whole extra lap for Austerman, because I just don't see him getting close enough anywhere else.
Yeah, it's going to be really, I think, like you mentioned, on the Kimmel Straight, as well as down here into the bus stop, where just the McLaren is able to unleash its raw pace alone and maximize its minimum speed. As we go into the braking zone, into the bus stop, fun fact about the bus stop, we'll throw in a little fun fact here right now, why not? The bus stop chicane, where did it get the name from? It doesn't look like a bus stop. There's no bus stop there. Well, there used to be. Back in 2000, and basically prior to that, ever since 1983, there has been a bus stop that used to be there. It's been public roads used for Spa-Francorchamps for a very long time before the permanent circuit ended up getting built there.
Yeah, there used to be that nasty chicane as well, kind of reverse Watkins Glen style chicane, which is also called the bus stop historically as well, ironically enough. And man, I am so glad they changed the layout and just gave this a turn 19 and 20 chicane versus that previous version, which was frustrating to say the least. Incident between car 258, lap 252, 5-second penalty for car 258 for a pit lane infringement. Now that's another car that has likely been deemed to have been going outside the white lines on pit exit. That's another one, and that was a thing that was brought up today, that the cars had to be within both lines. They said they used that language, as far as I'm aware, inside both white lines, the inner and the outer. Some cars not following that here. Is that the light level playing tricks on them, or is that just drivers trying to maximize pit exit, do you think?
I think it's greed, and I also think that it has something to do now. Chat, anyone that's watched me before knows what I'm about to say, and say it with me. Practice your pit entries, everybody. It's one of the most important things you can do. These drivers spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps driving from basically across the United States in terms of actual mileage to get the practice in. And how many times do they drive into and out of pit exit? Probably like 5. Get a couple more in there. Get some practice your pit entries. That's not just a message to the, newer drivers in ACC that are potentially looking to it. That's also a message to some of the esports drivers. Practice your pit entries, folks.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think you're absolutely right. And hey, you know that lap that you invalidated and then parked and returned to garage? Don't RTG. Use that as a teaching experience for yourself. Drive that car into pit lane. Make sure you understand what the limits are getting into and getting off of pit lane. So many drivers RTG these days because, I don't want to waste time in practice. That's fair enough, but you can also gain knowledge in that instance as well, instead of throwing away an opportunity like that. So speaking of, number 45, Visceral Esports Ace Tech SimSport car, also given a 5-second penalty for a pit lane infringement. So not one car this time through, 2 cars getting 5 seconds for violating pit out.
Unfortunate. Very, very easy mistakes to not make, in my opinion, but we'll leave that one be.
You hate that, don't you? Yeah, like in a race. Oh my goodness, they're racing each other for the lead, and it's gonna get done. It's that simple, done and dusted. Jacob Austerman has taken the lead, and he made it look absolutely easy. No defensive driving to speak of from Van der Velde. Williams down to P2. ITB to the lead.
Yeah, definitely no fight being put up there for Tinko. Allows Jakob through with ease and says, all right, cool, you're faster than me. I'm going to use you now for a slipstream quicker in a straight line. And you're going to be seeing now, he's going to be facing that dirty air, getting a little bit more heat into the tires, a little more heat all around for everything. But the pressure in terms of the just pressure from the behind is now a lot less. And so he can just focus on the race ahead of him and get through his stint at the moment, just following Austerman, who... I just got to give credit where credit's due here for the ITB Racing team. Have had a 5-second penalty and have dropped down. I think they were in P7 on the first hour of this race, but since have climbed through the field all the way back up to the top, and it's been quite the effort for them so far. So got to give some credit here to the ITB McLaren. They got some pace.
I'm not sure how Osterman's going to get out of that car. Surely his head is swollen 3 or 4 sizes big after all the passing that they've had to do, and now they've fully come full circle into the lead of the race just now, and what a brilliant job of it. And I think also it speaks to Williams as well. No defensive driving from Van der Velde there at all. Incredibly mindful that this isn't the end, and didn't want to put themselves in jeopardy so they don't. What a unique angle this is. I'll give you one guess what kind of race car that was. It was a Mercedes, absolutely. It was JP Motorsports number 71. They're still going to be side by side. They haven't sorted it out, not one bit, as they head down into Bruxelles this time. Lake Combs side by side. Now they sort it out by the time they get there. Sasha Washner thinking about making it happen, has to fall back in line though.
Flash of the headlights from Wassner as well. A little bit of frustration being had, or maybe just trying to get into the head there of Oliver. You can see there, looking to the left of Pouon and making an overtake. That would be rather bold. I definitely don't see him going for that anytime soon. Pouon, one of those incredible corners. Very, very fun. I can't remember if it was you, Jesse, that mentioned it, or one of the before us, but just one of I think Fernando Alonso said it is his favorite corner to drive in all of racing. It is one of those corners that when you get it right, it just feels so good. But you're not going to be looking for any form of overtake into that corner, that's for sure.
Yeah, the only time you're going to overtake is that if they completely blow the corner and they're off of the racetrack and you're able to just drive around normally. We have seen in the past side-by-side racing through their cars on old tires versus new tires, racing each other quite hard through that section. It typically, though, let's be honest, it does end in tears. Not a very smart move, all things considered, but usually that corner more famous for a car being around backwards into a barrier off in the distance than any actual racing going on. But it's a brilliant corner, and it's a corner that personally I have never been sure about in my entire life. I don't know if I've ever hit Pouon correctly. It just, even when it's right, it just feels like, well, maybe I can take a little bit more speed through that corner. It's one of those that it just never gives you reassurance that you're doing it right, even when you absolutely are. But such a unique corner as well. The way you have to set it up, it's a downhill entry to the left, and you've kind of got to set yourself and find the outer apex and ride the curb a little bit before you turn back in for the ultimate experience. And man, it's a thrill, but when you get it wrong, you lose a ton of time in that corner. Pouon is incredibly difficult to get right lap after lap. You can lose a second in that corner alone.
Yeah, but it's not just the corner alone. You can lose a second there, but the problem really comes from the exit as you're setting yourself up for the roller coaster section into the Fagnas and into Campus through Stavolo. It's a very momentum-based sector, and, well, we have finally seen it, but the drive-through penalties have been elapsed. Austerman is going to have to take a minute trip down pit lane.
He is. He had a 5-second penalty before that, Mike, as far as I know. Let's see. Car number 7 will receive a 5-second time penalty due to having a prior warning. So they have received a second warning that has given them a 5-second penalty. And while that has occurred, they've actually been given a drive-through penalty. Now, is the drive-through for track limits, just not in pit lane, but out there on the racetrack? Have they committed a secondary violation on that 5 seconds that has converted it into a drive-through penalty? Either way, what you said is correct, Mike. They are going to have to take a unscheduled trip down pit lane. They have 3 laps to do so, and that is an absolutely monumental blow to a team, to a driver who has driven through this field and has just taken the lead. They're going to have to start all over again.
Yeah, and I would imagine it's from track limits, but I could be wrong on that. It's pretty hard to pick up a drive-through penalty any other way. You'd have to be doing something fairly naughty, I would imagine, to get a drive-through penalty being awarded to you from the stewards, and it is actually for, yep, there it is right there, for exceeding 3 license points in race 1. Oh, wait.
Oh, sure, yeah. Okay, so it's one of the SRO sort of specific rules here to this league is actually why he received a drive-through penalty, so not for extending track limits. Very interesting. So that's 1 too many penalties picked up, and he'll have to serve that within the next 3 laps. Yeah, so a quick explanation on what that means is there is a license point system. Every violation that you're found guilty of while you race picks you up points or partial points once you exceed a certain threshold, meaning that you pick up enough penalties. Even if they're not severe penalties, you're still picking up these LPs or license points. You get past that point, you're given an automatic drive-through, and unfortunately ITB Racing They have gotten to that point not even halfway through this race. And there you have it. The drive-through, not for track limits, not for anything, something more nefarious, unfortunately, for exceeding a license point limit.
Now, I'd imagine that would reset, so they're going to have not to worry about that in the next few races, assuming they don't rack up too much of that, but it's going to be all about good behavior from here on out and trying to recover from a recovery. They've already recovered once, fallen down the field, and, well, now they're plummeting down again, getting thrown into the pond once more, and having to swim for dear life.
Hey, you know who the smartest driver on the racetrack is? Tinko van der Velde. Didn't fight that position, didn't put the Williams Mercedes in any jeopardy, hasn't fallen off the back of the ITB number 7 McLaren either, and now is going to re-inherit the lead. But is it that plain sailing for Tinko van der Velde in Williams? Because Team MSI, that Mercedes, has actually continued to catch up. Here is the MSI Mercedes in question. They were 2 seconds back from the lead, remember. They are less than a second behind Tinko van der Velde, who is going to inherit the lead here in a minute.
Yeah, this could get very interesting. Last lap, they were about dead even on time, not enough to really mention in terms of difference, so it's going to be Grunwald really having to get the hammer down and catch Tinko as they're still in that train, and until Austerman pits, van der Velde's going to be losing time, and slowly, now under a second is the gap, heading through Sector 3, and we've seen the grunt here from Tobias in the past. He has the speed, he has the pace. It's just about, can he put it all together and keep it together is going to be the real question. Tinko van der Velde, what will he do when he comes under pressure now from the 86? Obviously, the Team MSI team has plenty of experience in endurance racing when it comes to Spa 24 hours, in particular for the SRO event. Previous 2-time winner for this machine, under a different name, of course, this year in the Team MSI car. But the drivers, they know what to do from here.
Yeah, they certainly do. I love the MSI car. I like it. It's sort of subtle, but it has all the branding on there. The MSI Dragon, absolutely brilliant on the side of that car. Austerman, by the way, has not come in. I think, and I have been doing very, very rudimentary math. I have been counting on my fingers. I think Austerman has to come in this lap and serve that penalty. I don't think they get another one, so they're trying to maximize and not... They didn't come in immediately, which is a response that a lot of teams would have. They've not done that, and I think they're trying to maximize this. You get 3 laps to serve it. If you cross the stripe to start a 4th lap, I think you get DQ'd is what actually happens.
Your penalty will be upgraded, so is what will happen. So he would be upgraded to a stop-go 30, would be my prediction if he does stay out. It's, yeah, if you have a stop-go 30, the next penalty from that is a disqualification. That's how I think it works. ACC is a bit weird.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that, folks at home. What I think they're going to do is they're going to come in this time and serve that penalty, but I think they're trying to make their point and stay out there as long as possible. Keep in mind, there's a drive-through. They will not be stopping, but it is still 60-plus seconds from end to end down pit lane, so that will drop them... Well, they're going to drop out of the top 5. Can guarantee that. How much further will they drop? Probably out of the top 6, maybe the top 7. They're going to literally reset all of their progress, except now because the field is spread out further, it's going to be even harder to make those spots back up.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute slog for them, and they're really going to be hoping for some penalties from the rest of the drivers, which is entirely possible. You mentioned it before, the track limits penalty, you get the same exact penalty for exceeding track limits 4 times, so any one of these drivers could experience that, and I predict he's going to fall down into presumably 9th or 8th around Otoki and Schill. That's looks like about, I think we're going to be seeing about a 59-second trip down pit lane for the number 7 machine. Jakob Osterman will not be able to take to his pit box either. He has to make the trundle all the way down both pit lanes without any purpose whatsoever.
So here's the interesting thing about this that's going to occur. Because of the way that GT racing works, because of the way that ACC works, this will reset his stint timer. All you have to do to reset your 65-minute stint timer is break the beam coming into pit lane. The second that you exit, that timer starts going again, and it goes from naught. So this will reset his stint timer, but that will be of little consequence because the fuel tank will dictate how long they can actually go, and because you can't stop, This will not change their strategy in any way, but it will at least wipe his stint clock clean, which could potentially, if you have a little extra fuel in the car, which you might do, it could end up meaning that they could go a few laps later into the stint if they felt that was advantageous to do. So a lot of things going on here in this race. My question to you, Mike, can they overcome a second penalty, especially one this severe, and get back to the lead in 13 and a half hours from now?
Yeah, absolutely. With they still have a 5-second penalty to serve, but it's not out by any stretch. We've seen the pace from them so far, and it's just going to be about really keeping the confidence up and not getting distracted by the penalties that you have. Yes, you've been penalized, and yes, you're now down into 7th position, so they actually came out ahead of Otaki. I was expecting a little bit more than that, so not the end of the world. You'd mentioned there briefly that they can extend their stint time. Now that could potentially make the difference at the end of the day. So if they do extend it to the point where potentially, and this is purely hypothetical, obviously in 13 and a half hours, we will find out. But if they could cut off one stop at the very end, that could save them another 59 seconds to a minute and a half. So that could be the difference where they're currently at. They could make up that time that they've lost if they did get the timing right with their stops, and that's why I'd imagine they stayed out for as long as possible, is just to try to maximize that stint timer and try to now push the next stint timer to the limit. Because yes, they are going to be, fuel will be the determining issue, and typically with these esports teams, they're pretty on par or pretty on point with their fuel percentage in terms of how much they put in the car. So, we'll see. It's going to be an uphill battle for the number 7 car, but they have fastest lap of the race and currently running in 7th position. Some may say that's fate. You never know. Anything can happen in racing, and it normally does.
Yeah, that very, very well quoted, by the way. I do love that quote as well. But you're absolutely right about that. And consider this: Austerman still has a 5-second penalty for racking up a second warning violation. So just because they got a drive-through on top of that, that did not erase the double warning equaling a 5-second penalty. They will have to serve that on this pit stop. But you bring up the fact that if they can remove a pit stop, which we don't know if they can, but we're in speculatory territory now, of course, as we always are here in the box. But if Austerman was able, or if ITB was able to eliminate a pit stop entirely by going longer in the stint at the end, everyone else, let's say, for argument's sake, they have to come in and do a splash and dash, just splash and go. That's still 70 seconds saved by not having to do that if the entire ITB team can go a little bit longer. Now, we won't know the outcome of that, the ramifications of this, until we get really close to the end of this race. We are about to figure out the ramifications of Van der Velde's pace versus Tobias Grunwald. There may have been a penalty for P1, but there is still a fight for P1. The 86 Team MSI Mercedes has tracked down the Williams Mercedes. We have a battle for the lead again.
We most certainly do, and I'm very surprised, to be completely honest, about the pace here of the Williams car. It seems that they've fallen off in these past few stints. No drivers really in the 15s at this stage. Your average lap time that you're looking at is about a 2:16.5, I would say. In fact, I wouldn't even call that average. I would call that pretty quick at this current moment with a 14:14 track temp. It hasn't changed much since the previous hour and a half. But now Tinko van der Velde, who's been really, again, off the pace, in my opinion, is he going to fight? I don't know. He did allow the McLaren by with relative ease and was rewarded handedly for it. So maybe a bit of a repeat of that. We got a back marker approaching here, and in probably the worst possible spot that you can hit a back marker. Let's see what's about to happen.
Yeah, this is dangerous for a couple of reasons. First of all, you can't pass in Eau Rouge Raidillon. Well, you can, but it's incredibly dangerous, and you wouldn't do that playing with the lead here. So you got to follow them through. It takes your arrow away in Eau Rouge Raidillon as well. That's also a little bit of a problem. Easy to make mistakes. Lights flashing there from Tinko's car, letting them know that they're coming through. I'd be surprised. No, and I am not, because Grunwald doing the exact same, letting the back marker know that there were 2 cars coming through, and that was easy peasy. Get it done and dusted, and the battle will continue. Van der Velde let Austerman go, in my opinion, because that McLaren was so much quicker in a straight line. That's not the case here. Grunwald is making up his time in some of these corners where they are quicker than the Williams. So that will unlikely be a problem I wonder if Vandervelde, who didn't fight at all when Austerman went for the lead, might fight Grunwald here, considering he's given a second lease on life here in the lead, and also the fact that, in theory, these are matched machines and will not have any obvious advantages over each other.
Yeah, the other thing is they don't really have anyone behind them to worry about at the moment either. Dario Emilio, yes, he is 25 seconds behind, but that just allows them a little bit of wiggle room and a little bit of play to make maybe a mistake. I wouldn't call it 2 mistakes. That might be a bit over the top. But if they do make one mistake, that will not quite put them into the grips of Emilio. But they got to be very careful. There's still 13 and a half hours left. And it's really going to be about kind of give and take at this stage when it comes to each other. Working together might be the best option possible, as obviously they've now dispatched Austerman and have sort of a 2-horse race up at the front for the time being. And again, that can certainly change at any point in time here at Spa.
Yeah, you mentioned Emilio and the 63 team. Shout out to the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. They have had a up and down couple of seasons, and it's nice to see them back on the podium. Of course, right now, getting it done. They're all by their lonesome, 7 seconds behind them. Stetsenko in the number 51 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team car. So not entirely alone. They've got something to look out for there, but on their own island as far as third place is concerned in front. And you brought up that, so, the point that Vandervelde and Grunwald are by themselves because of the 24-second gap behind them. I wonder now if you're not right, if Vandervelde races a little bit harder here against a car that really should be equal and doesn't have the obvious advantage and the gap on top of that. And keep in mind, Grunwald didn't really make up anything on that lap as well.
No, but at this stage, I think he's just comfortable. You know, I think it'll be about trying to get closer when the time comes, and just right now trying to feel out Tinko, get a good where he's strong and where he's weak is what you're looking for when you just get behind a driver. Now, keep in mind, these two haven't battled directly yet in a while. I don't think these two drivers have battled at all just yet. So you're going to be feeling your opponents out. You're going to be trying to see where they're weak, where you're quicker than them, and where you can potentially go in full send opportunity if they're very, for example, at the end of Lecombe, or at the end of the Kemmel Straight into Lecombe, if they're maybe a little earlier on the brakes than you, that could give you a good opportunity. Let's say you get a good run. You know that they're going to brake early, so you can go for it. It's just, you know, you're putting the feelers out, you're being patient, you don't have anything directly that you're going for right now. The checkered flag isn't next lap, so just trying to really find a good opportunity is what I would be doing in Grunwald's shoes right now.
Yeah, figuring out where Vandervelde might be a little bit weak and trying to exploit that is going to be kind of paramount to seeing how this all works. Of course, you get in the dirty air of the car in front of you, your car changes characteristics. Grunwald certainly felt that half a second behind, that the dynamics of the aero are a little bit different, maybe doesn't want to run too close. We see that in formula racing quite a lot, where cars will intentionally run a little bit of a gap, a second or so behind each other, to keep from doing any unnecessary damage to the tires. That's also something you got to worry about as well. It's also possible Vandervelde's found a little something here that they were maybe missing, but it's also incredibly likely Tobias Grunwald just sort of pacing, like you said. That time through was a 16.7 for Vandervelde and a 16.5 for Grunwald, who fell to about 3/4 of a second back the previous lap, but made exactly that amount of time up, or excuse me, made a 1/4 of a second up in that lap alone. So I don't know, I think you might be right. The MSI Mercedes, Grunwald behind the wheel, maybe just pacing Williams out in front right now.
Yeah, it's, you know, again, I mentioned earlier, and I'm sure I'll mention a few more times, it's about micro objectives, right? You're just, in this current spot in the race, I don't need to be leading, right? As Tobias, that's what you'd be saying is, you know, what's the point? What do I benefit from overtaking the Williams? Well, I can certainly think of what I lose. I lose some tire wear. I lose potentially pace because I have a slipstream. I'm losing fuel saving. So are you really gaining more than you're actually losing is the debate that not just Tobias is going to have to make, but the whole of Team MSI and the strategy behind them.
Also, too, if you are Team MSI, you're saying, well, we have the pace. We had the pace over the entire top three. One of those drivers isn't a threat for the time being. They've been sent back to 7th place. It's us versus Williams right now. We caught them. We were 2.5, 3 seconds behind. We ran them down in half of a stint. We ran the leader down. So if we caught them, surely we can do something to get by them. We don't necessarily have to do it now. we're happy with being and knowing that we're the quicker car. We'll settle it when we have to, but we don't have to make that decision right now. Force the issue, make a bad decision.
Yeah, exactly. And it'll be about, let's say the Williams car makes a mistake, then Tobias will say, thank you very much, I know I'm quicker. Now it's time to turn into a different mode, get that hammer down, and start pulling a gap and seeing what sort of lead you can take over the rest of the field. That'll be, that's a bold stretch, as these cars have, well, I think throughout the entire race, the largest separation that I've seen at the top of the hour is 7 seconds between the lead. So extending a lead is a bit of a stretch, I feel, in this endurance race. This caliber of drivers that we have in this field really just doesn't allow for that.
Haven't really seen it, have we? And races like this that end up in this situation where one driver will lead for a while, they'll get caught, something else goes on, it sort of settles into that, and you never get too comfortable. It's exhausting for teams a lot whenever races like this, because you kind of lean on the fact that at some point you're going to get into a groove. You're not going to be racing somebody, and it tires you out, and then mistakes start to creep in. You worry about that as well. You get a little overzealous. All these top teams, at least that we can see, they've been keeping it between the lines really good. Now, Grunwald making a little bit of a look there. That's a false move. Just trying to fill up some of the mirrors of the Williams. Wasn't actually attempting to make a move there at all. Maybe trying to visualize it for themselves, though. Tobias was, okay, if I go in here, how far off of the outside apex can I be and still brake in time to make the inside apex of Lecombe?
Yeah, that's a question they'll be asking, and one thing that these drivers have done is they practiced exactly that. In their practice laps, they would have driven alternate lines and trying to find, where can I brake here, where can I find an advantage here, and that's what, racing against your teammates does, sort of scrimming, feeling each other out, and that is what I would imagine a lot of these teams do behind the scenes. But yeah, it's just about trying to find your advantage, because of course I'd imagine these drivers don't practice too much at night. That is where things get a little different, obviously. Running on such low temperatures, on visibility, low visibility is another thing you don't often really mention, is trying to see your braking marker. Now obviously these drivers are very, very talented, and well, speaking of talented here, this is going to be Austerman, who we've seen falling back. And with that drive-through penalty, he's now found himself in a nice little three-way scrap with the likes of Aiden Walshingham, along with is it Ibrahimi?
Ibrahimi, yeah, Samir Ibrahimi up there in the number 72, Renwelton Esports Ferrari. Austerman trying to pick them off. Remember, Austerman had that penalty, came out in 7th, and has unfortunately been hovering around 0.8 of a second behind Walshingham and Ibrahimi now. And I don't know exactly why that might be, but Aiden Walshingham for Veloce vexed. They're trying to get by Samir for Renwelton. We saw them go at it a little bit earlier on. Incident between cars 258 and the 996 on lap 264. A 15-second time penalty given to car 996 for causing a collision. Car 996, that's going to be the Drive Just Boys Sim Magic team. I don't think we saw the contact there at all, but certainly was worthy of a 15-second penalty given.
It's quite a harsh one. Definitely some not ideal maneuvers being had, I would imagine. Wonder if we can pull up a replay of that at some point to see exactly what conspired to happen there. But the battle rages on for the time being here. 7/10 we come across the line and trying to look for an opportunity. This will be the run down to the Eau Rouge Radion complex and up the Kemmel straight. This is where Walshingham's advantage is going to be strongest. We've seen the straight line speed of the McLaren, not necessarily as much out of the Veloce. The fastest car in a straight line still, I think, is the number 7 of Osterman. Yeah, he set that on lap 6, by the way. Looking at Walshingham, 5th quickest in a straight line compared to the Ferrari ahead of him here. The 72, not really in the conversation.
This is unfair. This is absolutely unfair. Aiden Walshingham in the Veloce number 40 is going to drive up beside and completely by the Renwelton car of Samir Ibrahimi, and they get into Lecombe single file, easy as you please. The McLaren, the king of the Kemmel.
And that is what 1 mile an hour difference looks like, folks. 3 kph different down the straight, and it is really no competition. That is why these are the supercars, and well, when you have that, even like I say, 1 second or in terms of pace, 1 mile an hour, excuse me, of pace, and that's the difference. The slipstream's so powerful here on the Kemmel Straight and the run up to the Lecombe chicane. Easy done there for Austerman, and he will be looking at, or excuse me, for the number 72, and he'll be looking ahead now.
Certainly will be. Up inside the top 5 now is the number 40 McLaren of Veloce, and that's more like it. They're more happy with that team being inside the top 5. They will continue to look forward. For Austerman, it is a battle and a war to continue on and get some of these spots back, but they're going to have to pass Samir Ibrahimi eventually for Ren Welton, and might it be on this next go. We've seen this already. The McLaren, pretty decent everywhere, but definitely seems these cars to have an advantage on the Kemmel. Could it be 2 laps in a row? Samir gets passed by a McLaren. We'll have to see. You'll notice Samir realized that they were sort of dead to rights there on the Kemmel. Didn't defend exactly what we saw out of Van der Velde as well earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do as the defending car, to be completely honest. You can make a very late move into the braking zone, but I think everybody knows what would happen if you were to do that, and it more than likely would be a penalty for causing a collision. Nobody really wants that, especially with the collision to boot. And yeah, I mean, you're pretty much just caught dead in the water at that point, and you're really hoping to do the same thing to them if you have the momentum, but so far, we're going to be seeing Austerman here, I think, do a repeat. The Ferrari is currently 41st fastest in a straight line. And again, 3 kph off the difference here from Austerman. And this is where, as Ibrahimi, is just not much you can do. Defend the inside. That's all you really can do. And before we even reach the braking zone, Austerman makes it by with ease, but a second and a half into Lecombe. And that is the best Sum 41 impression I've seen so far. Ibrahimi is in too deep.
Wow, I didn't think we'd get a punk rock reference tonight, but Samir Ibrahimi just sort of overcooked it. At least that's what it looked like to me. It's dark out there. Or was that Austerman that overcooked it? I don't exactly know. No, that was definitely Samir that overcooked the corner and did not make Lecombe that time, just trying to stay side by side with them. Figured maybe if they stayed on the outside, they'd have half a chance to get them before they made it to Brussels, but just going a little bit deep. Got away with it, to be fair. It's easy to get out there on those sort of giant curbs and slow down humps and get yourself into more trouble, get the car backwards, but no damage done except down another position. Austerman takes the spot and gets back to P6. Certainly that entire ITB team hoping this is the last time they have to make a pass for P6 tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the reality. They still have that 5-second time penalty to serve, and they're going to be working as hard as they can to make that up. But we'll see, as Ibrahimi there definitely overdriving. I think broke at their relatively normal zone a little bit late for where they would normally brake if they were on the left-hand side of the track, but they were on the right-hand side of the track, which means the corner approach is just a little bit quicker. And that's what nighttime driving can do to you, folks. You just miss your spotting by a millisecond, and, well, you almost are racking up your frequent flyer miles as you clamber over the curbs and the sausage curbs of the Lecombe chicane.
Yeah, right, you are. You spend the entire race sort of plotting where your braking point is on that curb, and you go in a little bit deeper than normal, and then all of a sudden you can't spot your turn in, and at some point you have to bail out. We see that happen from time to time where there's runoff room out there. There's a slip road that kind of takes you back out to the street, but there's also a giant, Lecombe's also a sort of a chicane of sorts, so there's a giant runoff there with some giant parking lot slow down humps in it, but that's where you can get yourself into trouble. How many times have I seen a car get spit back out on the track, but obviously way more controlled was Ibrahimi that time. No real threat of that, just lost a little bit of the time. You can actually see the humps I'm talking about. You can actually drive around most of the periphery and on the tarmac there and get back onto the racetrack. No extra harm or foul. Ended up losing less than 2 seconds in all of that as well, but it'll wake you up behind the driver's seat, and a lot of that really is just having a car to your inside You're trying to maximize your corner as well, and then you lose where your turn-in point is. A lot of that might, because exactly what you said, it's dark out there, the sight lines are different, you just misplace where the apex is.
Yeah, and I got to say also credit to Austerman for allowing the room as he saw a Ferrari careening down his inside and allowed the space to be left. He just sort of opened the corner up a little bit later than he normally would and allowed the Ferrari to go flying on by.
Yeah, very smart driving, very heads-up driving. Anyone who's ever driven a pub lobby knows exactly what that feels like. It's almost like Spider-Man. You sense the disturbance, and you can sort of avoid it. In that case, your spidey sense starts to go off. You know where your braking point is. You've been racing. He's been racing behind Ibrahimi for the past 15 minutes or so. He kind of knows where that Ferrari's braking zone is as well. So he realized, well, that's not right. Something's gone wrong here, and is just able to avoid any sort of calamity by hitting the brakes a little earlier, just in his case, not turning in. Close racing here as they've caught the Veloce car, and they're all coming into pit lane as close as you would like. That was very close between them and cars not coming in, but they've all made it in safely, nose to tail.
That unfortunately answers one of our questions that we asked earlier as well as Austerman. Will he be able to extend his stint? Will he have the fuel to do so? And it seems the answer to that question is no. So the drive-through penalty overall is going to very much affect the race results here for the ITB racing team. I just want to mention as well, we have a lot of people here joining chat. We have good evening from Asia, as well as it seems like we have some Oceanic folks joining us. Just wanted to say welcome to wherever you are in this fine world, evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are. Thank you all for joining us here for the SRO Esports Spa 24 Hours, the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Mike Noss in the booth joined alongside Jesse Lee. And so far, we've had an absolute battle. Darian McCormick started up at the front for the Williams Esports team. Or, excuse me, no, my apologies. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yes, he did. Started up at the front with Kisser behind for the number 4 AMG. George Boothby started in third with Emilio still in, or he's in third now. Started in fourth, Fisher in fifth. And Grunwald started in sixth. Now you can see where they are. Grunwald up to second position. It's been a charge and a half for him throughout this entire race. And he is going to be contending potentially for the race lead soon enough.
You talk about as more cars come into the pit lane, the two leaders come in together, and I can only imagine that is by design. They pitted on the same lap the last time down pit lane as well, maximizing their stints, and no deviation there, no undercut from Grunwald and the 86 Team MSI Mercedes. Same strategy for Van der Velde leading into the pits this time as well. No dramas there. Emilio does the very same for Automobili Lamborghini Esports. Dario will pit that car. Looked really good. Statsenko following them in for Scuderia Ferrari as well. I would imagine the bulk of cars in the top 20 anyway that didn't have issues early on, they will be doing the exact same. You mentioned an influx of people from Oceania and the Asian continent. I just looked it up. I was just quite curious. 10 a.m. in Japan and a little bit later in the day for or excuse me, a little bit earlier in the day for some of the others, and that explains it. Just waking up to what has been an absolutely brilliant race. You've caught us in the middle of the pit stop cycle, just after 3 a.m. local time in Sim, and it has been, they've been racing for the lead since the start of this race, and luckily, many drivers, Mike, and you can change them out. I would imagine most of these teams up here at the front will be changing driver now.
Yeah, Tinko Vandervelt has double stinted. No, he actually hasn't. Tinko might stay in the car as we had Blair behind in front of him, but Grunwald potentially also out for the double stint. I think Brahmi might come in. Aiden Walshingham, I think, is definitely going to be done for his time being and will be back out. And we also have a warning there for car 72 for aggressive driving on lap 278. So definitely need to watch out there for the 72 machine, and that is going to be, of course, a Brahmi, actually, that we from the incident that we saw. That would be, I'm assuming, going a little bit late on the brakes.
Yeah, just a warning there. Nothing came of that. No reason to give a penalty. I applaud the race control booth for that. They sort of want to note that and let them know that that's not on. You completely missed your braking zone, and that could have been nasty. It wasn't in the end, of course, because of the great driving that we saw out of the other car. But You never want to put yourself in that position. They've been given a warning. They don't want to get a second warning. Otherwise, they will be given a 5-second penalty. But for right now, no big deal. Just saying, be mindful of your braking points, more or less. And I think that message will be read loud and clear by the Wren-Welton team.
Most certainly will. And Dominic Blair actually does take the lead of the race now. Is going to get handed over by his teammate Tico Vandeveld, who goes for a singular stint and passes it on back to Blair. And Dominic now, we saw earlier, he was falling off the pace. Is he going to be able to correct that now? The track temp basically exact same as it was when he was out there, so not much has changed. Got a fresh set of boots, and well, a new opponent behind him now in Nicholas Hauben, and no McLaren to be found now, which I think will be certainly a bit of a relief for him.
You know what's interesting about this? Typically in the night stint, if this is maybe your first ever 24-hour race, you see a lot of double stinting. You see triple stinting in this case, and if you're worried about tires, you could probably do some double stinting tires real easy now with the temperatures down. They're about as cold as they're going to be from now for another hour or two. So this is the point where you do the maintenance of the race, and of course we expect that most of the teams will be doing a brake change at some point. There were 1 year ago, Mike, teams, specifically the Lamborghinis, who did not do a brake change for the entirety of the 24, saved themselves that time. I thought it was crazy to not change brakes, but they had done the math. They assured me in private that they knew that they could get away with it. It wasn't a big problem. And I wonder if we'll see something similar this year. Everybody else, though, in that race a year ago, they did change their brakes. That is normal. I don't think anyone has done that yet. I think most of the teams, at least on the knowledge I have, they favor doing the brake change either at halfway or with about 9 hours to go.
Yeah, if I was to make the decision there of changing when I would change the brakes, it'd probably be closer to that 6 a.m. mark where the track temp starts to increase. You start to get to that again, that happy hour, quote unquote, the 18 temperature, which is after the track has been warm and then it cools down and then warms back up, and it has tons of rubber on it, and the grip is amazing. And for basically an hour to an hour and a half of driving, you're going to be basically seeing fastest lap after fastest lap being set, and more than likely I think the fastest lap will be set in that time period.
Yep, it certainly will be. Of course, no, we're not expecting anybody at this stage of the race to run their quicker laps right now because of the way the brakes are now. They're very used coming up to the halfway point in the race, and also too, a lot of drivers, some of these drivers have been in for a long time, sort of weary. Back to my original point that this is strange to see so many drivers single stinting, other than the mechanical reasons why you try to make the most of the night shift. Typically you're sort of low staffed here in the night portion of the race, and you would double stint. You may see some even crazier strategy, probably not here in this series, but see a lot of triple stints rather besides, but it's not really what's happening here. These teams still taking single stints, a couple of teams double stinting, and is Austerman on a triple stint? He might be for the number 7 ITB team. That might be a triple stint for Jacob Austerman. Everybody else, though, is single stinting, at least that I can tell. Blair out in front for Williams. That's definitely fresh into the car from an hour or so ago. Nicholas Hauben back into the car for the 86. We saw him an hour ago as well. So a lot of teams doing almost a contrarian strategy to what we normally see in the dark, and that's single stinting. And what that does is that keeps the driver fresh. It may not keep them as sort of plugged into what's going on a lap-by-lap basis and keep them warm, but it does keep them fresh. So they're trying to maximize, would be my opinion, trying to maximize everything that they're doing in this race, and that includes single stinting the driver to keep them from being fatigued. Incident between cars 276 and the 138 on lap 176. A final warning has been issued to car 138 for causing a collision. So a collision between the 276 and the 138, a warning given. So that tells us in the box that there was a collision, but it wasn't a major collision, just worthy of a little warning. Dominic Blair continues to lead for Williams Esports over the 86 Team MSI car. And it's been like this ever since the ITB Racing number 7 got a drive-through penalty from the lead of the race. That sent them down pit lane. They've since had to serve an additional 5-second penalty, and they did not get repassed by Rinwelton Racing. And that is incredible because based on how close they were, we would expect that 5-second penalty to drop them. It did not. Osterman still in P6 for ITB, 5 seconds behind Luke Whitehead, who has climbed into the number 40 McLaren for Veloce McLaren. Osterman does have this going for them. They were the quickest earlier in the night stint. They're the quickest now. They've got somewhat of a significant pace gap on everybody else in the race. And if you just joined us, this is the second time ITB Racing number 7 McLaren has had to drive through the better half of the top 10 due to a penalty.
Yeah, a little bit of a chip on the shoulder there for Austerman as he is going to be trying to continue on in a triple stint, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to be quite the effort. I don't know if any in chat, I'd love to hear your guys' experiences if you guys ever have been in a 24-hour race or even a 12-hour race. It can be quite a lot. Driving for 3 hours straight. I know here in America it's getting to be that summertime and the temperature is in fact increasing. Here we have an incident between car number 0 and 204. A 5-second penalty being handed over to car number 204 for a pit lane infringement. I'm assuming impeding on exit would be my guess, but who knows. But either way, it is a little interesting fact here from our production manager, Stephen Proudly. He has completed a 12 hours of Nordschleife for doing 112 laps. Now, we've done 283 laps of this track. Now, the Nordschleife, if anyone has driven that track, is a little bit longer. In fact, about 3 times longer than that. So, Steve, my goodness, absolute animal. I didn't know you could do more than produce. Anyways, as I get canceled and we move on from that one, we have Battle... yes. Well, we have this battle going on here, and I have a fun fact for you, chat. So let's go with some fun facts here with Mike Noss. Now, chat, did you guys know that spas in general, you know, you go down to the spa for some tanning or for some nice healing water? Well, that term comes from this town, in fact, Spa-Francorchamps. It is an acronym from the Latin phrase salus per aquam, meaning health from water. And of course, back in the 9th century, there was a little Roman, or the Belgian village that we're in currently. The Romans occupied it, and they were known, or this town in particular was known for the healing properties of the water, for aching muscles and wounds for battles. So that is where the term spa comes from, is from Spa-Francorchamps itself. It's a little fun fact about this track. Well, not track, but about the whole area.
Mike Niles, how do you know that? How did
Google.
Did you? Well, obviously Google, but like you must have thought Spa-Francorchamps. That's funny. Spa day, and you had to have connected the dots preemptively to come to that conclusion, surely.
You know, it's just through a lot of research, and here is Nicholas Hoban, who is potentially going for the lead here. Let's touch on that here in a moment. Down to the inside, a flash of the headlights. You can see, I think this is fairly well communicated, but Blair isn't going to hand this over with ease. He doesn't budge whatsoever, and Hoban is going to wait for another little bit. But yeah, when it comes to my fun facts, I just spend a while Googling. Uh-oh! Austerman is faced the wrong way, and looks like there might be some damage picked up, or is that... No. Did he kill the car? There's no headlights on.
Yeah, I don't know where this is. I don't see any damage to the end of the breach racing number 7 McLaren, but it's definitely off of the race course and stopped. They're causing a local yellow in that section of the racetrack, wherever that actually might be. What will that do to the battle for the lead? That could impact, because keep in mind, you're not really... Oh my goodness, a mechanical failure for ITB Racing.
That was in the Fagnes, on the exit there, the Fagnes heading into campus. It looks like Austerman has had a technical difficulty that has sent him back to the garage with a 2-minute and 30, not penalty, but that is, of course, the tax that you pay for returning to the garage by in the menu.
That is a mechanical problem for the quickest car in this race, and that will all but do it for the ITB Racing number 7 McLaren, as I think that they could have climbed out of the penalty hole a second time had it not been for that. A mechanical issue, we have to assume, that has led to that car stopping in the Fagnes and now back into the pit lane manually. That is going to be just about it for them. I would hope that they would continue, but they will lose an opportunity to win the Esports 24 Hours of Spa.
Yeah, that's going to be really gutting for the team as well. They're currently sitting in P5 in the championship overall, and this is going to be a pretty big hit to their points. They're going to need to get back out on track, as you said. It's all about finishing. If you finish, you're probably going to score some points. Hopefully at this point, it's going to be a bit of a slog and a recovery for the McLaren, but it's still worth the effort getting back out, although looking at it, I think they may have dropped from the server.
Finished inside the top 5 at Suzuka for the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series here in 2024. Tonight, not going to happen. We saw on the screen, as we were reacting to ITB's woes, another pit stop cycle, another car found in violation of the pit exit lines. And it is, oh my goodness, we see the Ragioli Esports team getting side by side there. They are one of the cars that is a culprit of not staying inside the lines. They have been given a 5-second penalty. We saw 2 last time, one the pit stop prior, and now one this time as well. Every single trip down pit lane, Mike, we're seeing cars running over the lines on pit exit, trying to maximize. And the race control box, it's a late hour, all right, but they are as eagle-eyed and sharp as ever. They're catching every single one of them.
Yeah, and I unfortunately have no sympathy for anyone that takes a penalty from crossing pit entry. It's very simple instructions, and with a little bit of practice on your pit entries, you can get that down quite well, and a little bit of also not greed. Everyone gets excited at certain points and makes moves that they regret in the past, and that's going to be one of them. Let's see if Nicholas Hauben is going to have one himself. He takes to the outside for the bus stop chicane, but isn't going to find it, or is he? No, not quite. It gets heavily covered off there. The switchback attempt now into the exit of the final corner, and it is going to be just a back out there for Nicholas Hauben. He's going to find it into the first corner. He's going to think about it, but no, just gaining now. And as we're approaching the back markers, I think that is why he backed out of that. It's going to be trying to use the advantage as they barrel down the hill now. It's going to be trying to take any form he can here as they're going to get bottlenecked. And hopefully here Hauben can find an opportunity.
Well, we've shown you so much about the top 5, top 6, or 7 in this race. It's easy to forget 43 cars took the green flag here today. We're at least temporarily down. One of them, Lucas Matea for ST Racing Esports, was the car in front of them. He is just going to pull out of the way, and there is a battle for the lead here again. Down the inside, Nicholas Hauben for Team MSI, fighting for it into Lake Holm. Who's going to win the battle as they head down to the Bruxelles? It's going to be Nicholas Hauben takes the lead here in the 24 Hours of Spa. What a brilliant drive that was. The lap traffic didn't really play a factor. Hauben was able to get position and take it away. New leader.
That was a push-the-envelope pass right there, and he certainly licked the stamp and sent it. Nicholas Hauben with full confidence and trying to unleash the pace now to pull any form of gap over the likes of Blair. The pace here in the race is now handed over to our last year's race winner, the number 86 machine, or should I say the previous 2 years race winner of Nicholas Hauben.
So you're telling me they know how to get around this joint?
A little bit. They definitely have a couple miles of experience.
Well, they've been patient, and now they are being rewarded for it. They've taken the lead officially. They were P2 at one point. They were taken down to P3. They've been patient. They've stayed within sort of arm's length of the lead throughout the entirety of our stint in the box, and now they have taken the lead overall. Nicholas Hauben and that entire team should give themselves a momentary pat on the back, but still work to do here shy of the halfway point. But for right now, a big old green check mark for the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI as they have just taken the lead of this race, and what a brilliant way to get it done as well. Had to defend a little bit to make sure they had sole possession of the lead, and they did, because Dominic Blair did not pull over and let that happen like Williams had done on a couple of previous attempts. That was a fight well won by Team MSI.
Absolutely. It may not have been a last lap battle either, so I think there was a bit more in there for Blair if he really wanted to fight it, but it's, again, just playing your risks to the minimum at this point. And Blair, he knows his place. He knows that it doesn't matter if he even wins the battle for one corner, because the next corner will come and the position will probably be lost. And already 5/10 being gapped is going to be probably soon a second. I think Nicholas Hauben, again, maybe the vengeance here as he started down the grid in P6 at the start, or excuse me, I think they started, P6 at the very beginning for the number 86 machine, and now up into the race lead here at 12 hours and 49 minutes, and that's 11 hours into this race.
Yeah, and of course, a long way to go, but I'm just going to say this out loud. If they were to win back-to-back races to start the season, that'd be huge. Keep in mind, it's the points are magnified here. It's not 35 or so points on offer for this race. I think it's 1.5 times the normal amount of points. So in the 24-hour races, you get more points by winning. I don't think points are awarded at any interval except the checkered flag. But you win this race, you're getting a huge influx on top of your already 5-point lead. That would be huge. And of course, second place is the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. They're just off the podium right now. And that would be even more points of gap for them 2 races in, but none of the teams, I'm the only one thinking about that. The teams are not thinking about that. They're thinking about, what do we do on the next stop? How do we keep this going? How do we stay in front of Williams? How do we get to the next point in the race? When do we do our brake change if we are going to do one? Again, we expect everybody to do so. A lot going on. I'm the only one thinking about points, but it's still one of those things for me. It's incredible to think about what could happen if they continue this excellent run.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the beauties of being in the booth, right? And even as being a viewer, it's some of the, you don't have to worry about the things that stress you out. You just get to predict, and even if you're wrong, who the heck cares? In terms of the teams, they don't have that luxury. If they're wrong, well, they're not going to win the race. And, I mentioned it before, and I'll mention it again. It's not about winning the race in a 24-hour. It really is just making the checkered flag, and especially for some of the silver cars out there that have maybe been caught up in an incident or two, and they feel slightly demoralized. And, what's the point? We're down in P30, P35. Why continue? Well, the reason that you should continue is experience. Just driving with some of these drivers in general. I mean, Nicholas Hauben, the likes of Jardy are out there. I think Max Verstappen, plenty of talent. If you want to be a part of that, that's just part of the experience, right? Is it doesn't matter. Even if you're getting lapped by them, you stick with it. But of course, if you are one of those drivers in chat that's potentially looking to drive with some of these SRO drivers, well, keep in mind that coming up in the next month here, or at the end of this month, I think the Road to the SRO Community Challenge is starting up with 10 different communities, all hosting different types of races to get into the top here for the Community World Challenge, where you could potentially qualify to race with some of these guys.
Yeah, that's a huge step. Of course, if you have the talent, you think that you can stack up to some of these guys. Maybe you've been watching the broadcast thus far and go, hey, I can run those lap times. Well, prove it. Show it to us on the racetrack. And you talk about cars not or participating and getting that experience, and top 15 in each class are going to get championship points at the end of this race. But why stay in it if you're not in that position? It's quite simple. Practice and experience. You don't get better or faster by sitting in the pit lane or giving up early. Incident between car 0 and the 818 on lap 280, a 5-second time penalty given to the 818 once again for pit lane infringement. So again, 2 cars this time have been given a pit lane infringement. There's more than 2 cars with a 5-second penalty. I almost wonder if we are going to get an additional penalty. Of course, this car in question, the Alpha Venturi Racing Ford Mustang, on the receiving end of a penalty for basically not respecting pit out track limits, going over the white lines.
Yeah, again, it's no comment. Practice your pit entries, everybody. very avoidable penalty, and a lot of these team principals need to be getting on the wire and really making sure, and even the drivers, if you are a driver watching and you're going to be behind the wheel soon, just keep it in mind. It's something to think about in the back of your head. Obviously, everyone makes mistakes. I can't hark on it for too long, but it's still a very easy mistake to not make, and 5 seconds, sure, is a very small penalty at the end of the day in a 24-hour race, but you pick up multiple of those. 5 seconds turns to 10, turns to 15, and by the end you lost 3 positions, and that could have been the points, the difference between you getting points and not, and your team, might not be too happy with you. Again, it's all about the team play, not one driver, so one driver isn't going to make or break the difference.
If I'm a team manager right now, Mike, I'm telling everybody on the team, I'm making sure they understand, like, look, Race Control is vetting every pit out. They are getting multiple cars per pit cycle for running over the line. Don't do it. Just do not do it. Be a little careful if you have to. Let off the throttle. We understand that you can lose a lot of time on pit exit if you're not on it, but going over the line, they're giving out 5-second penalties like it's candy, and we cannot afford to have that, especially with how close these battles are. Speaking of close battles, Addison and Matea here racing for 28th overall. The ST Racing Esports number 28 Mustang on the 224 BMW. Is this a Luke-on-Luke battle? Is that Luke Addison in the 224?
I think that might be Mr. Luke Addison behind the wheel there. Obviously a very experienced driver, has popular in terms of the ACC scene, and also I think provides setups as well as a few other people in this game. I think we got Dave Perel and the entire Coach Dave Academy team out there, so it's awesome to see the names from the behind the scenes people, some of the names that you normally don't get to see racing. I mean, Luke Addison is a name that you do get to see racing, to be fair, but still awesome to see him out on track nonetheless.
Luke Addison for Genesis Racing, not leaving anything on the table there, not really letting the ST Racing Mustang get close enough to make a pass. Well, the pass was made. The gap was sort of ran out a little bit. Certainly was on the trending outward area, but nope, not to be. Dominic Blyer for Williams has not allowed Nicholas Hubin and the 86 Team MSI Mercedes Esports team to get away, still hovering right around that half a second. And I don't know if I would have called that with the ability and just the pace that Nicholas had. For Dominic to still be there, right there, in fact, is absolutely incredible. It's almost a little bit like they're playing follow the leader. You lead a little bit, now I'll lead a little bit, now you go back out in front. There's certainly, to me, it looks like maybe they're pacing themselves a little bit.
Yeah, I think you summed that up perfectly. I think Dominique Blair, he doesn't seem the most comfortable with leading the race at this stage. I think he is very comfortable just sitting behind and waiting for an opportunity later. And it's, one of those things, I'm guilty of this myself, is I am a much better follower than I am a leader, and it just takes experience leading. Now, I'm sure, again, we're talking esports level drivers here, so I'm sure Dominique Blair has led plenty of races in his time, but it's all about comfort, and right now he feels comfortable sitting behind Hubin, and not too many issues, really. You can see a bit of a wiggle there from the front AMG, but not going to be too much of an issue as they go through the Fangnes, heading down to Stavelo. And Nicholas Hubin leads the race. Dominic Blair comfortably behind.
Such an international sport. So much going on in sim racing around here, of course. And of course, we also have the Global Esports Games coming up in December. And lucky representatives from many different countries will go and represent their country. Of course, more information about that. Join the get in contact with your official esports federation in your home country. Contact your FIA federation and express interest in joining and trying to become your representative for the Global Esports Games in December. And I think about that with all the different nationalities we have. Lucas Matea here representing their country in today's race. And I just wonder who the best sim racer in each country is. It's nice to have all of them come to one place and race it out. Of course, we get a little scrimmage of that in races like this, though.
Yeah, and that's a really good question that I think a lot of people really want to ask, but I feel like it's very situational, right? Is sure, maybe, we could see here Lucas Metja, maybe he is the best driver in the world at Spa-Francorchamps in particular, maybe not. Maybe he's the best at Misano. There's so many different tracks out there that all drive so differently. As Mattea goes down the outside of Luke Addison, inside turned out, and he will have the inside for the follow-up corner, and that should be firmly signed, sealed, and delivered. The switchback attempt, though, from Addison, but it isn't going to happen there, and Mattea is going to have that position nice and done for the Ford Mustang, the newest, again, I keep saying this, but the newest addition to ACC, and I keep saying it because I don't know much about this car. I tried researching it and seeing what I could find for stats on it. I found out that it's a 5.4 liter Coyote V8, and it has about 500 horsepower and weighs about the weight of a GT3 car, so between 2,600 and 3,000 pounds. Somewhere in there, chat, if you got more information about this car, please let me know. I'm curious. I haven't been able to find anything on it.
So you telling me you looked up the new Mustang GT3 race car, and you have returned to me with the knowledge that it is a GT3 race car?
Pretty much, yeah. Like, honestly, that's all the information. As hard as I looked online, I could not find anything about this car, how much it exactly weighed, how much horsepower, how much torques it has, how much it costs. I don't know. I don't know any of this. I know the rest of the GT3 cars, but this is the one car on the grid that I do not know.
Well, you'd certainly be forgiven. Brand new car made its debut this year, still working out the kinks of it in the real world. In the virtual world, I can tell you that this car is a little bit Jekyll and Hyde a little bit. It has a massive amount of understeer, but huge power that sort of makes up for that. It doesn't drive quite like anything else in the game does, and it takes a lot of time, at least in my experience and some of the other pro drivers, or some of the I'm not a pro driver, but some of the pro drivers I talked to, they said that there was certainly a learning curve, and it might have been a little bit more so than some of the other cars. They kind of akined it to learning to drive the Porsche, the 911, for the very first time, because it has such a different handling characteristic. Makes a beautiful noise and goes really, really well. But getting to grips with the handling and the feedback of what the car is giving you has certainly been a challenge for a lot of these teams. And keep in mind, the teams racing this car, they haven't had this car for a year. They had this car for weeks prior to the registration period, so they're learning everything. They're trying to learn everything that all the other teams know in a couple of weeks versus having a year's worth of notebook for all these other vehicles.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the beauties, in my opinion, of GT racing, again, is it's just you can have new manufacturers coming in and learning the ropes and immediately taking to it. I mean, sure, we haven't seen the greatest results, I think, in real life out of the Ford Mustang just yet, but it's just the teething problems right now. A brand new car in a league, wouldn't expect it to be taking to the ranks immediately. Now, obviously, when it was added to ACC, little different story. If you were driving on Paul Ricard, you could hit, I think I remember seeing when I commentated a race on it, was about 296 kph in a straight line. Which was beast, yeah. Unreal. And yeah, it definitely has been nerfed since then, thankfully, but we're seeing it. I think at this point it's been very well balanced in terms of it and put into the its proper spot in the field. We haven't seen it overly dominant or underly dominant, in my opinion. It's been just a good addition to ACC.
Yeah, I've seen some of the numbers on the car behind the scenes of what people, professionals and engineers reckon its actual pace is in ACC, and it's competitive. It can certainly be competitive. There's some pitfalls that they have still yet to work out, some things that they haven't been able to fully fix as far as competitiveness, as far as pace is concerned. But I think a lot of that, and this is my personal opinion, I think a lot of that's because it's so new. A lot of these cars, you never know when you're going to find out something about a car that's going to be life-changing for that manufacturer, and I just don't think there's a big enough notebook to have all those tricks and tools in the bag. Incident between car 996 and car 80 on lap 282, a 15-second time penalty given to car 80 for causing a collision. Another incident on track. I will say they've been few and far in between. The start was a little rough around the edges, but ever since then, we've had a couple of incidents, probably averaging about 1 an hour. Nothing too crazy there. Everything else that we've seen pretty much just been a warning in most cases.
Yeah, which is very, very good in my opinion. Here's Andrea Matteo, the Italian, going down the inside of the first corner onto McWilliam. And it's a drag race now all the way down to Blanchimont, or excuse me, down to Eau Rouge Radion. And it is going to be done before we get there. Now going side by side into Eau Rouge Radion, especially at night, can be a very dangerous situation. I think McWilliam realizes that and backs out and hands it over to the pro driver. And I see that chat is now also running into the issue that I have run into, in that they are finding every single car that isn't the one that we're looking for. So, yes.
Chat, if you look too closely, you'll find the Mustang GT4 and wonder why that has all the power but no aerodynamics. When I looked this up, because I did the same thing Mike did, I wanted to know when this car debuted this year. I was like, well, what are the specs of this car? I looked it up, and every Google search I did returned, are you asking about the GT4? I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not asking about the GS version of this car.
Yeah, or the GTD or the road version. I want the GT3. I just want to know what the GT3 does, and I can't find out.
It is funny in that way. Here we are back at the front of the field. Dominic Blair still yet to fall off the back of our leader for Team MSI. The Williams number 5 Mercedes has all but paced them, and you have to say that's probably pretty good with the rate that Hubin stormed to the lead. We expected him to pull away. That has not occurred in any shape, form, or measure, and Williams now just looks like they're on purpose pacing the leader out here. Could have been another case of that. We saw Blair do the exact same thing earlier on whenever the number 7 got by them. They didn't lose time. They just paced the leader. It's almost like you said, Dominic is a better follower than a leader. That could well be true.
Yeah, I definitely feel it at this stage. And again, it's nothing against Dominic in particular. It's just every driver has different strengths and different weaknesses. And I'm sure Dominic, again, has every capability to lead. He just would rather follow right now. And I don't blame him. I feel like I'd be in the same situation. Halbin has extraordinary pace. Last lap, 2:16.8. The pace is continuing to drop as the night goes on. However, track temp's starting to warm up a little bit. We're up to 15 degrees. So come, I think, about, again, that 6 o'clock mark, we're going to start to see the lap times really start to hammer in. And I am going to be really excited for that. So right now, it's just that maintenance phase, trying to keep all 4 tires, as Murray Walker once said, facing the right direction and everything relatively intact, as that is just the goal for endurance racing at the end of the day. Stay alive and complete your laps, and eventually you'll make the checkered flag.
Bring me back 4 wheels and a steering wheel, and we'll be happy at the end of this one. Bring me back any less, I'll be asking what happened. And it really is that simple. Just bring the car back, and we're fine. Anything short of that is a failure in some right. And win if you can, lose if you must, kind of deal. And you got to stay in it. You got to play your cards right. I wonder if Team MSI maybe got into the lead and backed the pace down in an attempt to save fuel or limit risk, or it could have just been Dominic Blair better at following, found their pace for the second time in as many stints that we've seen by just following another car. Otherwise, I can't explain why every time Williams gets passed, ran down even by several seconds, right? They don't lose time after they get passed. Maybe they're just better at following. Maybe it's by design. I don't know. Either way, one thing's for sure, keeping themselves in it.
Yeah, you would think that the pole would be able to hold pole, but he just can't right now. He's currently running in P2, Dominic Blair, and he's doing, again, an excellent job at it, just trying to keep the hammer, or just keeping the car in the right direction right now, and everything will be fine. There's still plenty of teammates to hand the car back over to, and plenty, I assure you, chat, plenty of mistakes to be made from every driver left in this race.
Yep, I will be curious to know if the 7 does reconnect. I don't think, unless 2 cars in their class have similar issues that take them out of the race, I don't know if it is even possible for them to get points. They are in the race, I do believe. Yes, they are. They're still running, I think, in 39th place. Oh, so they're in pit lane, are they?
Yeah.
Whatever mechanical issue they're having, this could be a problem too. Remember, Austerman was on a triple stint, mentioned very early on into our stint here in the box. that Austerman triple stinted, and that's sort of what we expect. But now, because nobody else is even double stinting, not really anyway, not a significant portion of the field's doing that, I worry that Jacob Austerman might have been on his own. The rest of his team maybe had went to bed or left him to his own devices to do a part of the night stint, and they have they've just been left without a driver.
Yeah, that is absolutely devastating, and especially that's, one of the things we talked about earlier in the broadcast is you have some drivers that will go away and, go get food and go rest. I'm one of those drivers that just can't. I have to be there the whole time, and I'm emotionally attached to the race, regardless of if I'm driving or not. And yeah, unfortunately, it seems that they just don't have the drivers to have so when they have retired. Here's a 10-second penalty being picked up between cars 46 and 62. 62, ignoring blue flags. That's unfortunate. 10-second penalty, I think a very fair penalty to be had for that, and they'll have to be serving that within the next pit stop.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. Blue flags kind of sort themselves out most of the time, but race control deeming that the 62 in this case did not give adequate due care, essentially, and intervened in a battle they were being blue flagged with, I assume, and held up another car, for lack of a better term. And if you get yourself in that situation, they will notice, they certainly have, and 10-second penalty for that blue flag infringement. You talked earlier, Mike, and we keep coming back to it, but don't shoot yourself in the foot. Don't do the silly mistakes. Don't do the things that you can avoid, right? What you can't avoid is you can't avoid mechanical issues. You can't avoid the race strategy not favoring you sometimes. It's just the natural way that races go sometimes. What you can avoid is speeding in the pit lane, violations on pit lane, track limits, and of course things like blue flags, ignoring flags, and those are the real killers, and those are the things that really frustrate teams.
Yeah, I'm genuinely shocked at how many pit lane infringements we've seen in this race. I will say most of it's come from the silver category, which is fair enough. They don't have, a lot of those silver teams, I would imagine, don't have a team principal necessarily running everything. I know some of them do, for example, the Visceral Esports team, which has 2 cars. I think they got Pranav Kalevala doing the coaching job in their part, and so not every team, though, has that luxury, and it's going to be down to just trying to really remember things at the end of the day and not fall into the fatigue, especially if you only have 3 drivers on your team. You're going to be pretty tired at this point. You're about 12 hours into the race. You've probably driven for at least 4 hours, maybe at least 3 hours, I would say you've driven for. And it's getting exhausting. You're seeing cars drive in circles over and over again. We've done 296 laps so far. And, well, guess what, chat? There's about 300 more to come.
Yeah, by the way, had it confirmed to us up here in the box, my theory is absolutely correct. That is what's happened to Jacob Austerman and the entire number 7 team at ITB Racing. Austerman all alone during this section of the race, doesn't have any other driver to take over that car. They've had a mechanical fault, and that has forced them to retire, to stay in the pit lane. Just no other drivers available for ITB Racing. The fastest car in the field, the car that has taken the lead and has had several penalties. The biggest penalty now, of course, having to sit in the pit lane, completely helpless there. And my goodness, we talked all early stint about the strategy and about what teams will do, and having teams that are in sort of low power mode. Maybe you'll have an engineer with you or a driver on call. Didn't even occur to me, Mike, that there would be a team in a race as important as this that everybody else would go to bed and just leave one driver all alone themselves. That sounds like a recipe for disaster, and this is exactly why you don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a team effort at the end of the day, and when your team, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and when a mechanical failure happens, again, it's not any fault whatsoever to Austerman. He did nothing wrong in this situation. Jakob just had a very unfortunate situation, did everything that he could to try to manage the situation, but he had no one there, unfortunately, to help him out. And that cost that team at the end of the day pretty much all of their points. And again, their championship is going to get a bit more difficult heading on to Indianapolis, but it's still not definitely not a runaway by any stretch. They have a chance to catch back up come the next few races. We still obviously have Nordschleife as well as Indy, as well as I think one more, and it is going to be just a tough effort from them moving forward, really.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this one kind of stings, and you wonder what it'll look like. We got some smaller, shorter endurance races coming up, but we get to the 24. Would they go back to this strategy, leaving one driver by themselves? Or is this a cautionary tale, or do they view this as, well, it could have happened to anybody, it just happened to us, kind of deal? And you wonder about that, how they feel in a situation like this. I mean, it's a fluke. You're absolutely right in saying Austerman didn't do anything wrong. It's not their fault they had a mechanical fault that took them out of this race. You can't plan for that. You don't know that. I mean, you can prep as much as you want equipment-wise, but you can't control what's out of your hands. You do so much practice. You do so much work to make sure you're ready for events like this, and you just never actually know once you're out there what could possibly happen. Just saw something interesting there. Nicholas Heuben in the leading team MSI Mercedes-AMG saw there was a car they were passing lapping there, using their indicators correctly, letting them know, hey, I'm going to go this way, pass me on the other side. Heuben still drafted them down the Kimmel. This is a driver. What does that tell me? That tells me they're still on it. They're going for it every single lap.
Yeah, he is pushing the limit and not really wanting to give anything to Blair, as he's pulled the gap up now to over a second. So he's found something. Certainly got a little bit more pace. I'm not sure if that's just due to the back markers as well. That could have played a role in that bit of time being lost by Blair. But that's going to be absolutely crucial, because Blair's been comfortably sitting in the slipstream 5/10 behind Heuben. Now on the Kimmel straight, Blair's going to be, well, left with not much help.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It wasn't too much in it last time through the timing and scoring, or excuse me, last time over the stripe. 16.9 for Heuben out front, a 17.1 for Blair behind. That gap was already at a second by that point, so maybe just gradually losing time. If they lost a huge chunk of that time, about half a second, it would have been on lap 297, not lap 299. We're working lap 299 currently, about to hit 300 in a lap or so. But yeah, I don't know if it was lap traffic or maybe just gapping them finally a little bit here at the end, as the pace may be falling off the Williams ever so slightly.
Yeah, last lap the difference was over a second, actually. It's about 2:16.9 to a 2:16.7. Wait, oh, my bad, I was reading it wrong. It's 0.2 of a second difference. Disregard. But also in chat, somebody a little update there from Jardier's team, or Yaroslav. Apologies on the mispronunciation there. Running in P13 at the moment for currently Valentina Barrier is behind there in the number 39 McLaren. I think they got caught up in an incident earlier on that caused them to fall back.
Yep, that'll do it. It makes a long day longer when you get involved in an early incident like that, but the silver lining to any early race incident, especially on lap one, and especially one of the magnitude that we saw here today, was that, for one, you're not the only one involved. Half the field thereabout involved in that. And number two, you have the entire 24 hours to try and make up for that. Valentin Barrier, the number 39, the Veloce McLaren, making some moves on a back marker there. 13th place currently, not too far behind from Ramone in the number 17. That's the leading car in silver, so no points there, just position. Incident between cars number 80 and the 996 on lap 287. A 5-second time penalty given to car 996 for causing a collision. And what that 5-second tells us here in the box is, considering we've seen 15s given out, right? A 5-second means that must have been somewhat less egregious, more minor contact, but still contact worthy of a penalty.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll be able to recover from that again. A 5-second penalty, a little slap on the wrist. And I just want to throw another little statistic in here for, it's just something we were talking about earlier, and we brought up the question on who is the fastest driver in ACC, right? And that's a very interesting question. And actually, in my opinion, if you'd asked me that question about 2 years ago, I think the answer would have been one of the drivers on the team here of Valentina. I think that probably maybe 1 year, 2 years ago, that Milanowski, currently I think Masage? Apologies on the mispronunciation. But Milanowski was probably one of the quickest ACC drivers that I could think of a good while ago. So in terms of pace, I'd imagine that hasn't fallen off. I haven't seen them drive in a while, to be completely honest. But again, a couple of years ago, they were an absolute menace on track, and absolutely nobody could keep up with them.
Yeah, I remember seeing Maciej start. Maciej Malinowski was he was just a driver that was awe-inspiring to watch. His biggest thing was never pace. His biggest thing was consistency throughout a race and not making mistakes, avoidable mistakes. And once that was cleaned up, you talk about a driver that drove like they were possessed. And I could certainly agree with you on that one. And, whatever Malinowski's doing right about now, here's to him. It's a pleasure to see good drivers drive. Had the same feeling watching Dyer McCormack come up. Had the same thing, was absolutely ridiculously fast, but needed to clean up the things that take wins away from you, the little silly things. And once that got done, started winning championships. That's the dream. You have the pace. All you need is to work on the things you're weak at. All of a sudden, you're winning championships on the big stage. It doesn't get any better than that for a lot of these drivers. And now, newer generation, seeing names that I've never seen before here inside the top 10, competing with drivers that have been here, seem like furniture. They've been here so long as far as the ACC community is concerned. I love seeing that mix.
Also, I just wanted to mention one more thing there briefly on Darian McCormack, that before we move on, he is such a young driver. That's something that I don't think we've really touched on. Currently at the age of 19, the Irishman joined Williams back in 2020, and since then, you mentioned he's won a couple championships. Well, he won the 2023 Intercontinental GT Championship, the SRO Esports LAN for 24 hours, multiple ESL race winners, podiums, pole positions, you name it, P3 in the fall season of the Drivers' Team Championship, and the list goes on.
Yep, very much the case. And, a lot of these drivers, too, this is sort of, you talk about some of them, it's their job. It's their job to drive, and they're racing with drivers that it's less so. And that's the beauty of it. A lot of these drivers will have a typical 9 to 5. Some of them, this is their only focus. Some of these drivers are in school, high school, college, whatever, and their focus is obviously on the schoolwork. It should be anyway, but their other focus is just this. What do you mean? You're going to tell me, Mike Niles, that you weren't vigilant about your schooling? You're going to tell the people of the world that right now?
I'm not saying you should be, but I'm saying if it was me, I might not be as vigilant with my schooling as I would be on my other talents if I was a professional racing driver. To be fair, that was my goal for my entire childhood up until about 2.5 years ago. I wanted to be a professional racing driver, so I know the feeling.
This is the dream. This is the dream for some of these drivers. Is kind of what I'm getting at, and they're living it out here. And sim racing is bigger than it's ever been. Really, we've got all these fantastic events, and I said this last year. I said this the year before that. I've said this for 5 years. I'll say it again. Somebody is going to walk away as the official Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports 24 Hours of Spa champion. And that is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long effort ahead as well with these drivers, and it's such a title to have. I know a couple, obviously they have the iRacing one as well, which is another title, and some of these drivers are going to be participating in that, and we'll see what they can do there. So it's so interesting to see these guys and their careers, as we mentioned, and just how talented they can be throughout the entirety of their career, as you mentioned. Again, this is their job at the end of the day.
Well, It's been just about 12 hours of racing here at the 24-hour Spa Esports Series event. It's dark right now. The sun will be coming up before you know it, but man, a lot has happened in the 12 hours since the start. The start up front for the first 15 or 20 cars, easy as you go. Mercedes on the front, driving away from the field, racing really well up here inside the top 10. A couple of positions changing hands early, maybe a little bit of bump drafting almost down the Kimmel Straight. Little did they know this was happening right behind them. About midway through the pack, a Mustang gets turned, and it turns into parking lot city. A maze of cars, all recovering from that. P2, Tobias Pfeffer making an overtake for that position, getting it done around the outside of the Automobile car into Lecombe. An excellent job making that pass look easier than it was. The 201 making the pass on the number 17 for Silver, and that would be the lead in Silver for the time being. 44 is about to attempt an overtake into the chicane, but they're not going to make it work. Overshoots it. A little bit of contact there with the 777. He's going to give up that spot to avoid the ire of race control. They would continue on racing. Common issue down there. After the lights were turned on the cars and the sun set, these races continue to intensify out there on the racetrack. The 51 Ferrari attempting to make themselves known. See a nice little pass here on that move. Very nicely done. The Kimmel, easy to get side by side on and get the pass done. Does the 51 Scuderia Ferrari, and driving away. How many times have we seen a pass like that today, huh? Number 40 car did not have quite so much luck here, and we're about to see it. Just gets in there a little bit too deep. Veloce McLaren goes spinning off into the grass, ends up on the inside part of Lecombe. Not a usual spot for a car to end up at all. The number 80 going to lose some control here at the top of the Kimmel. We saw this earlier. Bang! Smack dab into the wall, into Radion. Common place to crash. We haven't seen too many of them here today, but that would require extensive repairs for that NSX. The number 6 spun out in the bus stop and would eventually come to rest here in the infield grass. A couple of pirouettes, in fact, before that happened, and they would sit there stationary for quite some time. 777 overtaking the 256 Mustang. This was for P3 in the silver class, and as easy as you go down to Lecombe and gets it done. And that's still how they run currently. The 777 over the 256. 86 is going to take the lead here. This has been a back and forth battle. The 7 was in the lead for a while, and then the 5 gifted the lead back for Williams. But here comes the number 86 of Team MSI, Mercedes-AMG Esports, getting it done. And it looked academic, to say the least. He could have pressed a little harder, we reckon, the Williams, but drove a really, really fair race in there, the both of them. It has to be said, the lead given up to Team MSI. That's how they run currently. And on top of that, the gap is as big as it's been in about 3 hours. Hubin for MSI leading the way over Williams, and that gap continuing to go out, Mike, 2.4 seconds now.
Yeah, and that brief little recap, not quite the full story of what we've seen so far. Unfortunately, we've also seen the McLaren of Austerman, who was fighting potentially for the race lead at one point, or rather the race battle, well, has succumbed to a technical difficulty, we assume, at the end of the day, and they have retired since without another driver able to continue, and a few other drivers obviously having incidents. We briefly mentioned the lone Honda NSX of the number 80 car that had an incident. Very unfortunate. I love to see the Honda out on track, but ever since 1.8, it just has not quite been up to steam and up to par when it comes to the grip levels that it used to have. Obviously, at one point in time, being the most meta car in the game and the car of choice, since has become a glimpse into the past.
Yeah, unfortunately, met a really devastating end, and one that I'm sort of surprised is not a more common end that we've seen. We haven't seen too many cars stacking it. We've seen several technical issues. We saw the 6 have that, the 7s had that, just issues that just seem odd with the cars, but no real major crash outs today, with the exception of the Honda NSX that was on that highlight reel with a major trip to the barrier. We saw the aftermath of that live, but we never actually saw exactly what happened to it. But based on where they were driving away from, we always sort of assumed it looked a little like that. Didn't even make it to the top of the hill. Just looks like it got loose in Eau Rouge. And by the time they made it to Radion, it was head on into the wall. Sometimes you're just happy it's a sim.
Yes, that would be, I mean, I think we've seen that one actually just, 2 years ago in 22 with Lando Norris in Formula One. So very scary incident. And obviously the Eau Rouge Radion complex has been a bit of a test of time in terms of drivers. Has its ups, it has its downs, obviously, don't need to mention, but yeah, it's difficult, and you're right, and that obviously, knock on wood, by the way, that we haven't seen too many drivers have an incident through the Eau Rouge Radion complex just yet. Still 12 hours to go.
I'll tell you something else that's really common for races like this we haven't seen as well, if you want to continue to knock on wood. We've not seen any major incidents in Blochemont. Cars that get in there a little too deep, often you overcorrect and you drive off into the distance into that barrier, and you can have pretty hard impacts that send you to pit lane. So we haven't really seen that either today, and that is sort of surprising to me, because that's a common problem, overcorrecting, getting yourself into trouble, and taking a trip to the barrier, both in the virtual reality and just reality itself. So all of that, for the most part, going to plan. For those of you maybe just joining us, hello everybody, I'm Jesse Lee here in the box with Mike Naus, closing in on the halfway point of the Esports 24 Hours of Spa, part of the Intercontinental GT World Challenge here in 2024. We're happy to have you. If you're joining us from the Asian continent, good morning to you. Hope you're having a lovely morning as well. We're just about at the halfway point. And one other thing to mention, we had 3 major players at the front of this field, all of which have taken their turn at the point. Currently, it is this driver, Nicholas Halban, in the Team MSI Mercedes-AMG Esports number 86. Williams has led a large portion of the race, but right now finds themselves in P2. Automobili Lamborghini, the number 63, Savini behind the wheel of that car, currently has the last podium spot in the pro class. In the silver class, it has been all the tale of BF Racing Esports. They have dominated just a little bit thus far. They have 2 cars outside of their class in between them and their nearest class rival, which is, of course, the 201 of Gladys Competitions. Sonati behind the wheel of that car. Currently, we in our highlights just now, we saw McWilliams, who's in the car right now, in the 777 Mercedes. We saw the Williams Esport Academy car take that 3rd place spot from the 256 Mustang. A lot of penalties today exiting pit lane, a lot of penalties. Well, I'd say an average amount of penalties actually for contact out there on the racetrack, and a lot of warnings, one of which earlier was 2 warnings converted into a drive-through penalty. We know many other cars, though, Mike, are flirting with that already with a warning halfway into this race.
Yeah, it's going to be, very, not just the warning, but we also mentioned it briefly with track limits. That's another thing is, of course, every car holds the track limits. It's not just down to drivers. So let's say in their first stint, you extended your track limits 3 times. Well, 23 hours later, you make one mistake, you're going to be picking up a penalty. I'm not saying any of these drivers have done that, but if they have, they better be keeping an eye out. So penalty points, penalty points for drive-through penalties, track limits for drive-throughs. It's very much on the cards for any driver, really. And Nicholas Halban is not going to be, well, alone for there. He will be able to. He's human, I should say. He can make a mistake. To say. And we'll see if he can carry that on. But a name that we haven't, or names that we haven't mentioned much in a while, Savini as well as Riley. Savini hasn't been closing in the gap as much as I think they would like, but it has been fairly consistent in terms of their lap times. They really haven't fallen off the back too much of the Williams car, still holding that 26 to 25 second gap fairly consistently. So it may be a matter of time before we see the Lamborghini back into the fight as well.
So, Mike, you don't know me, but I love to play devil's advocate, and I'm about to do it right now. Do you remember an hour and a half ago, I told you about what Lamborghini did last year?
Yes, of course. Why don't you refresh anyone in chat who may not have heard that?
So a year ago in this very race, folks, they didn't change brakes. They told us preemptively that they weren't going to change brakes and that it was okay. And that struck me as odd. As somebody who's done 24-hour races, I know the brakes don't last for 24 hours. You have to do a brake change. Every other team had to do a brake change. They were not going to do that. They didn't do that. And I was impressed that they made it. I wonder, because we're on a different version now, is that still possible? Has that been changed? Is the Lamborghini the only car that can do that? Will anybody else chance it? Because you can literally run out of brakes, so that's a problem. You don't want to do that. 26, we'll call it 29 seconds behind the leader. Devil's advocate tells me if they don't have to change brakes, they'll be right back in it.
Yeah, I mean, they might even be even more than in it. They might be leading the race if that is the case. But the question then is how well are the brakes going to hold up to the very end? Are they going to be braking 100 meters earlier than they need to be because they're down to the metal basically and not even on any pads anymore? Well, we'll have to find that out with time. But it's going to be a real question. I honestly don't know the answer to that one. This when it comes to the 24-hour races and brake changes, I personally have never participated in a 24, so that's something that I just haven't had to deal with myself.
Well, I'll tell you how it went last year. They went ahead with that plan, and it looked really good, except that turns out new brakes are incredibly advantageous to stopping the car. And you know how we categorize grip by your turn-in ability and your drive off? It definitely looked like a car that didn't have any stopping ability, and they ended up losing positions, as memory serves me, from a year ago. So it's risk versus reward. Is it even a possibility this year? I don't know. I haven't driven the Lamborghini enough to know that in the current patch. So it was a party piece they had. Could they potentially do it again? We'll have to see. And that's the other thing for the uninitiated. Yes, we expect every team to have to do a brake change at some point. We expect sometime between now and 9 hours to go to be the most advantageous time. Of course, there's always a possibility that a team has run the race backwards in their pit strategy sense, but also in their brake sense by running 9 hours into the race and then changing the brakes then. Therefore, they'll gain that time back on the latter half of the race, though I think me and my commentary partner agree that we prefer it between 12 and 9 just to get the absolute best out of it.
Yeah. Come that happy hour time, you're going to want all of the braking ability that you can have, because that is where you're going to be able to make up the most amount of time with the grip that you have. I would, if I was one of the drivers, I would try to, one of the teams, I should say, I'd try to take full advantage of the maximum grip and the maximum traction that you're going to have on track. And if you're going to have to change your brakes eventually, why not do it then?
New pit cycle opening up. Luke Whitehead's brought the number 40 Veloce McLaren down pit lane. He's a lonely driver. He's the only one inside the top 15 that's done that. Angel and Stroza, though, in the 711 McLaren, has brought their car in from silver as well. These are the first of the early pitters. We pick up Nicholas Huben from MSI. We'll see what Team MSI do this time by. I would imagine they're going to not pit here. No, they are. They are going to pit. Oh, that's right. They were the ones that were... wait, no. They were pitting on schedule with Blair. So now I wonder, will Williams number 5 come in? And yes, they will, as this is the routine stop, as everybody has to come in every 65 minutes, regardless of needing tires, brakes, or fuel, because they have to reset that stint limiter, which is 65 minutes, and resets the instant you trigger pit in. You know what we haven't seen tonight that is interesting? Nobody sped in pit lane that we're aware of.
Hey, people practicing their pit entries to a certain extent. That's one thing I like to hear. They can't quite get the exit line or entry line down, but yeah, in terms of getting the car stopped in time, that is a lovely fact that we have. Also, Felipa has managed to find herself up quite further from the last time that we saw her, up in the 89th position. Oh my goodness. The number 89 car up in the 7th position for the BS competition blue car.
I'm going to make commentators' excuses, all right? It's late all over the world, right? Or it's early all over the world. It's late for us, okay? And we're getting a bit loopy here. When do we start singing?
Oh, never. You don't want to hear that from me.
Never Say Never, which I believe is a Justin Bieber song, I think.
I'll take your word for it.
Everything is lyrics to me now. Filippo Bokita, like you said, for BS Plus competition, up several spots. Everybody inside the top 6 has come into pit lane. Is Filippo Bokita a trendsetter, or are they following the trends? They're definitely following the trend here, as everybody at the end of their stint limit. The only outlier earlier on was the number 7 for ITB Racing. Everybody else was pitting on the same lap there or thereabout, because the number 7 had their issues, technical gremlins there. Everybody now in the same strategy. We would expect to see Frank come in as well as anybody else relatively on the lead lap. No dramas for the lead 2. We talked about no penalties on pit lane anyway for speeding, and still the case for the top 2. Hubin and Blair, I think, have stayed in the car this time.
As we
Nope,
see here.
Absolutely incorrect. Tobias Grunwald back into the car for Team MSI. They just hadn't made it, and Fiala has gotten into the Williams number 5. So they're continuing this. We expected double stinting in the night. We haven't got that out of the front-running teams outside of the 7, which is now no longer here. Everybody else has been single stinting in what I assume is an attempt to keep your drivers fresh and alert in the night portion.
Yeah, we obviously, if anyone watched the 24 Hours of Le Mans, they would have seen a very similar issue when it came to, obviously, it was under safety car, which is a different story, but the drivers were struggling to stay awake come this time of night, and it's a lot of European drivers, and it is certainly getting late for the Euros. And you can see there a bit of a wiggle for Grunwald, as there's no heat into the tires either. The track temp's up to 15 at this stage, so it has gone up 1 degree Celsius since about midnight. Now we'll be climbing steadily up until about, well, the afternoon, really, till the end of this race. It's going to be climbing.
Mike, you've been absolutely a fountain of knowledge thus far. I'm curious, and I bet you actually know, in sim, when does the sun rise at Spa-Francorchamps?
Ooh, that's see. Yeah, I'll admit I don't know that one, but if I had to guess, it'd be around 6 o'clock, 6 to 8 in that time, because it gets dark here early, so I presume it'll get light here early, but I don't know. A lot of these tracks are different. Like, for example, Kyalami gets dark at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. So a lot of these tracks are very different. I wonder, one thing I actually do not know is, does ACC have a similar schedule to the actual daylight schedule of the areas that they do?
Yeah, the way I understand it is that based on when the race was run, that is the day to night cycle that's set. So this race will have an accurate time cycle. So I'm going to say sun's going to rise about 5 to 5:30 without looking it up. I could cheat and look it up and tell you what it is, but that's no fun. We're having fun. It's 4 a.m. All right, we're having fun with it. I'm going to undercut you, and I'm going to say it's going to rise at 5 to 5:30 in the morning.
All right, I'll take 6 to 6:30, I guess, and we'll see who's there. And hopefully it's not 5:45. That'd be a little awkward.
5:45, we shake hands and we both win.
Sounds good to me.
5:31 a.m. to 6 o'clock, or 5:31 to I'll give 5:45. We shake hands and agree that we were both kind of in the middle, and we move on. Grunwald in the lead of the race for Team MSI in that Mercedes. Another Mercedes chasing them in the Williams livery. Fiala into the car, the first time we've seen them in a little while, or at least the first time in our commentary stint that he's been in the car. And he has a task to accomplish, and that's to claw back 3.9 seconds. The majority of this race, it's been other teams chasing down the Williams number 5 to take the lead away. Maybe now the shoe's on the other foot. Fiala in the car needs to do that to Tobias Grunwald.
Yeah, so far 3.5 seconds, though, is the gap. And Grunwald, who started this race, keep in mind, absolutely has been on the ball. And this is one of the drivers for the 86 team that has just been nothing but consistent and reliable. Had a mid-stint through the night and absolutely smashed it. Interesting fact, we've seen pretty much every single stint last about 28 laps. I think that is every number that I'm seeing here has been 28 laps consistently, which is interesting. That's one thing I do like, the 65-minute stint timer. I love it more. I'm not too big of a fan of 60. I think 60 is a bit stale. Once you start throwing in the 65 and 70-minute stint timer, that's when strategy towards the end of the race can get interesting, because every minute matters. And so if you try to maybe say, oh, well, I'll just go in, early this stop. Well, that could cost you massively later and having an extra stop later. Or if you stretch it out for as long as you can, maybe get greedy, come in there with at 65 minutes, your stint timer, basically creeping up in the drive-through penalty right around the corner. It could really reward you later. And so when we have these later stint timers, it just adds so much variety in here. And we'll see if the Williams driver of Wojtek can manage here in this current stint. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen them out. So tackling the night here.
Hutchinson in the Automobili Lamborghini number 63 as well in P3. And here is Andrea Cattina in the 201, the Gladys Competition Aston Martin. They are threatening P3 in the silver class. Of course, pit stops for some of the silver drivers a little bit more spread out. Some of these drivers would have been involved in the early race antics and have also had penalties rather besides. So all of this cycling its way through the 201, trying to get back to where they reckon they should be, and that's P2 in the silver class. Of course, the 45, Vasquez Rodriguez in the 45 Lamborghini into the pit lane this time. That will move everybody else in the silver class up. This is the POV from inside the Gladys Competitions 201, staring down the back of McWilliam for the McWilliam team, or for the William team rather. It's infectious to say, but the 777 takes a defensive line into Lacombe, given just enough room to the 201 that jumps the curb, gets really close. Was it a touch or just a wiggle for the Williams Academy team car? We don't know, but they all get away from it without any further incident. Position 2, McWilliam driving for Williams.
Yeah, McWilliam might be looked at by the stewards for that one. Wouldn't be surprised me if they just chalk it off as a warning, but that was aggressive. I need to see a different angle, to be completely fair. But it definitely looked like, in my opinion, that Cattina did not have enough room at the apex. But, again, if we get a replay of that, we will see, and we will see certainly if the stewards will be having a look at that one.
I feel like Catania did just about everything that they could do for Reese Tech, and maybe got bullied there ever so slightly by a car that was taking up a little bit more room. But either way, a touch or not, no harm, no foul for me. Not a steward, of course, but my argument would be if there was anything there, probably give that a warning and move on. It could have been a lot worse. And our race control here is, I wouldn't say they're relaxed, but they sort of do a really good job of letting a lot of the little stuff go that isn't important to the race. They kind of take the big picture into consideration of how much is gained, how much lost, etc. when making those decisions. If something's not on, it's not on. But if somebody gets in there and makes a move, we saw that earlier as close here. I thought for a second Vasquez Rodriguez was going to climb that curb and slide all the way out. They're able to control it. No harm done. Brewer in front in the 276 Aston Martin, but for Visceral Esports, it could have been a scary moment, but well controlled by Noah.
Yeah, that's what I like to call calculated slip angle. Definitely he meant to do that.
Yeah, he's on the radio saying that too. He goes, I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, 100% calculated. Here's Matteo, though, down to the inside of an Audi who is not going to be fighting this battle whatsoever. No. That is
no.
Or is he, though? Laid onto the brakes. He tries to keep it alongside. At least give
Speaking
a fighting
of
chance.
Malinowski, by the way, Mache's in the car right now in the number 39 McLaren. We're talking about Mache earlier on, and there he is in 39 for Veloce Vexed, and trying to do their very level best. But beside the point, a lot of racing going on right now post those pit stops. That really shook up the order a little bit.
Yes, it most certainly did, and I'm sure everything will be a little bit more in tune here come a little bit later. I don't think everybody is on schedule necessarily. There's some people that are outliers at the moment, and I'm curious who, and they may be benefiting later from it. This, though, being the Visceral Esports team, Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez, obviously, again, for Pranav Kalevala being the team principal of this team, awesome guy, and has two cars in this league. The sister car, I'm not sure where they are at the moment, but currently battling for P21 here with Brewer is the Lamborghini, the number 45.
Certainly is, trying to work their way around the 276 and get themselves up a little bit further in the field. We'll see if they're able to do that. They've had a look or two, but nothing too crazy. That's the ERE Race Esports team directly in front of them. Brewer behind the wheel of that car currently, but Visceral trying to claw back some of these spots, and they're in the points as well, so this is not a moot point by any stretch of the imagination. This is certainly for something at this stage. I'm trying to figure out, looking at the points, yes, Visceral 45 by Ace-Tech. They finished 8th in round number 1, so they're sort of around where they were in race 1, trying to get some more of those spots back. The 276 actually finished 11th, so both these cars scoring points in round number 1, looking like they're in a position to do it again here, but again, a little less than 12 hours to go now. We made it to the halfway point. Everybody, if you've been here since the start, get up, walk around, stretch or something. Goodness.
Absolute nut, crazy in a coconut if that's the case. But yes, I also forgot when we were halfway through the race, I meant to do a fun fact. So we'll do a little late. It's just past the halfway of the race fun fact. Now, Jesse, do you know just how many birds there are in the area here at Francorchamps, Belgium?
Well, I counted them once.
How many did you count?
Prop 2. There was only 2. So go on, tell me.
Well, the aviafauna
How do you know this?
of Belgium, Google again. The aviafauna of Belgium includes a total of about 477 different species, and in case you were curious, 8 of those were introduced by humans.
What does that mean? You mean they're an invasive species? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think that's what Google. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Interesting. I don't. Do you have any more? I'm just curious now. Don't tell me what they are. You have more.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Plenty.
worried about my co-presenter here. He's got a laptop and a bag with like little slips of paper in it. I'm concerned. I'm not concerned for me. I'm absolutely entertained. I am concerned about the next fact. We've moved on. You've explained the bus stop. I believe Ryan Gill did the math of how many Mercedes AMGs long this track is. You went over how many football fields it is, and now I know how many bird species exist in the region. If anything, we're all going home tomorrow way more educated than we were when we came in, and for that we have to thank you.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. In case, just a reminder for anyone who wasn't here for that, Ryan Gill making it clear that there was 1,475 Mercedes AMGs long is this track.
That is a long racetrack. That is a lot of beautiful Mercedes cars. By the way, just want to say, as we have crossed the halfway point in the race, just want to thank all of our partners here at SRO Esports. We got Fanatec, AWS Pirelli, Kuno Simulazione, AK Esports, SimGrid, SRO Motorsport Group, and Dynamic, of course. Thank you all for helping us put on these fantastic races.
Yeah, and I think Simply, or Aether, AK Esports as well, shout out to them. But yeah, plenty of sponsors behind the scenes making this event, wonderful event possible. And again, if anyone is interested in signing up for more SRO events, there's ones that you can in yourself. If you head on over to SimGrid and look up the SRO Community World Challenge, you will be able to find multiple championships hosted by different communities. That's the word I'm looking for. There we go. It's getting late, chat. Multiple communities hosting the Road to the SRO Community World Challenge, and if you want a chance to race with some of these esports drivers, that is going to be your best opportunity. You will have the opportunity to fight tooth and nail all the way down to the end for a bunch of different races.
Yeah, it's really cool having an opportunity to maybe get your foot in the door to race with sim racing royalty, for lack of a better term. Absolutely brilliant. As always,
and
Vasquez Rodriguez continuing to hound the back of Brewer. You were going to say, Mike?
Yeah, so I also just wanted to touch on as well, one of the things is beauty with SRO is the fact that they've handed over that challenge to a bunch of different communities, so they're all hosting them themselves, which is going to allow you, if you are interested, looking for a community in ACC, that is going to be a place to go where you can go hang out with people. It's more than just getting to drive with the esports driver, it's about the camaraderie along the way and finding people that are like-minded with you as a sim racer and willing to improve, wanting to improve, and very, very onto it. And so there are plenty, I think 10 different communities again that are going to be hosting that. Definitely check all of them out.
Yeah, a lot of it too is a lot of drivers come up from programs like this that make it to this point. There's very few that start off by saying, I'm going to enter SRO Esports. A lot of them start in communities, right, Mike? A lot of them start out with, well, we'll do this community event, and they realize that they have a talent or a knack for it, or they have a hunger to get better, and then it's a progress bar, so to speak. They sort of work their way up, but in a way, this is a fast track to that quite a bit. You can get sort of up to speed if you are up to speed and work on it from a higher level. Less stepping stones, more time in the seat though as well. And by the way, seen a couple of shots from the sky. I think we're all going to be wrong. I think I see a little light in the sky.
Yeah, I think you might be a little bit closer on your estimate. It might be closer to 5:30.
I still think I'm wrong.
I don't. It'll be close. We'll see.
I think it's coming up at 4:45.
It very well may be. It may be, honestly. Oh, man, here's Noah Sully-Vasquez, though. Absolutely on it as side by side into the bus stop chicane. He's going to be trying to slingshot himself on the exit, but no beans to be found there for Noah Sully. Is he going to find it, though, into the first corner? Is he going to check to the inside here? No, I think he's going to stay behind. And, oh, he sends it very late onto the brakes. An absolute send and a half, and he's alongside still. Oh, my goodness.
He's missed the corner a little bit, and now the run down into Eau Rouge and Radion. Vasquez Rodriguez has to fall back in line. Brewer able to make it through La Source on the apex, and that's going to give him back the position for the ERE race team. But now a bad exit for the 276, and here comes Visceral Esports again. Down the inside, defenseless is Brewer, but he's not completely clear. Backing off eventually is the 276, and now, finally, at long last, the position to Vasquez Rodriguez in Visceral Esports.
Excellent work there to be had for the Lamborghini, and that was a well-deserved overtake. Worked onto that for a while and finally has gotten it done. Hopefully he can hold on to it. And before that, just one more thing on the communities, because I think it's such an important part of ACC in general. You mentioned that coming from communities, finding people to drive with and streamlining and fast-tracking it. Well, in case anyone was curious, I actually came from one of those communities as a driver and a commentator to get here in the SRO booth. So,
no kidding.
It's one of the SRO community challenges is going to be hosted by the community that I'm with. So, shout out Trackalicious in case anyone's curious. But yeah, I come from there. So that's we're going to be hosting one of those as well.
That's awesome. I like that. I didn't know that, and that's really cool to hear. So, not only are drivers getting those opportunities, but I feel like you kind of drew the short straw because you had to spend your entire evening with me in this box. But considering you're the one who brought Google into this, I think that it's a wash. I think we're about even.
Yeah, Jesse, honestly, I wouldn't want to spend my night anywhere else. So thank you for having the pleasure for me being alongside you. Of course, like you mentioned it earlier, I think it's the first time we've commentated together. And, chat, let us know how we're doing. But I think we're doing just fine.
I'm loving
it.
If you're not thoroughly entertained, I don't know what to say. I mean, this man came with facts. He's got facts that I never thought I would ever know in that bag there. As we continue on the night shift here at the Esports 24 Hours of Spa, part of the Intercontinental GT World Challenge here in 2024. This Esports series has it's been going for a long time, and coming into 2024, I knew that it was going to be different. 2 24-hour races on the schedule, a lot of points being on offer for these 24-hour races, 1.5 times the amount of points as per usual. So even more reason to go out there and win these races. New from race control, incident between cars 28 and the 11 on lap 306. A 5-second time penalty given for car 11 for pit lane infringement. I thought that we had made it a pit cycle without getting one of those, but race control have told me I'm incorrect. And oh my goodness, car 11 has received a drive-through penalty for exceeding 3 license points in a single race. Talked about license points earlier. You get a set amount for each race, and if you exceed them by virtue of getting warnings and penalties, you get a drive-through in that race, and that's exactly what's happened to the 11.
Yep, very iRacing style-esque on the penalties, but unfortunately, Jose Alejandro Perez has been strucken down for the number 11, and penalty being had for them. This is going to be Ramo, who is currently sitting in P11. Looks like he's all on his lonesome right now with a bit of a gap behind and a bit of a gap in front. 2 seconds, though, to Milanowski, who I'd imagine is going to be closing in at, well, different paces here. We'll be seeing. Oh, this is the silver class leader. My apologies. This is, of course, the silver class leader of Ramo. So absolutely smashing it. Keep it up, Ramo.
Alex Romanet, BF Racing. We talked about them earlier on in the night, and they have just been on their own island away from everybody else, and that's kind of how they like it. If they can make it to the checkered flag in a little less than 12 hours after not really having to battle anybody throughout this length of time, they will be absolutely chuffed with that. BF Racing, Esports, just getting it done with that Ferrari unchallenged, fighting every other position in the class. Realistically, the only one in silver not in doubt is the number 17 Ferrari. But Malinowski is coming, like you said, Mike, 100% correct. Mache, one of the quickest, if not the quickest cars on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, and we also have a little question in chat for update on the Williams car. They're currently about 5 seconds behind the likes of our race leader, who we're looking at right now, of Tobias Gronwald. So still in the fight, but has fallen off the pace since, and unfortunately will be having to make that back up and falling potentially into the grips of Hutchinson. There is no gap on that currently, but it's looking like 31 seconds. So never mind. The gap has been increasing to Hutchinson. It's been basically just the top 3 lapping at the absolute quickest they can in descending order.
Yeah, of course, before Fiala got into the car, it was very close between the leading Team MSI car and Williams. Of course, Team MSI took the lead, and it was half a second for the better part of the previous stint. At the end, though, the 86 did pull away, and that's currently continuing here. Fiala into that Williams number 5 Mercedes, and the gap has continued to go up. It was some 3 seconds, and now it's the better part of 5 seconds, the gap there. But that all being said, we've seen gaps twice that length that have been removed, and all it takes is one mistake from this driver, Tobias Grunwald, in the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI car, and they will be back together again. Still very close, you'd have to say, halfway into a race like this.
Oh, I think that's a bit of an understatement. We're still basically glued together. 5 seconds after 12 hours of racing is, again, not typical. Typically, you're going to see the cars spread out, 1 minute gaps per each, and you're not really going to be expecting much. You're kind of just in laze mode, more or less, where you're just hoping for anything to happen. That's not the case in this race. This is anything can happen at any moment, and it looks like it will. I mean, you take a look at the top 10 in general, 9 seconds, 6 seconds, 9 seconds. 34 sure from Luke Whitehead up, but again, these gaps are very, very much changing all of the time, and especially when some of these different drivers come out that have the pace to just smash it. We see the improvements quite quickly, and just looking at raw lap times alone, I see someone in chat saying that the last time they checked in was around the 2:16.0s. Well, that was probably about at the beginning of the of night, sort of the start of the sunset. We're into the 2:16.6s now, 2:16.5s. We were almost in the 2:17s for a bit, but the track temp now up to 15:15, and I'd imagine as the sun, we briefly caught it. Haven't seen much of it since, but it is going to be coming up sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and of course, if you're curious about the weather, well, it was partly cloudy for most of the night, and looking at the sky out the box now, it looks almost completely clear, barring a few clouds. Of course, the stars still out, but the sky's definitely lighter than it was about 30 minutes ago as we march towards dawn here at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. And the question now becomes, what does that do to the teams? What does that do to the drivers here? Usually speaking, sunrise reinvigorates you, but also usually sunrise happens a little bit later on into the race. They've still got half of a race to go here today. So 2.9 seconds, not losing a ton in any sector is Voce Fiala for Williams Esports, but it's enough. Each sector, Grunwald is just able to continue gapping them. In fact, Fiala was actually quicker last lap, a 16.2 to a 16.5. And let's see, quicker in sector 3 was Grunwald, but quicker everywhere else was Fiala. So maybe, or at least on that lap, it looked like they were just about even, but 5 seconds now as they've run another lap. And Grunwald back to form, you'd have to say, a 16.5 to a 16.7. Grunwald to Fiala that time, further increasing the gap.
Yeah, I think there's a reason that Tobias started this race at the beginning. Typically, when you're starting off, you're going to put your more experienced drivers in the car that can handle the chaos. And Tobias, well, he's shown that he can handle anything that's been thrown to him thus far. Started in P6 and has climbed the ranks since. Not just him, of course, it's his entire team as well. The likes of Nicholas Huben, who has put in stint after stint and absolutely been electric, as well as Mikkel, is it Schuer? I think Schuer, so, apologies on the mispronunciation, and Tobias Pfeiffer as well.
Yep, all good drivers in their own right coming together. We expect those drivers to be competing at a high level, and once again, they certainly are. I've been keeping a track of the Veloce Vexed McLaren. We talk about them, Maciej Malinowski behind the wheel of that car, currently down in P12. The interesting thing about them is they are one of the quicker cars on the racetrack. I'm just going to take a look at something statistically. So they're absolutely catching Ramonet in front. That's not the interesting part. The interesting part is they need to get by them and continue to fight up inside the top 10. Didn't score a single point in round number 1, 17th place. I don't even know if they finished the race, did Veloce Net Vexed, but they need to get something out of tonight or out of today to show for it to go forward. This is not where we would expect a Veloce team to be running. This is not what we would expect them to be running in the championship standings either.
No, and correct me if I'm wrong on this one, someone behind the scenes, is I think this car had a quali ban, if I'm not mistaken, and started maybe at the back of the grid. I thought one of the Veloce cars had a quali ban of some sort, and I'm not sure why, but wasn't able to put a lap in qualifying.
It might have been. I'm looking for something in the statistics that we have. Can't find it currently, but just to back up, Maciej Malinowski, P12, currently is one of the quickest cars. All times relative, of course, but the leader this time through did a 17 flat. Maciej did a 16.7. The lap prior to that, Grunwald did a 16.59. So I think they're pretty much matching each other's times most laps, and that's really good for Veloce because that means that they're quicker than everybody else in front of them, probably save the leader, which, by the way, Fiala actually ran a really quick lap this time through, 16.8. That's really good. That gained them 0.2 back and kept them inside the 5-second bracket. So I don't know if it's equalizing up front, but it's certainly less dramatic than it was prior.
Yeah, I definitely think it is equalizing to a certain extent because as the lap times, I think Luke Whitehead just came across the line and ruined my fun statistic that I was going to have, but that's unfortunate. I'll still say it. It was a 2:16.8 all the way down to P6. So from P2 to P6, they were all in the 16.8s. Since then, the drivers have crossed the line and decided to ruin that statistic, but that's okay. So in terms of pace, everybody is pretty much bang on even right now. And again, just in that management mode, trying to stay alive, stay awake to stay alive, and staying awake, I think, is going to be one of the more challenging ones here tonight.
Certainly could be. and you never know. You also got to take yourself out of it too in a case like that. If it's not on, you need to let your team know you're not feeling it, that you're not the guy. Sometimes you're not. Sometimes you need a rest, and I think a lot of the teams are combating that with the single stints, doing a lot of that. But even still, getting in and out of the car repetitively, that's a big strain. And if you're expected to do that for an extended period of time, typically what you'll do is you'll double stint, and you'll do that for about 6 to 8 hours, and then you'll go away. Maybe you don't even come back at that point. Maybe you're done for the race. But if you're single stinting portions like this, you're here for 8, 12 hours. Some of these drivers will be. At some point, you're going to get fatigued. You're going to get tired. Knowing when to take yourself out of the situation is just as important of knowing when to put yourself in it. And once again, this lap, Fiala quicker than Grunwald. The gap definitely going the opposite direction in the favor of the Williams number 5. 4.5 seconds. The last 2 laps alone, they've clawed back half a second.
Yeah, going to be really biting at the heels here soon enough if they keep up the pace, but it's going to be a bit of work until then. 2/10 is 2/10, but he's got about 5 seconds to thwart at the moment. And again, we mentioned, one thing that I always am now going to be keeping in mind, because it's something that I didn't think was going to be a problem, but obviously having run into it already in this race with Austerman, are there going to be enough drivers, if you are feeling tired, to switch to? Let's say you're all alone in the Discord at the time and you're getting a little foggy, you're getting fatigued. Do you have somebody to switch to? Well, as a driver, it's really hard to admit that as well, because you don't want to let your team down, but you also don't want to let your team down by careening into a barrier. So it's just about management, about pace again, and hopefully all of these drivers have the support that they need, because it really, I'm still devastated that the fastest car in a straight line of Jakob Austerman has had to retire, unfortunately, due to lack of other drivers and a technical difficulty. That one still guts me. I really wanted to see that McLaren in there for the race lead, battling with the likes of Fiala and Grunwald, but no avail.
I think they could have made it back. We talked about that after they got their second penalty that put them back into 7th place. They'd already made the run once. I think they could have done it. I think that would have been brilliant television to have that. But, well, we talked about having plans on top of plans and going through the entire English alphabet. A lot of these teams will do. Unfortunately, for a mechanical failure that is completely beyond your control, there really isn't a whole lot of plans for that, for recovery, especially left to your own devices. But as much as some drivers may not be feeling it at the end of this one, there will be drivers that will have to be that guy. They'll have to be that driver at the end for their team, and it's just certainly one of those, all right, suck it up, let's get this done. And having the right personnel in at the right time, sort of unspoken about how important that actually is. That goes down to scheduling, stint scheduling, and all that. But the general mood of all the teams thus far tells me one thing, and that one thing is that they were not going to overtax drivers in this race. They knew it was going to be long. They knew it was going to be arduous. I doubt they knew how close a lot of them were going to be to one another, but rather beside, they have taken the precautions to not overexert drivers. Malinowski has gotten by your silver leader, Axel Romane, and has taken 11th place overall. I'm curious what the gap is between Mache and Gregor Schill. It's 18 seconds. Keep an eye on that, the gap for 10th place. And no matter where Malinowski started, they certainly didn't start at the sharp end, it doesn't appear. And making their way back through. That's a Malinowski special, though, and Veloce will know that.
Yeah, I think just all of we say Malinowski is going to be one of the quicker drivers on the team. Every single driver on that team is rapid. I mean, obviously, Jardier, one of the more popular YouTubers, is in that, if not probably the most popular ACC YouTuber, I would say, is going to be driving for that team as well, has absolutely rapid pace. Barrier is no slouch by any stretch of the imagination. Multiple race wins, big race wins to his name. So I would imagine the pace is here. Also, of course, can't forget Sean Arnold, another very rapid driver. And it's just going to be about seeing them later in this race. They're just trying to plow up what they can right now. And on that recovery, it's always a bit disheartening when you see, especially at Milanowski's current position, there's no car in front of you. It can get a bit, grim. It can get a bit, what's the word I'm trying to say? Just everything gets repetitious. You start to see the corners, they start to look the same and everything. That's when the fatigue really starts to wear in. But one thing I just caught there from the brief camera angle is I think we are going to be starting to see daylight come up here by about 5 o'clock, or maybe even 5:30, like you said. It's starting to get brighter.
Yep, and if you're a team member in the car or you're a team member about to get in the car, I can't explain to you the psychology of a sunrise, but I can tell you from experience, it is a huge lift to you because you kind of ignore the clock on this one because Spa being what it is, but you've gotten through the night, especially if you're a top team in either category. You breathe a little sigh of relief. Okay, sunrise is coming up, especially when you see that little peak of red in the sky peeking over the forest itself. That is a sort of a checkpoint in your brain. And a lot of teams from that point on, they'll run to the end. You have survived the start. You've made it through the night portion, and it's back to business. What are we racing for? What is realistic for us to go out here and achieve? How do we get to that point? And all of that, it's just hope. It's hope and it's confidence, and it sounds absolutely insane to anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and it's also just the feeling of the revigoration of grip. You kind of get to drive your car again, and you get to put more air, well, I guess less air into the tires as they're going to be overinflating them at night. And things are just going to be more smooth. You're going to feel better. Again, you see better. You can actually see your braking zones that you're approaching rather than just having to not guess, but make an educated guess most of the time. And, a lot of these drivers, they have their own braking points. But one thing to keep in mind is there's, yes, we mentioned all of these pro drivers, all of these silver drivers. Some of these drivers, I guarantee you, this is their first endurance race, maybe first 24, maybe not first endurance race, but at least their first 24-hour race. And so learning the night, learning the morning, and getting that feeling towards the end, this is going to be a very, very exciting feeling for a lot of these teams out there. And again, this is why I say that everybody wins in a 24-hour race. It's not just the race winner. Yes, the race winner wins the most, sure. But everybody that makes the checkered flag deserves that feeling of gratification, that feeling that they made it, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it really is. It brings everybody together. Sim racing does, and whether they're on your team or somebody else's team, it's a common interest and it's a common goal that everybody can sort of understand and rally around. And in a weird way, despite it being super competitive, it's a community, and like it or not, you're stuck with these people that you're racing with, especially if you're racing against them on a weekly basis like a lot of these drivers are. This isn't the only series that they're doing. Of course, leading up to it, it's their main focus. It's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, sports car races of the year they're doing right now. But beyond that, they know a lot of these drivers. Ones that don't know, that come in, you're building your reputation on the racetrack, though everybody is. But if you're an unknown, you probably get paid attention to a little bit less and a little bit more. A little bit less when you do things right because you're not as known, but a little bit more whenever you do something wrong because who is this new person doing X, Y, or Z? So that all kind of plays into it too. It's a huge experience for new drivers or newer drivers, especially with this level of competition. But a lot of these drivers, Grunwald, Fiala, Hutchinson, Whitehead, Beechman, Tan, Statsenko, the list goes on. They've been racing against each other for years. They know each other. They've had good moments and bad moments together. But that's the brilliant part about it, is that it is a community. And sometimes it doesn't always go your way. But oftentimes, outside of your teammates, you will have other drivers come to you, congratulate you when it goes well, and completely ignore you when it's gone wrong. But that's not the point.
No, most certainly. And you're absolutely 100% right. And that's why I encourage everybody so much. If you are in ACC, heck, if you're in iRacing, look for some of these communities, and that's one of the things that SRO does amazing, again, is hosting the GT World Community Challenge, where you can actually get involved in some of these, because yes, this is a community at the end of the day. It's an esports community. It's a very, very competitive community, but it's still, everybody at the end of the day talks with each other. They know each other, and that's one of the things that you could also be a part of, maybe not in the esports scene necessarily, but work your way up to. Join some of those smaller communities out there, find some friends that are like-minded, like-skilled. That's one of the things I love, is that when any of those communities you join, and all of them for various languages, wherever you are in the world, there's a community for you, I guarantee it. You're going to find somebody that's at the same pace as you, and that you can race hard with, and you can learn with, and you can learn together. And that is the feeling, and why I think SRO goes out and does the SRO community events, is because of that, just to promote the fact that they're out there, and you should get involved with them yourselves if you are considering it. Head on over to SimGrid and definitely check that out.
One of the other things that we don't really talk about a whole lot, but as commentators, we get to watch people learn and evolve and, you know, up their game on a weekly and yearly basis. And you never really know when a new season starts where all the drivers are going to be, who's improved the most. And the drivers don't know that either. But for every minute of racing you see, there's hours of practice that you don't get to be privy to, that you weren't there for. It's like watching a weightlifting competition. You're like, oh man, these guys, they can lift however many kilos of weight or however many pounds of weight. But what you don't see is that the months and years of training and hitting the gym and lifting and all the things behind the scenes that get to that point. Sim racing's exactly the same. For us, though, for me anyway, it's always a thrill to see drivers improve, to see drivers come back stronger than they were before and do something that previously we thought incapable or improbable for them to achieve. And we talk about the Silver Championship, always very interesting in the Silver Championship, because it could be anybody every single year here at SRO Esports for silver for me. And I will say this, after round one, I was looking at BF Racing Esports and Gladys competitions, and I thought, are they for real, or was that a one race sort of fluke that they were sort of up high where they were? It's not a fluke. Look how well they're doing today. They're both on the podium, on their way, as long as they continue to get massive points here today. I guarantee you, those drivers have been on that journey to get faster, to get better, and they're seeing the fruits of their labor here early in the season.
Yeah, and that's going to be such a rewarding feeling, and they deserve it. They put the work in, they deserve that feeling, and that's one of the things you mentioned there. And for the community that I'm in at Trackalicious, we have a rookie league, and it is so much fun to see the rookies and how they improve and moving on into the different leagues and how they slot in. And you mentioned the amount of dedication that someone put in the previous rookie race that we had. It was Red Bull Ring, I think, and one of the drivers ended up putting in over 300 laps at Red Bull Ring. We ended up calculating the distance that they did. They essentially drove from, I think it was Tampa to Tennessee, or to what is the capital of Tennessee? Nashville. It's Nashville.
Is it Nashville? Is that really the capital? I thought it was
Yeah,
Knoxville.
I think so. I think
Am I crazy?
You might be right. You might be right. Either one. I think it was Nashville. It was from Tampa to Nashville they drove in terms of practice. But that's just, again, one of the drivers that they take it so seriously, and that's
right.
you know, you want to learn, and that's they showed that. And then they didn't win the race, but at the end of the day they practiced and they learned so much from that, and that's why, again, I encourage everyone to join communities.
Well, it's another W for Mike here. Nashville is the capital of Tennessee. I don't know why you know that, but I mean, I felt like I knew that at some point, but it immediately left my brain. And the reason I thought it wasn't Nashville, by the way, Mike, is because most of the capitals, as you know, in America, aren't actually the most popular place in the state. So I just assumed it wasn't. Oh,
that's the case for my state. Yep, Seattle ain't no capital.
Oh, Seattle is got nice bike lanes.
You could say that.
To Seattle.
No,
nice
no comment.
All right. Well,
we don't need to talk about Seattle.
A self-hating Pacific Northwester. If I had a nickel. Just about 5 a.m. here, and as you can see, the light level absolutely improving here at the virtual Spa-Francorchamps. Just about 11 hours left to go. No sun in that sky yet, but you can start to see intermixed amongst the clouds a little orangey haze in the top level, meaning that the sunrise is imminent. No weather to speak of in this entire race thus far. We do not expect it to plague us at all in this 24-hour race, should we be so very blessed. The clouds have come in and gone just a little bit, but nothing troubling in the distance. We should have a brilliant and beautiful sunrise here at Spa for you in short order.
Yeah, and we'll be able to see that lovely Eau Rouge Radeon complex once again. And now, Jesse, do you know how Eau Rouge got its name?
I actually do, but I want to hear you tell me anyway.
Okay, fair enough. So chat, in case you didn't know, why is Eau Rouge called Eau Rouge? Well, because there is a famous stream that runs underneath Eau Rouge, and it is literally translated over to red water because of the name. The water has a very rich iron oxide deposit in it, and the water can tend to be a little bit red on the hue. So that is why it is called Eau Rouge.
Yeah, it sure is. You look at it, and if you're from a place with like clay soil, you go, oh, it's just dirty or something, but it's not. It's something completely different. We're used to that here in the States, being a red river, but it's completely different. It's down to the metals, essentially, rather than some sort of like dirt issue there. But I always got that wrong, by the way. I always thought it was the same, but no, apparently you're correct. It's to do with the minerals in the water. Very nice. Runs under the track course, and when you visit here, you can indeed see the little stream. They call it a river, but it's so much smaller than you think it is. It's sort of a little stream, but runs under the track, and well, you don't want to get in it, obviously, but you certainly could do if you were desperate.
Yeah, it's it's also in case anyone's curious, a 15-kilometer long stream. So what? 2.2? That's like 6.5 miles or something like that. If I'm right.
How many football fields long is it?
Okay. American or European?
I'm going to throw you a curveball. How many rugby pitches is it?
I honestly don't know how big a rugby pitch or even a soccer American or the American soccer field is.
I got one for you.
Let's hear it.
Mike. Do you know, and I was shook when I learned this, do you know there's no actual set dimensions for a football pitch?
Really?
All of them are slightly yeah, all of them. All of them in England. I'm talking directly to you, England. All of them are slightly different dimensions. They have to be within a tolerance, but they're not set like an American football field has to be exactly, right? Apparently, European football fields, they just have to be around a size. At least
insane.
In England. I mean, what?
I don't even...
What do you say to that, right? Americans freaking out about European football live on the air. But it's true. British pitches do not have to be, or they're not exactly the sizes. So you can go from one side of Manchester to the other, and the football pitch is a different dimension. Isn't that weird?
It is very weird, and Ryan there whispering in our ears, just briefly saying that the reason that is because teams like to do that because, shocker, because it's better for them, so they make the field to the size that they like. Isn't that why we have standardized fields in America? I'm just throwing that one out there, but, that's just food for the fire, right?
Well, British people, particularly Ryan Gill in general, he loves to find these little loopholes in things. I think it's brilliant, by the way. I do. I like it. I like that they're not all the same size. I didn't realize, because they're all similar, but I didn't realize it until it was pointed out to me that, yeah, they're slightly different sizes. And some, you're going to love this, Mike, some of them have like little hills and humps and are on a slant slightly.
Really? That seems insane.
They're not all flat, no.
And also extremely unfair at the same time.
I think that's the point.
That's hilarious. Man, England and Europe, you guys do it great. And apparently it's I don't even know how to respond to that. Never mind. It's all messed up.
Yeah, English football is brilliant. I follow English football. I follow football, like European football, as you would call it in general. But I didn't know that. I didn't know that for the longest time. I was an old man by the time I actually learned that out. And the problem is now I cannot unsee it. Every time I see a football pitch, I realize that it's wonky. It's not like none of them are the same size now.
I was today years old when I learned that.
There you go. Fun fact there. Back to the race, just about 5 a.m. The sun imminent at some point. We would expect around this joint. Working on the 11th hour of the race. Tobias Grunwald, your leader in the Team MSI Mercedes-AMG Esports car, took the lead an hour or so ago and hasn't really looked back. A challenge from the Williams Mercedes number 5 has gone by the wayside. The gap continuing to slowly and painstakingly be eked out by the 86, but for Voce Fiala, they are doing everything they possibly can to keep it close. It's still only 5.5 seconds. If they can make this work, and considering they put a different driver in every stint, have somebody else come in, maybe see a little magic that we saw earlier from Williams where they were able to run back down or at least keep pace with the leader at the time, no matter whom that may have been, we could see this tighten right back up. Certainly not getting away from them in a dramatic fashion right now.
Yeah, and we're going to start to see lap times improving come next stint as well, and it's getting close to the end. We're 49 minutes into this one for the leaders, so we got another 20, realistically 20 in a lap before we end up coming in for our leaders, and that is when, again, I think we're going to start to see the pace improve. We're still at 15:15, surprisingly. The sun's starting to peak out, so the track temp will be climbing quite considerably, I would imagine, and fairly quick, as it's going to be about, 5:30 a.m., I think, when the sun hits. So I think you nailed that one right on the head, Jesse.
I will be honest, that was completely accidental. I'd forgotten when the sun rises here. I have it hammered in my head when it rises at the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, and I think that replaced this knowledge, but I think just general observation of the area saved me a little bit there. But we'll see that occur. My question to you, Mike, is this. Does Tobias Grunwald, considering you have a little bit of a lead and you know that you have the pace in the car, does Team MSI change their brakes right here? We're after the halfway point. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd say why not? Either this stop or next stop. It really depends on the feeling. I mean, again, looking at the lap times are not really improving right now, and that could be because the track just isn't improving at the moment, but it also could be because of brake fading, and that is a real problem these drivers are going to have after 12 hours of constantly slamming on the brakes. Now, Spa is not going to be the highest brake wear track on the planet. However, you're still braking for 24 hours, and you're not going to be able to sustain that unless you're a Lamborghini, and you might be able to, but more on that later. Check in the final hour to find out more on that. I don't think anyone knows. But we will certainly see if they do end up making their brake change this time around, and it'll be a very long stop for all of the drivers when they do. And we might see some position changes as some drivers elect to go for it, some drivers don't, but I'd imagine there's a pretty scheduled time that these drivers have planned to do so.
Yeah, and I don't think you deviate from that. If you already have it made up in your head, I don't really think you deviate from that too much. Some may, if you are Team MSI, you might be thinking about it. If you're looking for an extra shot in the arm, if you're Williams Mercedes number 5, you might do that as well. If you don't think MSI is going to do that, you may elect to do that as an offensive measure. Yes, that loses you more time, but if you don't think that's what they're going to do now might be the best time. And of course, you could both be thinking the same thing and do it together, and then it completely offsets. But who knows? Maybe the Williams car runs better with brakes, new brakes, than the Team MSI car. We don't know that until we get to that juncture, but until then, they've got to make that decision. I'm with you, though. I don't think you change your strategy specifically. I don't think you do that knee-jerk reaction. I also think, though, that if you are falling behind, you may consider it a little bit more, but I just think now's the right time for a lot of these teams to consider doing that in the position they're in. Some will get greedy with this, though. Mark my words. They will try to leave it as late as possible as their engineer can calculate it's still advantageous to do it, meaning that they're going to get the best bang for their buck at the end of the race by prolonging the misery right now.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, again, I've never had to change brakes myself because of wear, so it's something that I've never had to run into. But if I was the strategist, I would say around that 9-hour mark, why not at the end of the day? You're by the 9-hour mark, I should say. Why not? If you're going a little bit later than that, I don't see any advantage necessarily, because you're going to have great brakes later on in the race, but are you going to be able to do anything with that? That's the question. And now if you're Milanowski, maybe you go for it. Maybe you go for it on this stop and say, well, I can gain some position short and hope that I can have enough brakes to last me long enough and they don't fade and I end up getting overtaken left and right, because that would be pretty much out of their control if their brakes do decide to fade. But again, I think most of these drivers have predetermined strategies that they're going to stick to. Yeah, you could maybe play it a little bit and hope, but I think, again, a lot of these guys have done 24 hours, so they know the extent that these cars can push.
Orange hue on the horizon, that can only mean one thing at this time of morning. And you talk about doing a brake change. I've got a weird Jesse Lee statistic for you. You're going to love this. How long does a brake change take in relation to a normal stop? I don't have an exact figure, but I can tell you from experience, it's enough time for me to make myself a sandwich and get back in the rig.
So at least 2 minutes. Fair enough.
No, I don't think it's that long, but it adds enough time.
Man.
It's enough extra time for me to put mayo on that turkey and cheese sandwich. Yeah.
You are a quick sandwich maker, Jesse. My goodness. I'm a 2-minute sandwich maker myself. I put a little time and care into my sandwiches. I mean, 2 minutes I feel like is, you got the bread. If everything's already made. Now, if you're making it from like scratch or whatever, it might take a little bit longer. But if you have everything ready, 2 minutes. You can make a sandwich in that.
Yeah, you can definitely get away with it if you have like everything set up to do the making of the sandwich. You just gotta don't waste too much time getting that bread clip off the bread. That could.
I break it every time.
It's a ruiner. It'll ruin you. But
it's amazing. Like, I actually cannot believe how many times I break the stupid bread clip on the. Like, it's every single time, and it gets so infuriating. I don't know how to properly use a bread clip. Chat, enlighten me.
All right, well, we're losing it in the box, so I'm going to admit this. I hate bread companies that put the expiration date of the bread on the bread clip. What am I supposed to do with that? What if I break it? What if I lose it? What's going on here? What if I crease it in some way, trying to get it off? I don't know when the bread expires.
I mean, as long as it's not moldy or stale, you're probably fine. But yes, I also agree with you on that. Because how do I know when it's going to be? I can't plan. Anyways, we have thoroughly derailed.
Do you think there's a bunch of people who don't know what we're on about going, what are they on about right now? What is a bread
anyone
clip?
That just joined, yeah, they're like, oh yeah, what is it? That's a great point, actually. Yeah, what is a bread clip? They're the little, the plasticky, scrunchy things that aren't the twists. Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. Let's be the first one to admit that.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Exhibit A. That's how hard it is to explain what a bread clip is. It's really true.
What is a bread clip?
You know what it is when you see it, but how do you explain it to people?
Yeah.
Encroaching on to 11 hours left here. Sunrise, pit stops, potentially brake changes for some. It's hard for us to tell who has done and who hasn't done a brake change. I would have suspected some teams might have elected to do it earlier to essentially run the race backwards. Most will probably do the opposite of that. Some will get greedy and do it later on into the race. Last year, I was told by a couple of teams that the latest you really want to do a brake change is with 8 hours to go to get the full effect of it. Some did it exactly at the halfway point. One team got a penalty, as I recall, a year ago, and then immediately came back and did the brake change anyway, almost out of frustration, I would imagine. We haven't seen that today. We haven't seen drive-throughs for track limits. The drivers have been incredibly well-mannered. We average, at this point, less than one collision penalty an hour. That is absolutely impeccable. Everybody, for the most part, taking care of each other out there on the racetrack. The vast majority of penalties that we've seen up here in the box are for pit lane infringements.
Yeah, unfortunately. And it does seem that most of the drivers have corrected that for them. We've only seen a couple penalties, as you'd mentioned. Pretty much 1 an hour is what we're seeing. But yeah, in terms of contact and collisions, I mean, sure, we have a good amount of gaps, I would say, established at this point. We're kind of getting into the I would say we're getting to the 6-hour point of a 12-hour race, which is really interesting that we've hit the 6-hour point, 13 hours into the race. And what do I mean by the 6-hour point? Well, typically that's when things maybe slow down a little bit, and why we're talking about bread clips in the commentary booth is there's just not too many battles happening right now, and that's because of strategy. That's just because the drivers are tired, and well, it's not quite that racing time yet. As the sun rises, though, and the lap times improve, we will be seeing the drivers close up more and more until we finally have some fights on our hands.
Yeah, despite the fact that they're long in the stint and the tires are worn and the driver's probably worn out a little bit, the times have been in the 16s, at least for the top couple of drivers. And also you got Malinowski, who is still just about the quickest driver on the track, back there in 11th place currently now. But fast drivers doing 16.7s, 16.9s, and that's been pretty consistent throughout this stint. And that's weird because typically there's fall off to this point. They'd be running 17.5s. They haven't done that, and a lot of that's probably right down to the fact that the track's maybe picking up a little bit of temp, the tires picking up a little bit, and despite the fact that it's worn out, they're actually just able to run a little bit quicker. So question is, Malinowski about the fastest on the racetrack, but Grunwald the second quickest. Who amongst those two do you think, when we get to that golden hour, do you think runs the quickest lap?
Well, that's a good question. Now, obviously, the fastest lap, I think, currently belongs to Austerman, who hasn't been in it for a while now. Who is going to take it? Is it going to be the AMG? Is it going to be the McLaren? I think the McLaren of Malinowski, I think, will have the advantage just off of the machine alone in terms of being at Spa. I think McLaren is slightly better than the AMG. I'm sure anyone can make that argument against me, and they would probably be completely valid. But that's just my personal opinion. And I don't know. I'm also a McLaren fanboy when it comes to this game, so the first one to admit that. I'm not biased at all. So, I mean, you know.
Well, I just don't know what to say to that. I'm just going to ignore all of that. Tobias Grunwald, I think, will eventually take the quickest lap of the race. I think Mathieu is going to have fewer laps where they are in a position where they're able to run quick laps. Of course, talk about a car in the sort of the middle of the field. I mean, they're in the top third, but they'll be passing more cars and have more traffic to deal with. 16 seconds the gap to Gregor Schill, by the way, and that's where it stands right now for a top 10 position. The reason I point out such a large gap is we expect that entire Veloce Vexed McLaren team to continue rising through the field, and it's always nice to plot their progress on the timing and scoring board. 6 seconds between the top two cars, Grunwald and Fiala, both Mercedes, and both have led significant portions of this race. Now, Hutchinson continues to drop a little bit for Automobili Lamborghini in the 63, and it was 26 seconds. It's up to 31 seconds now, but solidly in third place right now, almost in no man's land.
Yeah, just trying to keep up on the pace, and I gotta say for Hutchinson, it's probably been a bit of a slow one. And those are, again, one of those ones where it's just hard to stay awake. When you don't have anybody to follow, you don't have those lights in front of you to keep you alert, you know, the changing brake lights. Yes, they can be a bit distracting, but they can also just kind of keep your brain alert and awake and not falling asleep, because every corner, again, starts to look the same at a certain point. And there we just kind of caught a glimpse of a car coming down pit lane. It is that time again. We're at that pit phase, and we're going to be pretty much seeing every single car, up at the top at least, come in this lap, if not in the next lap.
Yeah, that was Taddy in the 44. They brought that car down pit lane, and that will signal the start of this pit cycle. That's one of the Visceral Esports by Asetek SimSport cars. Finished 10th in Suzuka. Looking to do just about that, maybe a little bit more here today. And other cars coming in. Luke Whitehead has come in. This will be either one lap earlier or everybody else is going one lap later, but the number 40 McLaren of Whitehead is in the pit lane for Veloce McLaren and Pro as well.
Yeah, and now we're going to be seeing if the brakes are going to be taken. Again, is it going to be that time for some of these cars, and what advantage are they going to get from that? Well, they're going to get a lot of pace in the short term, but how is that going to act long term? I don't know. I don't know. Again, the brake changes is such an interesting element where it comes down to it. And if I was one of those drivers, maybe in 5th, maybe in 6th, maybe I'm Dylan Tan, maybe I'm Tim Peachman, maybe I go for it this time around and say, well, I'm gonna go for the short-term game and hope that long-term I can end up making it up, but or at least hold on, because it's gonna be not a make-up in the long term. It'll be a game of survival and just trying to stay alive. I don't know. It might be a little too early for that. What do you think, Jesse?
Maybe. What I do know is Tobias Grunwald down the pit lane and in to the attention of the team. We haven't seen any major players suffer a penalty for speeding into pit lane. We have seen several cars get cited for violating the pit exit line, going over either line. It was very clearly stated. I read it a couple of times to make sure I understood exactly what it meant, but you're not allowed to cross the inside or the outside line on pit exit, the white lines that define the pit outline or the racetrack, as it were. You're not allowed to violate those, and several cars have done. But as far as ACC assigned speeding, that has not happened here today. The sun coming up, more orange in the sky, turning a more yellow color at the bottom. That makes the drivers happy. That makes Jesse Lee happy up here in the booth as well. Fiala, Hutchinson, top 3, all in the pit lane this time. I would assume Peachman in the 72 Ferrari will be in. I'm assuming everybody is going to be in. That has been the way it's gone. The outlier was the number 40, Luke Whitehead, who may have come in a lap early, or maybe now far enough behind that this is the same lap that they usually pit on, but they've fallen so far behind that it appears as if it was a lap early. Peachman did not come down pit lane, or at least that's what it's indicated here. The number 72 Red Welton Esports car, I think, has stayed out. Statsenko for Scuderia Ferrari is in that number 51. And Peachman is not showing as in the pit lane. I don't know why that would be. Grunwald is gone. He's exiting the pit lane. Got to be very careful indeed. Peachman is in pit lane, though it is not indicating. So the head scratcher there, very clearly illustrated by the fact that we got a faulty light here. Should have a giant P beside the Delta. It doesn't, but we can obviously see that Tim Peachman for Owen Welton is in this time through. So ignore the fact that it says otherwise. Several cars continuing around. They will also be at the end of their stint, barring a few cars that are severely out of position. One car that comes to mind that you can't see is the number 6, who we know is off schedule quite significantly. Somebody has gone off on the racetrack somewhere, though. A wave yellow flag indicated at the top of the screen, and they have not recovered yet, as that yellow definitely persists, as that must be somewhat of a major issue. No, it is showing us the yellow in error because there's a car in pit lane. That's what's going on right there. So we don't get an indicator for Peachman, and it's showing as yellow because the sim doesn't think he should be stopped, but of course he is stopped in his box to the attention of the team. George Boothby and Seberov, they certainly will be in this time. Oh, actually, Boothby won't be because they were the first to pit. George installed into the number 40. We'll see what their pace looks like, but Amir will come in almost as expected there. Going to pay attention to Boothby's pace and where they end up. First car on pit road can gain an advantage. Nicholas Hubin installed into the Team MSI number 86, the leading car. They continue their single stints here. Dominic Blair in the Williams number 5 as well. And unless I'm being tricked here, Jade Hutchinson has stayed in the Automobili Lamborghini number 63.
Seems to be the case for now. Also, just taking a look at different pit stop timers, I'm curious. I don't see a brake change just yet from anybody, or do I? We're trying to take a look here at how long these drivers have spent down pit lane. I think everybody has managed to just go for a regular set of boots this time around, as well as a new bit of fuel. And going to be taken back to the track. Worry about brakes later, and just stick it out for now. It'd be very interesting. George Boothby also now behind the wheel here of the Veloce Vexed McLaren SRO car and up into P6 as well. The number 40 machine hasn't had necessarily all sunshine this time around. It was obviously, he started in P3. George Boothby was the driver that also started in that car, so now coming back out at the sort of happy hour time. We're up to 16:16. It's not quite happy hour just yet, so maybe waiting for that next stop before the drivers do decide to take that set of brakes and go all out for the pace and try to match the times as they go through here. George Boothby, I'd love to pop on board. That's one thing. Why don't we get I'd love to do a full onboard lap here at Spa-Francorchamps with the likes of a professional like George Boothby, obviously somebody that I think most people in the ACC community know very well. He's a very, very famous Twitch streamer for the Assetto Corsa Competizione community, and also very, very quick. He's been around the woods, and yeah, just let's see, on board would be amazing. But Spa, again, one of those tracks that just, I know I've mentioned it before, I'm going to mention it multiple times because of how much I love this track. It is a track that has, I don't even love it because of the driving necessarily. Yes, I absolutely adore driving this track, but again, it's just the history, the events that have happened here, the 24 hours of Spa, and in terms of an event that that's on my bucket list, at least, that I'm going to be certainly going to, hopefully in the next few years, is going to be one of these events, the Spa-Francorchamps 24-hour or the 24 Hours of Nords. This is where real racing is. This is where the real, in my opinion, the petrol heads come out and show their absolute nerdiness, because let's be real, folks, anyone that's into cars, yeah, you're also a nerd. I'm guilty of that as well.
That's Mike Nouse. He drives a red Honda that will be parked in the parking lot. All right.
Close enough, though.
He's the one that said that. Jesse Lee did not say that. I think you're all lovely. But no, I mean, car culture is brilliant. And you talk about Nordschleife, you talk about Spa, and the one thing that comes to mind for me, it's a vibe. It's an absolute vibe. It's people that come for that. It's the same thing with racers. They all have the same common goal, and that's what unites them as people. It's the same thing as being a motorsports fan or a petrol head or gearhead, as we call them here. It unites you, and some racetracks just have that vibe. Spa's definitely one of them. It is a party atmosphere. Le Mans comes to mind as well. Daytona is another track. You talk about the 24 there. Spa is huge. There's a lot to do at the racetrack as well, around the grounds. And on top of that, it's some brilliant racing. Most of the 24-hour races are incredibly memorable. And you know what you're getting out of a race like this. The same thing if you go to the Nordschleife, and that's kind of the point. Everybody loves to come to these races, not only for the racing, but for the culture, and it's brilliant. I mean, a lot of people plan their vacations around coming to races like this, you know?
Yeah, and it's for good reason, to be fair. It's incredible, the vibe you mentioned there, especially when you, in ACC, obviously the Nordschleife being the most recent track added to the game. And it is, it even has the atmosphere, it has the vibes, it has the lights, the flashing lights, the barbecues that you see, you know, maybe not as much as you would in the real life, but it's still there. And that's, again, where these simulators go above and beyond. And that is it's so cool to see. And Assetto Corsa has, throughout the years, never failed to impress me. And this game, your simulator, again, sorry chat, is absolutely incredible for it.
Yeah, the thing about the Nordschleife is some of the last pitters here are coming in and leaving. The thing about the Nordschleife was, I was curious about that. First of all, I would have bet the farm on the Nordschleife never coming to ACC. I thought that window had passed. It was never going to happen. I also quite famously said, we're never getting the Mustang. It's a pipe dream. You'll never see it. And here we are talking about the Nordschleife on the schedule for this esports calendar here at SRO, and there's a Mustangs, plural, in this race. So eating double crow on that one, but I couldn't be more happy to do so. And the Nordschleife, I was always wondering, if they did, how would they replicate the party atmosphere of a track like the Nordschleife? And the question was, very accurately, all the different places where people congregate, where they have their barbecues and their strobe lights and all this stuff, like, they've recreated that pretty darn well.
Oh, absolutely. It's very distracting when you're driving, so I'd say they did an excellent job. Also, a little update in chat from Optimus, and keeping us honest here in our strategies is we've had some drivers opt for brakes. So thank you very much, Optimus, for pointing that out. The number 4, the number 40, and the number 51. So the Veloce car is fresh out. Another one that I'm noticing that's on fresh brakes is the number 39 of Milanowski, or rather, whoever's behind the wheel of that car currently.
Valentin Berrier.
They're going to have some pace, and we'll see what they can unleash. Running in 11th right now. This is where we're going to start to see the lap times increase. He ran a 2:17 last time around to a 2:16.9. I don't think that's necessarily reflective of the new pace. Obviously, just trying to get a feel for the brakes more. It's a new feeling, right? You've been driving a car that is not great for the past few hours, and now all of a sudden your car is great again. So it's about getting reacquainted to it, but with the experience that these drivers have, it isn't going to take them too long.
Yeah, it takes a minute to get your head back to where it was, and it's easier if you drove the car at the beginning of the race, but if you didn't, then it's going to take you a minute, especially if you were in a car with somewhat worn out brakes, and it takes you a while. Maybe you're stopping a little bit too early, maybe you're a little soft and skittish on the brakes a little bit because you know what they were, and you got to build up to that. You got to rebuild your confidence essentially in that, and the car as well, because now you've got more grip, you've got more stopping power, and you've got to work up to that. It's not something that immediately turns back on. It's a process. Eventually, in a few laps, they'll be right back to it. They'll go, oh yeah, okay, we're back to doing what we were doing in practice and qualifying. So they'll get that out of there. They'll get more confident in the car, and then you'll see the lap times tumble. They're not bad up in the front of the field, by the way, for cars that we don't know if they've taken breaks or not. Nicholas Huben behind the wheel of Team MSI's Mercedes AMG Esports car, but they're still doing 16.5s. That's the quickest we've seen in a long time. Several cars doing that. George Boothby just ran a 16.4 for the number 40 Veloce, so one of the quicker cars. And I believe Jonathan Riley in the Scuderia Ferrari 51 ran a 16.4 flat just about. So a lot of pace being picked up on new tires here at daybreak.
Yeah, and just taking a look at it, the 51, I think, was one of those cars that did opt for brakes. I know for a fact that the Boothby is on new brakes, so that would be a good reflection of their pace. Also, a car incident for the number 72 crossing pit lane infringement, or rather probably more than likely crossing the line. Again, Nazi for the number 72, and they have faced a 5-second penalty, which should not affect them too much.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but we've seen that pretty consistently throughout the race. At least one car, in my estimation, on every single stop has been caught for that. I mean, there's a lot of cars in the field, so the odds are certainly stacked against them. I was curious if that would sort of go away when the light level improved, but apparently not. I would say there's nothing wrong, particularly with the light level. It's currently, if it were a cloudy day, an overcast day, this is about what you'd get anyway. So you can clearly see everything around you, and still we're getting cars that are getting caught for crossing the lines on pit exit.
Yeah, a bit unacceptable. Maybe not, again, I'm being a bit harsh, but I'm being harsh for a reason. It's a very easy mistake to not make. Slow down on your pit entry, maybe cost yourself a second at most on your pit entry. It'll save you 5 seconds later on the line. You know, I don't know. It seems like a simple equation. If I was out there driving, would I make the same mistake? Probably. It's, you get hot in your head. We mentioned it at the very beginning when we both first came in, that little red mist that you see that turns into a red haze, that turns into a thick red liquid, which eventually turns into a red wall. And, if you see that red mist, you might overdrive just slightly. It's such an easy thing to do. I only say it to these drivers because of the caliber that they're at.
Well, I can honestly say I wouldn't make that mistake because, number one, I wouldn't be out there with these guys nowhere near the pace. But second of all, I wouldn't do it because you'd yell at me, and I don't want you to disapprove. So I would intentionally go slow on pit exit because I don't want Mike Ness to be mad at me and yell at me.
Hey,
or do the worst thing that all of our parents did. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Because you're right though, because that is more the feeling, where it is just disappointment, where it's like, come on, just don't drive out a pit exit. But yeah, in the community that I commentate for, that's one of the, like I said, one of the main things that I'm known for, and I think I've knocked it into some of those drivers' heads to practice their pit entries. Again, say it with me, chat, practice your pit entries. It's very important. It's such an easy thing to do, and it doesn't take much time, and not enough people do it. Just end of story.
You know what's weird about that? We talk about that in my community as well, about all the time, about any time a driver gets a drive-through penalty or a pit lane violation, anything like that, we mention it. We talk about it every race, just about. It's so simple. You can't hurt yourself. You can't beat yourself up in a race. There's so many other things that could go wrong in a race. Why are you doing this to yourself? You're self-inflicting yourself with a penalty. Just don't do it. Go slower if you have to. Give up a couple of seconds by not charging into pit lane. Give up that 1/10 of a second by not getting on the gas, exiting, and crossing the lines. It's such a simple thing, and you're 100% right. You can eliminate that, or certainly reduce the threat of something like that occurring, by simply giving it a couple of goes. And as I mentioned earlier, if you have invalidated a lap, instead of RTGing, just finish out the lap and drive into pit lane. You'll learn something that way, at least, even after you've had to abort that lap.
Yep, exactly. It's just you spend the time on track. Why not spend it in pit lane as well? Especially, we haven't seen it yet, which you mentioned earlier, and we still haven't seen it somehow. And I am genuinely shocked that we have not seen a speeding in pit lane penalty. Knock on wood.
No, it's incredible.
There has been 0 so far, and that is one that I always get so upset about, where you get to stop go 30 because you went 2 miles an hour too quickly into pit lane. Just slow down. Just slow down. These drivers get it. These drivers clearly, they get it. So, credit where credit's due. No one's gotten it yet. Hopefully nobody does by the end, but that's certainly the most common mistake that I see with more amateur drivers, is speeding into pit lane, and not finding the right braking zone, and then picking up a hefty penalty for something that would have cost them a second or two otherwise.
Yeah, I've seen that out of pros too, and pros in training. It's something that some drivers, they sort of demonstrate that they don't want to do. Some come in with that instinct of, I've got to practice every facet. I know one specific driver who has told me on a couple of occasions, well, if I can't be quicker than them on the racetrack, I can figure out how to beat them on and off of pit lane. Because there's so much time in between the lines, or actually not in between the lines, but before and after the line, that you can figure something out a lot of the time to gain that 1/10 or 2 of a second. And I've seen them practice that in the race, where they'll be following somebody for 45 minutes in an hour race, and I'm thinking, what are they doing? Why are they just following? They clearly have the pace, and they'll just beat them out of pit lane. They don't have to risk it. And that's such smart driving. Some drivers are ingrained with that, others not so much, but there's all sorts of different driving styles. There's all sorts of different kind of drivers. That's what makes it interesting. And unfortunately today, though, so many getting pinched for those little mistakes, not staying inside lines, going outside of the bounds of the pit lane. It is a bit tricky here, admittedly. It is simple to not get that penalty, but it's also tricky because you're trying to maximize it. There's a hill, a crest, and you can't see above that crest. There's a giant bump when you get to the top as well that knocks you sideways if you're trying to absolutely gun it off a pit lane. And it's so easy to cheat and drift to the left or the right of that line in the name of straight lining that pit out. But that being said, with race control being so focused on that aspect, they've drawn it out as clearly as they could. You would think that everyone would be on their best behavior, but as of yet, we haven't really seen that. First penalty for a incident that we've seen in a couple of hours. Incident between car 62 and the 711 on lap 321. A 5-second penalty for car 62 for causing that collision. So once again, minor penalty instead of a major like we've seen earlier on.
Yeah, very much not too. Oh, also a 62 there on top of that for that penalty is going to receive a drive-through on top of that 5 seconds due to the fact that they've exceeded 3 license points in this race. That is definitely brutal. That's a lot worse than a 5-second penalty. A 5-second penalty in an endurance race is what it is. You don't want to pick it up. Again, it's a ridiculous time to be losing at the end of the day. For something like that, it happens, causing a collision. You get racy, you hit someone. It happens. I don't blame, well, I shouldn't say I don't blame. It happens, is what I guess I'm getting at. There's definitely someone at fault, clearly, and that's why they receive a penalty for it. But in terms of it, it's very unfortunate. The drive-through penalties, I have seen a couple comments saying, oh, stewards are too harsh. Nah, the rules are in place for a reason. The stewards are enforcing their rules. And a shout out to all of our live stewards. I think especially shout out to Remco Ottens, because I'm pretty sure he's been here the whole time. And Remco, if you actually have been and are here the whole time, my goodness, dude, you're a legend.
Yeah, the unsung heroes for a reason. And I'll say this about the naysayers for stewarding. Stewarding is a necessary part of the racing process to make sure that everything's fair. And as a manager, I've had arguments about stewarding in the past, certainly, and I will continue to argue, but I'm arguing on behalf of my guys. You know what I mean? I'm not arguing against their logic or what they're doing. My whole thing with stewarding is this. It's necessary for fair and competitive racing, and on top of that, the answer I've actually gotten back from a few stewards is the truest answer. It's in the rules, just don't do it.
Yep. It really is that
be
simple.
More simple. Yeah, just it clearly says, I gave you a section of the violation, and you did that. Just don't do that. It's that simple, and it's true.
Yep, it is. Rules are there for a reason. I know. So, rules are meant to be broken. No, they're not. They're there for a reason.
Not on this racetrack. They're not. You better not.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I'm always for let them race. That's always my saying, but there has to be a middle ground. And here,
there's a limit.
We're about to see some racing.
Yeah, we sure are. Fidel Moreira in the Williams Esports Academy Mercedes has caught Orazeov in the 789. Now, this is not for place in position or in class, but it is for overall position. The Zoom Racing Armamentario car holding on to 12th place for the time being, but the second place, actually, no, it's the leading car in the silver class, Naldi, and that entire 17 Ferrari team. I assume they have changed brakes. I think we have info that benefits us in that way. Everybody else, the 777 and the 201, have not. So for the time being, Naldi and the 17 team have been jumped in pit lane.
And there is the move. There we go. Nicely done from the 77, or excuse me, from the 777 onto the white plate car ahead. In fact, the Audi there not really able to put up the fight. And now, with Moria in the lead of the silver category, as you'd mentioned, they still need to make their brake change, I think. Or do they?
Sure do. Absolutely.
Yes, they do. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yep. And so they will be losing that position in the long term to Lomi, correct?
Yeah, I would assume that the 201 has not taken brakes as far as I know as well. Do have it confirmed that the 17 BF Racing Esports, that Ferrari, has taken their brake change. They had a long pit stop in the realm of what a brake change would take, 45 extra seconds or so, and that's why they're back in third. They've led the majority, if not all, of this race, has the BF Racing Esports team, but now back in third, but they have not had an incident. They have just taken their brake change around the 11-hour mark, which to me is quite smart. But it is time for Fidel Moreira for Williams and the 201, of course, as well for Gladys Competitions. This is a perfect time for them to try and eke something out here and capitalize on this. Passes like what Moreira just did are huge. Orazov, not quite up to pace, has to make that pass, didn't dilly-dally, got it done, and now is free. And what that means is, well, Fidel, they're not losing time behind a car that's slower than them just because they're another class. They've made the pass. Orazov, I think, was very accommodating to get that pass done to begin with, but 777 not losing time here, trying to eke something out, get a gap, see what happens later on down the road for when maybe they take their brake change, but not doing it right now.
No, be more than likely in the next stop. It'll be very bold if they go for another one on it, but I'm curious where Naldi is in terms of traffic. Is 4 seconds behind P14 at the moment. Lomi, we've established, did not take breaks, so I'd imagine Naldi is going to catch Lomi within due time. Maybe not quite at a rate of knots, but is going to be gaining time and time again, lap after lap. We see the lap times not really starting to come down, actually, in terms of track temp up to 16:16, so the temp's increased. Not by much. It seems it's fairly gloomy out there. And again, that 18:18 is going to be the quote-unquote optimum track temp, where I think for most people is going to be the quickest lap times that we're going to be seeing. So still yet to get there yet, which I'm a bit surprised. I thought the temperature would go up a bit more, and that's how been getting me excited. He just went for an overtake on a back marker.
Yeah, of course, you don't want to waste time, and you've got to take it whenever you can take it. And if you are a car on a different lap like that Rinwelton car is, you've got to know that these leaders are not going to hang around. And, of course, do it whenever it is safe to get those passes taken care of. And no problems there for Nick Rubin, who has done half of the night. And I think it's fair to say did at least 50% of it, and now enjoys a lead out in space for basically the first time in this race. 7.2 seconds. When we first came on air, the gap was closer to 9 seconds in favor of Williams. Now it's eking back to that point in favor of Team MSI, who ran third at the time. If you missed the night stint, folks at home, whoa, you missed a lot. That was very entertaining, number one. And number two, we had 3 different lead changes in the last 4 hours, and miss a little, miss a lot.
Yeah, and a conversation about bread clips on top of it. Shout out to anyone in chat that heard that.
I know how many football fields and sandwiches and cars along this racetrack is as well.
That is also very true. I gotta say, that is a fun statistic that I certainly added to my notes. And yeah, very fun. Also, shout out to anyone in chat that's been around. I see Heave, I'm assuming, been around for the past 8 hours. Thank you so much for keeping us
Thank you
up for that whole time. Absolute legend. So, and anyone that has been joining us in the background, shout out to all the lurkers, and also shout out to the VOD watchers that are here in the post-fact.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, a lot of people will watch this back on VOD, and again, if you skipped to the morning portion and you're hearing my voice right now, back up. You missed it. You missed some incredible racing. Go back to about 4 or 5 hours ago now at this point. Go back 5 hours. Start watching from that point at least. You're going to see some crazy stuff. 3-way battles for the lead here overnight. And you'll probably be wondering, how did we get here? Well, all of that had to occur. And a lot of confusion up here in the booth as well of who was actually the best car, because there was a period there, Mike, where none of them were really the dominant car.
Yeah, and we also, of course, have the car that hasn't been mentioned for a while in chat. Somebody just asked the question about it. Where's the number 7 gone? Well, unfortunately, Austerman had a bit of a technical difficulty. They ended up parking it through the Fangnes, through whatever reason, a wheel disconnect, pedal disconnect, something along those lines had happened, and they returned to the garage with nobody to take their place. Unfortunately, they were the only driver able to drive at that time, and since then have retired. Absolutely devastating for what could have been a potential race win for the number 7 machine, and it is going to be, again, just gutting moving on towards Indy, which will be in a couple weeks. Do add that one to your calendar again. I think the 6th, or as I double check the notes before I fully confirm that. The 6th, yes, I was correct. Okay, lovely. Yeah, so the 6th of next month, add that one to your calendar. It'll be over at Indianapolis, and a nice shorter race than we have here.
Yeah, those races almost feel like a sprint in comparison to a 24-hour war, which is what we're having today at Spa. 3-hour races for a lot of these drivers will seem like a sprint. I was talking to a couple of drivers just recently, actually, this past month, about what to them is an endurance race. And I feel like steadily throughout esports history, what is an endurance race is becoming longer. There was a time period where I'd swear to you that anything over an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours or so, that was considered an endurance race, a race that you may need another driver for to do. And now a lot of drivers tell me that 3 hours, I can do that by myself if I need to. It's no sweat. I don't know if that's conditioning. I don't know if that's like what would cause that to occur. But more and more these days, drivers are saying 3-hour race, that is technically an endurance race, but not really. to them. That's sort of a sprint. And you run a 24-hour race these days, almost like it's a sprint a lot of the time. They're not hanging around, these guys and gals. They are absolutely on it every single lap. And we talk about the pace. It's definitely not faster than it was a couple hours ago. It's more consistently quick, though. Hubin, who's leading, he's been doing 16.5, 16.6s this entire stint. There's a lot more top 10 drivers who are doing 16s. Prior to the sun coming up, everybody, besides the top one or two, were doing 17s, with the, of course, exception of the 39 and the 40 at different intervals. So more cars are doing consistent 16s now, and that might be the improvement we were looking for.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it has been just absolute clockwork from the top pack. Even down into fourth position, I would say, it has pretty much been metronomic lap times throughout the entirety of the nighttime stint, more or less. I think 2:16, probably 2:16.5 is the average lap time, and we're still in 2:16.6, 2:16.9, even a little bit into the threes. It's been incredible. These drivers, again, just the pure consistency and the practice that they put in is quite obvious for this race. And one thing that we'd mentioned earlier, just briefly, but I want to touch on a little bit more, is the fact that these drivers had to work together pre this race, weeks in advance, just to get a setup correct for all four of these, or all four drivers on the team, 3 or 4 drivers. Everybody has a different driving style, and you have to get a car that matches every single one of yours for lap after lap over 24 hours. And we're going to be looking at 600 laps completed by the time we reach the checkered flag. So everyone needs to be very much in agreement with the setup, and that is something that it can be difficult. And obviously every now and then somebody says, oh, well, I found a little something here. This works for me. I found a couple extra tenths. Well, that may not work for the other driver on your team. Might work really well for you, might work for someone else. You got to find that middle ground and balance it so everybody has a great car under their feet.
That's just it, actually. A lot of people probably wonder, how do you get a car right for 4 or 5 people if you're all different? Well, a lot of times drivers group together by what their strengths and weaknesses are. You can kind of find that middle ground, like you say, but there are times, even at this level, where one driver will just be on the outside. They won't be able to get the lap time and the consistency out of the very same car, and you almost become a little bit of a martyr for your team. You're like, look, I'm not going to tank this setup and your pace by letting you modify this setup to something that slows us down overall. Maybe I'll just take less stints. I'll work at it extra hard. We'll see exactly what we can do. Maybe give me different tire pressures, which is also huge for every single driver. Most of these drivers at this level, they'll all have slightly different tire pressures they want based on how aggressive and how hard they drive the race car. So everybody has their own tire pressures, and at some point you accept that it's not going to be perfect for everybody. You got to find, exactly like you say, the middle ground of what everybody agrees on. But there's also a caveat to that. If it tanks the pace too much for everybody else, somebody is going to have to sort of bite the bullet, so to speak, and just accept that they're going to be the 4th fastest driver on the team and manage that pace. Somebody, this is going to be mind-blowing to everybody at home, somebody on all of these teams, despite how accredited they are, how many trophies they've won, every single team has the slowest driver. It's so finite and small that it rarely ever matters, but that driver typically isn't because they're that slower, it's because the setup isn't quite as suited to them, and they're the ones that are lugging the car along, hoping to not be the problem with the team that week. And it's just the way it goes. Somebody always ends up in that situation, unless you have a team of robots. We've seen that in the past too. I've seen some Williams teams out here that I would like. I don't know. I'm sort of suspicious. I'd like to see them solve a capture, because they were robotically quick in the coolest way, calm, collected, fast, and unbeatable on some weekends. So that's just what I'm saying. Like, sometimes it's all together. Sometimes concessions are made.
Yeah, and some drivers don't like the car that they're driving necessarily. We have at the end of the day, they all have to agree on a car. And for example, Nicholas Hauben, maybe he's a McLaren driver, maybe he's a mid-engine, maybe he's a Porsche driver.
Good point.
A rear-engined, a completely different style of driving, and he has to come over to the AMG because that's what his 3 teammates want to do, and he has to make that compromise and say, well, yeah, I'll learn it. Now, of course, driving is driving. Right, you're still
sure.
Just because you drive a Porsche doesn't mean you don't know how to drive an AMG, right? So I'm not trying to fully justify, but it does mean that you're probably not going to be, as you said, at the full pace as your teammates. For example, if you put them behind the Porsche, maybe they'd be a bit slower and you'd be a bit quicker, and that's just the compromise that these drivers have to make, and really hope for the best at the end of the day. Is if especially some of them, again, when you have 4 drivers on a team, they probably all don't drive the same car. So it's trying just to learn. Now, I know one thing with Williams, I think they keep a very consistent pick. I think most of their drivers, I've seen the AMG for a good amount of time, so that might be, I'm not sure if they have a regular car that they use, and I'm not sure if certain teams do that, but that wouldn't be a bad shout. But again, it's all preference. If you're on that team and you're not a great front-engine driver, then you're probably not going to be the quickest driver on the team.
I hold the belief that a great driver is great no matter what they drive. They may have preferences, and I think a lot of these teams at this level, they will choose their drivers, Williams included, based on what their times are in certain cars. So these teams know what these drivers are good in versus what they maybe lack in a little bit. They're picking cars strategically for the drivers in some cases. They're picking drivers for the car in some cases as well. It can go both ways. I not even really thought about that until you mentioned it, but that's also true. Some of these teams are factory backed, some of them are not. And if you're not factory backed, you have a little bit more leeway on what kind of car you can get into, and maybe you find a car that suits some drivers better and suits the whole team a little bit better. Other times the car flatters your team. It can go the complete other way around. If you've been driving for years, we talk about these Williams guys. They've been driving for a while together. That kind of helps. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the same could be said for Team MSI. The majority of this team been driving together. So you have that rapport. You have that knowledge of the car. Nobody has ever been hurt by having a bigger notebook of stuff about a race weekend. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And even with Williams in particular, as they sort of have, and again, I'm not sure this is how they work, but if I had to make an assumption behind the scenes and what's going on, they have a very experienced driver in Dario McCormack, and he could be a great team leader. Yes, he's still young, he's 19 years old, but he has loads of experience behind the wheel and is able to maybe coach some of his team that doesn't quite have that experience just yet to the levels in which that makes them great. And, we see the pace difference throughout the team. And it hasn't really been that different, but you also mentioned before is with some of the constructor teams, for example, down in P9 currently, Bokita, she has the luxury of being on the BMW constructor team, which means that she is, well, shocker, going to be driving a BMW. So yeah, it's very interesting, and just in terms of how these drivers can really get to grips with the machines that they have to tackle and drive it for 24 hours, which again, I don't envy anybody that has to do that. But of course, that's what teams are for, right?
Certainly is. Well, this is your third place car. They've been in their own zone for the majority of this race. They haven't always been third. They were fourth for a while as well, but due to technical issues with another car, they have been put into the third place position, and they have not faltered yet. It is the Automobili Lamborghini number 63, Jade Hutchinson, behind the wheel of the car. We talked a few hours ago about marking drivers' progress. Jade Hutchinson's one of those drivers for me that I've been able to see them enter esports, and I've seen them progressively get better and better through the silver field up into the pro field. We're talking about podium finishes here. It's absolutely brilliant. I couldn't be more happy for Jade if I wanted to be. Hutchinson's one of those drivers that has come up through the ranks every year, getting quicker, getting faster. They've changed cars as well, which I don't know if they see that as a lateral move or a positive or a negative. I would assume a positive, considering how well they've done thus far. But absolute brilliant job. And we have those drivers in the field. We talk about teams that have been together. Some are newer. Some teams switch cars. Jade, the Canadian driver, is just one of those that has steadily progressed through the ranks. And I mean, I've just been lucky enough to see all of that occur. And right now, Automobili Lamborghini back where they want to be.
Yeah, and you mentioned that's something that, again, with the silver categories, you say that they made their rise from the silver and up, and that's just one of the brilliance that SRO provides for these drivers, is having the ability for the less, I don't like using this word in particular, but it is what it is. It's lesser skilled drivers, right? I would say that Maria is lesser skilled than Hauben, for example, which is, sure, statistically, yeah. Anyways, the point is that, in my opinion, the 777 car of the Williams Academy team, they show so much promise on that team, and I'd imagine within maybe not this season, but maybe in a couple seasons, we're going to be seeing some new pro drivers added here into the Williams team.
Yeah, it's really cool to chart progress, and these bigger teams, if you are in the silver class, they're watching. There are people that are talk about earlier about how there's drivers that have been there for years, there's drivers that are here for the first time. No matter if you're new or you're part of the furniture around here, people keep track of your races, your lap times. It's big business. It's hugely important. They see a driver coming up through the ranks, like, hey, this might be a great fit for us. You start working on your plan for next year. There probably are, at this point in June, teams that are watching this race right now thinking, man, I would like to have this driver come over and drive for us next year. Silly season never stops with esports, and it's bigger than you know. You don't get to see a lot of it beyond the announcements, but it's always there, and it's always present. And every race, Mike, is an audition for something.
Absolutely. I love and I hate the saying both simultaneously and equally of you're only as good as your last race. Well, yes, that's not really that true. It has truth to it, right? And here's a nice little move there as Nicholas Hauben gets by a back marker. He's getting caught up in traffic now a little bit. There's quite a few back markers surrounding him. Could play a role, but at the moment, I think it's going to be Blair about 8.5 seconds down and maybe gaining, but really just keeping the gap fairly consistent at this stage.
Still not 10 seconds back. The gap 8.6, certainly losing a little bit every lap. It was a 16.9 to a 17 flat. And that's sort of been the tail of the race ever since the Team MSI Mercedes took the lead. They've not gapped them majorly at any point throughout this process. It's been a steady increase of maybe about a tenth, sometimes even less. There will be laps where the Williams number 5 beats the leader outright, and that resets some of the progress, which further drags out the lengthening of the delta. So it's not that concerning. I would be interested to hear from both teams what they think the difference is between the two, because it's the same exact car. It's a Mercedes AMG. So what is the difference? And I will not hear a gulf in quality amongst them, because there are none in my mind. But there's got to be something, I would imagine, in the setup. Could be aero, for all I know, that is the difference between these two cars.
Just looking at lap times, right, and just comparing the sectors, in terms of Sector 1, where we would really, in my opinion, notice a difference if these cars were in straight line speed, would be they're dead even, to be completely honest right now. In terms of 40.2, 40.5, a few tenths off, it looks like Hauben may be using a slightly lower downforce setup if I had to predict, but not by much. And I really do think this just comes down to driving caliber at the end of the day.
Okay, so you disagree. You think it is the driving caliber. You think on this day, Team MSI is the better of the two teams.
At this moment, I would say right now with, Hauben has been their quickest driver, and I don't think that's debatable for the 86 car. Has had quite a bit of time as well behind the wheel, and just been absolutely dominant. And I guess Tobias as well, Tobias Gronwall, I guess maybe even argument to be even quicker. I just think that, maybe the potentially, and again, we'll see, is that the Williams team just has kind of fallen off the pace right now, and they held it at the beginning, but my real impression from the 86 car is the fact they started in P6 and have just worked their way up to the point where they're at right now, and then taken the lead and extended it. That takes some talent to do, and it takes dedication and focus, and these guys are absolutely focused, and that's one thing that I worry about with the Williams cars. Are they mentally going to be slipping a little bit? I don't think so. They're professional at this point, and again, they have a team leader in McCormack that is going to keep them together, I would imagine, as well as Tinko van der Velde, another driver that, again, needs no introduction. So the experience level is there. It's just about putting it all together, I think, right now at Spa.
I was just going to mention, we haven't seen Dyer McCormack in a very long time. I'm assuming they're getting rest, and they'll be back to probably trade off and finish this race. And I was going to mention that because Williams has a cheat code over there on that team, and his name is McCormack. And they will reappear, I would assume, at some point. So all of this gap management that they've been able to do, slower on average ever so slightly, and I do mean ever so slightly, has been the Williams number 5 esports car. But if Dyer comes back and can completely undo that, which is not uncommon for McCormack to do, then it will be job done by everybody else on the team. But will we see that resurgence here today? We don't know. Only time will tell. Just about 6 a.m. Still the better part of 10 hours of racing. Now, we've gotten past dawn. We're into the morning hours here. Everybody reinvigorated for the time being, and that is, of course, until they look at the time left and realize they have the better part of half of a race left to go. 10 hours left in today's event, and you're high on the fact that the sun's up, the visibility has changed, you're running quicker, you're feeling better. If you've certainly changed your brakes, you feel better about the race car. Then you look up at the ever-present ticking stopwatch and realize, oh man, we just made it past halfway. We got a long way to go. A lot can go on. And if you're in a bad position right now, or in a position that you don't want to end in, that's almost like armor to you in the opposite measure. Okay, we still got time to get some of this back as we take a look at some of the other cars inside the top 10. Jonathan Riley for Scuderia Ferrari, that number 51. You know what? Red and yellow never looked bad on a Ferrari.
No, I don't think. Oh, that's the classic colors, the Cavallina Rampanti, as I like to say, the prancing horse, of course, and lovely car, the 296. 6-cylinder engine, twin turbo, 3.6 liters off memory, I think. Or no, 3 liter. I think it's 3 liter, 600 horsepower. Bit of a rocket ship. Super fun car to drive. I absolutely love it. So, seeing the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team out there and currently running in 4th position. A lovely sight. We also briefly caught it. I don't think we mentioned it, though. But I did see the overtake happen from Boothby on to Szymanski. And it was very, very easy. That's the difference between no brakes and brakes. But I'm also, I don't know, I'm just trying to kind of math the difference out right now of lap times of, was it the right time to go for brakes? Because George Boothby went for them in the previous stop. Szymanski, so far they pulled a 3.5-second gap, so I think it definitely was the right call to make the brake change when they did. And Boothby is certainly benefiting from it and going to be catching Riley. Presumably, he's got a good gap. I think it's about 30 seconds to the gap up to Riley at the moment.
Well, you got to make up that gap eventually, and it starts by continuing the good work. Up until that time, Boothby was one of the quicker cars on the racetrack. They pale in comparison now to the top 2, and also Dylan Tan in the number 4 Mercedes as well, who was quicker the last time through. That the team HRT by RW Mercedes Esports team back there in 7th place. All those cars in the 16s or doing a 17 dead. The last time through, George Boothby did a 17 dead as well. So certainly amongst the top competition, 22.8 seconds is the gap that they've got to make up. Pay attention to that, because I feel like that will be coming down. Actually, last time through, could have been traffic for Boothby, probably was, but looked like Jonathan Riley for Scuderia Ferrari ran a 16.8, so they were actually quicker on the last lap. But that lap might have been an outlier. George hitting traffic for Veloce. Yeah,
and going to be pushing through it with relative ease, I would imagine, but we'll be seeing Obviously, it's been, I gotta say, so far, been great on the blue flags. We've seen a couple blue flag infringement penalties, but I don't think that's necessarily, again, anything to put for a direct fault at. It's a very difficult penalty to pick up, though, I will say. But still, in terms of blue flags, they've been very good, getting out of the way early. We don't have the necessary problem that multi-class racing would bring on, where you have the slower drivers, or rather the slower cars in general, not just drivers, the cars, that you can catch at very inopportune times that can cost you seconds upon seconds a lap. You don't really have that here. If you do catch a GT3 car at an inopportune time, you're really going to be losing maybe half a second at most, I would say, if they are going to be a bit stubborn of a blue flag, if you're going to have to work hard. But so far, hats off to all the silver drivers, as well as any of the white plate drivers that have been overtaken, because they've done a great job so far.
Looking, of course, at the silver class, they're a little jumbled up now because some cars have taken breaks, and that is an additional 45-second stop. But the top three, to our knowledge, have not. That includes Fidel Morera in the 777 car, the Williams Esports Academy team, and this car, Marco Lamy for Gladius Competitions 201. They are now up into second place. That brings Steinbrenner for the 256 team back up into third. They were running third earlier on for Low Fuel Motorsports, but have fallen back to P4, and I suspect they may do again because the 17, who has led the most of this race, the BF Racing Esports car, they have taken breaks. We know that for a fact, and not only have they done that, they are catching Steinbrenner for P3 anyway. That'd be the icing on the cake for the 17 team of BF Racing Esport if they could get up there and take third back on the racetrack. Though risk versus reward, it's one of those things. So you can easily get yourself caught up in an incident by doing so. But considering how accommodating and respectful most of the racing has been today, I'd be more inclined to actually race it out on a day like today. How many times have we seen just over the night stint racing through Radillon, Eau Rouge, Lake Combe, even into the chicane, through Campus Stavolo, getting side by side and no real contact to speak of, but still racing pretty hard. Maybe today's a good day to get the elbows out.
If there's a driver that I'm going to say is going to race hard, it's going to be Nils Steinbrenner. He is a racer. I absolutely love to see him drive. Very, very talented and incredible racecraft. So if Nadi can catch up and manage to get into a bit of a scrapple, we certainly have a battle on our shoes there that I cannot wait to watch, because again, Steinbrenner, he is, I don't want to call him overly aggressive. He's not overly aggressive. He's just a very, very he's a racer. He likes to race. He's not just going to hand you your position. He's going to make you work for it. Not aggressively. He's not going to force you off the track. But the German, he's very, very talented.
I'm just going to say this. You talk about him being a racer. Steinbrenner, it might be one of the best race car driver names, or the best names for a race car driver that I've ever heard. And yes, that is a compliment. And yes, that is the highest praise I can give somebody that is a race car driver's name. Might as well call yourself John Fastman or something like that. Steinbrenner just sounds like a race car driver.
Especially when you put it in German. Steinbrenner. It's very, very aggressive.
Steinbrenner is the name of a driver who hops curbs and two-wheels it.
Absolutely. He racks up his frequent flyer miles on a regular basis, and he's going to be putting them to use here tonight. Hopefully he can really unleash the horsepower with that Mustang.
It's really going to be funny. He's going to potentially watch this back on repeat, and Nils is going to have a laugh to himself, I think, on that one.
I hope he does. He's a great guy.
Coming up on 10 hours left to go here in the 24 Hours of Spa Esports race here, part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Series for 2024 here on SRO Esports. We're happy to have you all with us. It's been a fantastic race so far. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Mike Naus, and we have taken you through the night portion into the morning portion, as is our job and duty as Americans. And we hope that wherever you are in the world, that you're enjoying the broadcast. And for the vast majority of you, good morning to you. Hope you slept well. Hope you got any sleep at all. And this is sort of the state of it. You've got Nicholas Hubin out in front of the field for the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI. They didn't start that way. They've had to fight back and fight many different cars to get to the lead of this race. The important things to note, they were patient when they needed to be. They were aggressive when they had to be. But they have emerged as the front runner, 9 seconds in front of the Williams number 5 Mercedes Esports car. Dominic Blyer behind the wheel. We haven't seen Dyer McCormack for a very long time. We suspect they're getting rest, and they will take at least a good portion of the final part of this race. We don't know if that will factor in to the final at all, but we have an inkling that this isn't over. We just get the feeling, or I'll speak for myself, I get the feeling in the pit of my stomach that this race isn't quite over yet, and I'm pretty sure Team MSI have that same feeling. Automobile Lamborghini P3, currently the 63, Jade Hutchinson behind the wheel. That Lamborghini running incredibly well. Fourth place is the 51 Scuderia Ferrari car with Jonathan Riley behind the wheel of that car. And of course, in fifth place, the number 40, driven by George Boothby, the guitar playing man himself. Fastest fingers in the UK, I hear. George Boothby, number 40, getting it done out there. Has had to have an ever so slight recovery drive for Veloce McLaren, but now finds themselves in familiar territory, back inside the top 5.
And one thing that I'm noticing, I think we have finally hit, over the past 14 hours of racing, this is the largest gap that I have seen to the race leader. Just for reference, 9 seconds is the... I don't think we've had a bigger gap yet. So, you know, that really says something about this race. 9 seconds, it sounds like a lot, and it isn't. It is a absolute blink of an eye in an endurance race and can blow over quicker than you could imagine. Anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. It's certainly not going to be over till the checkered flag.
I dare you to walk to the kitchen and walk back right now. Do this experiment with me, folks at home. Walk to the kitchen, walk back. That was longer than 9 seconds, wasn't it? That's the difference between leading this race and being P2 after, 12 hours, 14 hours of racing that we've had. Last 2 hours, by the way, absolutely flown by. Remember when we were talking about bread clips earlier on? That was about halfway in the race. 2 hours have elapsed since then. The sky has been, the dark sky, the inky blackness of night has been replaced by bright pastels, and very much in the morning hours here. Some drivers will be returning back to their race teams for a brief of what's happened in the overnight stint, while those that have done the majority of the overnight stint will likely be getting a pat on the back and some rest. What we've noticed for the majority of the teams, they have elected a 2-driver technique throughout the night, and they have not double stinted. Some have, the majority have not. They've taken 2 drivers in the night stint, and they've only let them drive for 65 minutes apiece, swapping out on every chance down pit lane. We expect that to potentially continue for some others. Their hot shoe may get back into the car. We may see double stinting again, but overarching plot for the night, nobody really double stinting, which is unusual because in real motorsport, you would assume that's the perfect time to do that. Not taxing the driver, though, has been the gambit tonight.
Yeah, it's just about really maintenance at the end of the day, and it seems that these teams have had a very good strategy in managing each driver to their absolute content. And was I in chat there just briefly? We saw that, by the way, Steinbrenner apparently translates to stone burner, which is one of the most metal names I think I've heard on this planet. So
I'm pretty sure I went to one of their concerts back in the 90s. Yeah.
That is even adds icing to the cake for that name. So absolutely amazing. Thank you, DZ, for letting us know that fun fact. It is amazing. And also, yeah, be careful. If you end up going to your kitchen and being quicker than 9 seconds, you will receive a speeding penalty. So be careful there.
Well, not only that, but you got to stay within the lines. And I think that's that's something too. You know, you don't want to venture anywhere outside of that path, and that's a little bit of a problem as well. I love the hashtag on the side of the Axel Sports number 21. Alzon behind the wheel of that car, but the rear quarter fender of that car says hashtag realizing dreams, I think is what it says. But I love stuff like that on the car, and that's just brilliant. I mean, you've got drivers that are career drivers, you've got drivers that are just plain bad fast, that are here for the thrill and to see what they can accomplish. Everybody's loving it, just on different levels. And certainly, I think the affirmation on the side of that car is absolutely brilliant. I also like they have the number on the hood of the car. Not required for this series, where it is like that and how it is like that. But I love it. Kind of old school.
As a commentator, I absolutely love it. It makes spotting so much easier. So, no, thank you to them for that one. ACC's camera angle is not quite doing it full justice. It almost looks like 27, which would just confuse you even more. But no, it's the number 21 up at the front. And yeah, the positive affirmations on the side. There is the full. For just a brief second, I couldn't even read it quick enough. But yeah, the positive affirmations on the side. Absolutely awesome, and he's going to be needing that right now because he is going to be in a heated fight with a Lamborghini who has kicked up some gravel there and is now potentially smelling some blood in the water for Nakib, but gets a very poor launch out of the exit of the first corner. Now in the Orange Radion complex, really going to need to cut the lines tight and get a great launch if he wants to gain back up and have a chance for the overtake, but he's going to be a bit too far back. In fact, I think the Lamborghini may have even taken a bit of a speed token there. That was a little bit tight. It could have not been, but very close to the line there for the 45.
Inside the ductwork for Alzon and the Axel Sports BMW gives you a clear view of the number 45 Visceral Esports Ace-Tech Sim Sport car. That Lamborghini holding on to the spot for the time. Nick Babin behind the wheel of that car, but this is a spot inside the top 20. This is a spot for position in class. This is huge on both accounts, and you cannot tell a racing car driver that it doesn't matter. Now, it matters obviously for in-class position, but I always ask my co-commentator this, and Mike, I'll ask you, would you rather say, oh, I finished 21st, or oh, I finished inside the top 20?
Well, I would rather finish inside the top 20 myself,
yeah,
even
you
if I am number
you and
21.
Every other race car driver out there.
You know, it's if you're not first, you're last at the end of the day, right? I think we all know that. But hey,
Ricky,
P20, P21, a little bit, but no, it's all good. You know, racing is racing, right? And that's one of the things, especially for like the battle for P last, I feel can be the most heated battle on track, because who wants to finish last? I mean, you know, again, in a 24-hour, it's a little bit different, but when you're seeing those shorter races, that's where you can sometimes see the most elbows out battle. It's the battle for the pride versus the battle for the actual points. But this does have some points attached to it, and here we go. Yeah, around the outside now, heading down to the bus stop, and he's going to get it done before we even reach the braking zone. Curious if he stayed on track there. I think he did. That camera angle wasn't quite advantageous for seeing that, but I think he kept two tires behind, within the mayo and the mustard.
I think Nick Babin lifted there a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. That was just a little bit too easy. I don't think the Visceral driver wants to jeopardize their race for one position at this point in the race, and sort of just saw how aggressive that Alzon was going to be and said, you know what, I'm not racing the Axel Sports car. This is a no-win situation through Blochemont. No reason for me to do it. And maybe just didn't brake for sure, but also did not accelerate as hard as they could have done. And the proof, or not the proof, but the consequence of that is you lose a position. The positive of that is you didn't lose much time doing that. Everybody leaves the situation happy. And
that is where you carry on for another fight for another day. And that's going to be the objective, obviously, in any 24-hour race, is survive to survive. It's just all about the, as I said earlier, the micro objectives. Try to make one little goal at a time and try to accomplish that little goal, and then set another one, because that's, you know, trying to set a goal for the 24 hours and say, oh, I'm going to do this exactly then and this exactly that. We talked about this earlier. No plan survives first contact, especially with the enemy, and I think all these drivers, they already know that. But when you actually get into your first endurance race, which some of these drivers, I would imagine, again, are for the silver plates, you can learn that very, very quickly.
Well, I asked you this before. I'll ask it again, because we're getting close to that time. We saw a couple of cars, a smattering, if you will, of cars that took the brake change on the last stop. Surely majority, a lot of these cars, a lot of these teams are doing a brake change now.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd be losing too much time. Just looking at lap time alone, comparing George Boothby as well as Hubert Zminski, They are about a second, not a second, 4/10 of a lap difference, 2:16.8 to the 2:17.2. So it seems that the cars that have elected to not take breaks yet are into the 2:17s, and their lap times are going to start dwindling if they decide not to take a stop here within the next, presumably, lap, actually. I think we're going to be coming in at the end of this lap.
We'll certainly see about that. The entire top 6 or 7 cars have all generally been pitting together. The one exception of that is the George Boothby number 40, who did not do that. They came in what we presume to be a lap early. I thought maybe that they were so far behind that they were forced to come in, but now I'm not sure. I don't think that's the case. I think they may have come in a lap early, done the brake change for Veloce McLaren. Whatever the case may be, they were the outlier last time, so presumably, unless they find an extra lap in it this time, you'll see the Veloce McLaren down pit lane before anybody else, but they've already done their brake change as far as we know, so they will not have to do that. Everybody else around them, however, we believe still needs to do their brake change. We expect it sometime before the 8-hour mark, simply because you don't want to run on the old brakes too long, and you want to get the best possible life and run out of your new brakes. Do it too late, you waste time on old brakes earlier on. You do it too early, you suffer late. This is sort of the correct time that you would imagine these teams would do something like that, from right around the 12-hour mark till the 8-hour point. I reckon that under like 10 hours to go will be the sweet spot for a lot of these teams, and certainly some drivers asking for it. And as if on cue, spot on, Mike, George Boothby brings the Veloce McLaren down.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see what the lap times are. Lap times are a lot slower than I would have expected by now, as they're pretty much the exact same they were at 15 degrees track temp. We're up to 17 now, so we're getting closer to that happy hour that I was predicting, but it doesn't seem like the window is coming to fruition. It might be a bit cloudy out there, and the sun not quite heating the track up to the speeds that I would have expected it to, or the drivers potentially. I'm not sure if it's set up. I wonder, though, one thing I saw in chat earlier, just briefly, and we haven't touched on it since the beginning when we came in for our stint, is there going to be rain? The clouds are dark. You know, we got 9 hours, 51 minutes. Obviously, we can only predict 30 minutes in the future, more or less, for the actual in-game time. But it's looking a bit gloomy out there, and if it's going to rain, I feel it might rain sooner than later. And that would be an absolute treat for everybody.
I was told not to expect it, so I think that they're not expecting it, the entire top 3 into the pit lane. But what they didn't say was more important than what they did say. They didn't say it was impossible. And that's the problem. They didn't tell me that there was a 0 chance. They said to not expect it, basically, or it was unlikely, based on the feedback that I was given. So I wasn't told strictly, nope, it's not going to happen today. Simply that it was unlikely, and it certainly has been. I can still see the sun. This might just be morning haze and fog that we're dealing with a little bit, common for the region, but nevertheless, top 3 in. And by the way, I was correct the first time. Boothby was far enough behind that they were sort of in front of the leaders, if you will, and they did come in on their scheduled lap. This time through did Veloce McLaren. The top 4 now in, with Scuderia Ferrari just now making it to the pit lane. Shows you how big some of those gaps are. No issues. Hubin, Blair, Hutchinson, Riley all in. I'm assuming Szymanski is going to come in. I mean, they don't have a choice. They've all got to come in, don't they? It's the scheduled pit stop interval.
Yep. Yeah, Szymanski will be coming in this lap guaranteed, or they will be receiving a penalty. Presumably, I guess stop go 30. I can't remember what the penalty is for extending stint timers. I don't expect to see it tonight from any drivers. They all know the 65-minute stint timer, and they know how long they've been out for.
Yep, they've got it down to a science here at this point, and most of the time, teams will err on the side of caution if it's going to be close. For instance, if you're running 117s and you have, or excuse me, 217s. 117 would be insane. If you were running 217s and you're going to cross a line and it's a 219 till your stint timer is up, don't risk it. There's no reason to risk that. Only bad things can happen by pushing it. I've seen that. in these races here at SRO Esports before, where a team was absolutely getting it down to a second. I've seen it go incredibly right, made the team look brilliant. I've seen it gone wrong, ended a championship.
Yeah, and it can happen that quickly, unfortunately, and I've seen that myself from the, unfortunately, the Williams team in the past, not in ACC, but in iRacing recently. The Nürburgring, unfortunately, had a similar incident with just a couple hours remaining, but, you know, that's racing at the end of the day. Anything can happen, and it normally does. I love that quote because of just how true it is in racing. It is, that's a Lamborghini. I think that's a Lamborghini getting out of the way as a back marker, or is it? No, wait.
I'm not entirely sure what we saw, and I'm not entirely sure what we saw is what we saw, but Lamborghini does make tractors, but this isn't one of them. That I'm not sure what that was. It certainly appeared as if that Lamborghini was in the grass there. And by the way, a huge shakeup in this race. Tunisia has gotten back in the 63, but the Automobili Lamborghini is in the lead of the race. They have not taken their brake change. I think Tobias Pfeffer and Fiala, who are back in the car, I think both of those Mercedes have done a brake change, and that has given the Automobili Lamborghini the overall lead to the race. That doesn't explain that we just saw them off the grass. I am being told they've changed brakes in the Lamborghini. What on earth's going on? None of that explains what we saw exiting speakers.
The Lamborghini did not change brakes. The Mercedes, did change brakes. So the Merc is going to be making presumably pretty easy work here of the Lamborghini. In fact, we're going to see into the braking zone. Absolutely no chances. This is the difference of having fresh brakes and fresh rubber versus not.
This is what happened last year. This is the exact same thing that happened last year. They tried this, and they ended up falling a little bit back, but at least this time they were in the lead, and they're going to challenge it in Eau Rouge and Radeon, and they're going to force Tobias Pfeffer to back out for Team MSI, and it almost worked, and cars coming out of the pit lane as they end up nose to tail again. No flashing of the lights, no pressure from Tobias Pfeffer this time, as Fiala looking back there in third place, trying to figure out what exactly they would like to do if given the opportunity. You know, if Tunisia holds them up, this could be huge for Williams.
Well, this could be massive for Fiala right now, and they just need to get the hammer down and get by the back markers. That's all they can do right now with that 11-second gap to Pfeiffer. And it's going to be about pushing right now. We'll see. I am very shocked on the Lamborghini strategy.
What is happening?
He's pushing like an absolute monster. It seems that Williams has also lost 2 seconds through their pit stop. I wonder if they missed their pit box. It sounds like a potential thing that could have happened for a 2-second loss. But regardless, 2 seconds throughout pit lane, not going to be the end of the world. But when it comes to this battle, it very well might be. But still 9 hours, 45 minutes and 30 seconds left here. Pfeffer needs to get by very quickly.
I'm sorry. Why am I the only one freaking out? This Automobili Lamborghini, every time out of speakers or no name, whatever you call it, is all four in the dirt, driving as if that's normal. And I don't know if that's actually happening or not. It looks so strange if it is, but otherwise, that seems to be what's occurring. They are in the lead. Tunisia had a look lap ago, unable to make it stick, but now closes in again. This is really where new brakes do come into their own here at the end of Sector 3 and the start of Sector 1. We'll see if we see another lunge in La Source. I think they're a little bit too far back for that now, but we'll see how much brakes are worth. Not quite as much, but definitely pulls up to the back, does Tobias Pfeffer on the back of David Tunisia this time through again. Will there be a run up Eau Rouge Radeon this time through? And I'm curious if a third lap in a row, that Lamborghini drives off into the dirt. That is just, my mind is absolutely boggled.
Yeah, and hopefully that's not going to pick up any drive-through penalty potential for them. Now, this time, I think it's going to be fairly... it shouldn't be cut and dry, though. It's the outside line, which will turn to the in here for Pfeffer. Going to be going late onto the brakes here to try to go against the Lamborghini.
Squeeze.
Has the fresh brakes, but he backs out. And I think this is just Pfeffer being safe. I noticed this last lap. I think he could have made the overtake into La Source last time around, but he backed out. He just said, I don't want the damage. I don't want the long-term issues that this Lamborghini is going to cause me, because I know I can overtake them. They're on their old brakes. I can outbrake them. They're going to make a mistake. I have 11 seconds to Fiala behind. I got a little bit of breathing room, right? I can waste a little time, to put it lightly. And it's just about Pfeffer trying to be patient, but also trying to get by as soon as reasonably possible, with safety, though, being the main intent here for the Mercedes. You can very clearly see that in their car body language. They just don't want to get in contact. They don't want any damage that they have to deal with later. They have to repair. That'll slow them down, because that'll cost them more than the couple tenths that they're losing a lap behind this Lamborghini.
They're definitely driving into the grass out of speakers, and I don't know. I'm trying to think what the strategic value of doing that could possibly be. We've seen that in other series about tire temp, tire wear. I don't think that's what's happening here. It could just be that it's the shortest way around, not having to turn back onto the racetrack. It doesn't seem to be impeding them in any way. I echo your concern that could be track limits. Race control could tell them to knock it off as well. I don't know if they have anything for that, but if they're putting all four in the dirt and creating dust on purpose, that I don't know if there's anything in the rule book about being a nuisance like that, but there's a strategic reason behind it. I'm just not smart enough to know what it is.
I think it's just track position at the end of the day. I think that's what the Lamborghini's only thought is in mind when they went for this. I think it has to be. I don't think they have a choice at this point. They've kind of committed themselves to that and have gone for the track position as an absolute win here and trying to just maximize. And because eventually I do still think they're going to have to take breaks. You'd mentioned the Lamborghini didn't take breaks in the previous year, and that did not great work for them at the end of the day. Side by side, they're going to be heading, though, down into Lecom, and it's going to be the outside line again. It'll turn to the end. The AMG, though, getting his elbows out this time and really wants to take the race lead back. Still side by side on the exit of the chicane, pushing now down to Brussels. Gonna have to go late again, but no, it is finally signed, sealed, and delivered there for Tunisia, or excuse me, for Pfeffer, and the Lamborghini is going to have to relinquish that position.
Tobias Pfeffer retakes the lead for the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI for the second or third time today. They have had to retake the lead. Quite frankly, I've lost count. Different drivers, different time of day, same results. Team MSI out front in that Mercedes.
Yeah, and good work so far. And really, one thing that I'm shocked at is the gap from the AMG. As here is a battle, not for the race lead, but with the race leader of the silver class, Milanatsky. Or no, excuse me. Is that Milanatsky under pressure right now? Am I seeing this right? No, I'm not. It's excuse me. It's the race leader of the silver class under pressure from Saboryev. My apologies.
Severov trying to get by the leading 201 car after the most recent cycle of pit stops. It would appear the 777, who has, I believe that's Max Wajna behind the wheel of the Williams Academy team car right now. Well, they have taken breaks, has the 777. The 201, at least to my eye, has not done the same. The Gladius Competitions car overall, or excuse me, in the lead in their class, but now has Saburov right behind them trying to work them over for that spot. That will make of little consequence to Magnani, but will absolutely mean the world to Saburov to get that spot back, to be closer to other cars in their class. But nothing says in the rule book, in case you're wondering, that two cars in different classes cannot race each other as long as they're on the same lap competing for position. So there's nothing wrong with Magnani defending their position despite their being in a different class. There's nothing wrong with Saburov trying to overtake that car in a manner that is safe and respectful enough to not draw the ire of any of the stewards. So nothing going on there. If they were on different laps, then yeah, maybe you talk about that being an issue, but they're not. They're racing for a position, and a position inside the top 12 nonetheless.
Yeah, track position is track position at the end of the day, and just trying to hold on to it. One thing here, I personally don't see the long-term strategy here for the Lamborghini Esports team. I'm really wondering what their plan is at the end of the day here, because if they're not electing for breaks within that stop, they are very much extending track limits to their liking here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a drive-through at some point. We'll see. That one probably didn't pick up a warning, though, through No Name. You never know. I just don't see, again, the long-term goal here is they were running well in 4th position. And I feel that this might have just thrown away potentially the Stechenko behind just purely off the fact that they're going to be losing so much pace this stint. But I say that, they're keeping the gap to Pfeffer fairly consistent. So, I don't know. I've been proved wrong in the past when it comes to strategy, and I certainly hope that David does prove me wrong here tonight. But I don't know. I just don't see it myself. What do you think, Jesse?
Well, I don't think they lose anything. Is the real thing here. They come in, if they decide, okay, this isn't going to work, we're going to lose our 4th place spot. I don't think they lose a whole lot. I think they come in, or 3rd place spot rather. I think they come in, they change the brakes on the car, they realize, okay, it's a failed experiment. Because I think realizing it too late is a problem. If they come in around the 8-hour, 50-some minute mark, or whenever their next pit stop is, somewhere in there, I think it will be okay, but they got to realize it early. You either commit to this strategy and hope that the furthest you fall is 3rd where you were running, or you change the brakes now and hope that you stay 3rd, or you go back to 4th and have a little bit of an advantage over some of the other cars. Right now, they've tried something. Is the temporary short-term gain worth the long-term anguish of running this car into the ground with the brakes that they have? Or are they not going to do that anyway? Did they just want to see if they could get up there, lead the race, hold them off a little bit? I have no idea. We'll probably know by the next pit stop. If they take breaks next time to pit lane, we'll know that either the experiment's a failure or they were always planning to do that and they just wanted to lead the race a little bit, which there's no shame in that. But one of the two of those strategies, Mike, you cannot either overcommit to not taking breaks or arrive to that conclusion that you should too late. Decision time's imminent.
Yeah, it needs to be a very decisive decision that ideally was made in advance, and you could be 100% right in that this is the time they planned on it. Maybe at the 8-hour mark, that's when they said, we're going to take our breaks. We know what the Lamborghini can do till that time, and that potentially might gain them a position, but Fiala here closed the gap down 2 seconds so far since the beginning of that stint. Now, the battle between Tunisia and Pfeffer did impact that slightly, but I think the lap times for Fiala last time around a 2:16.2 compared to the 2:16.4, so gaining about 0.2 to the likes of the Lamborghini ahead. It'll be a bit of a push. It'll be a long run here, but I think Fiala, who has clearly shown their pace thus far, again, now down into the 2:16.2s, we are starting to see that lap time start increasing.
Yeah, our chat seems to think that Lamborghini is not going to change the brakes on that car, and to be fair, they're within a second of Tobias Pfeffer, who just retook the lead. So they've not really lost a whole lot to Fiala behind them, who we're riding with now in the Williams number 5. So it could still work. It's only going to get worse, though. And it's 9.5 hours to checkered flag. That's the problem I have. And that's why I say that if you're going to bail on this, bail early.
Yes.
Don't wait too long that it becomes a problem. They pit here, they change brakes, they wash their hands of the situation. It's fine. They didn't really lose anything of value, and what they did lose by being the last to take brakes, it's completely fine. So either one way or another, you come in and say, didn't work, or you change the brakes now, I think is what it is. And if they, the longer they hang on to Tobias Pfeffer and Team MSI, the more they consider probably not changing the brakes of that car.
Yeah, now they got a long stint ahead of them, though, and so it'll really come down to the timer at the end. I think they're going to run this out. They're committed at this point, like you said. They really can't back out and just say, oh, well, actually, we want to go for another pit stop now and add one to our overall total at the end, because you just added 59 seconds onto your race total that didn't need to be there. So they're going to run this one out 15 minutes into the stint right now. It might be a bit of a slog. We'll see. It'll be really down to Tunisia and what he can do with the car. And yeah, you mentioned that keeping the gap consistent. I mean, 0.8, it's fallen off of since 0.5, but still within the slipstream and able to gain that advantage on the Kemmel straight is going to be the crucial bit, because then if you're in that slipstream, you're able to lift and coast, which means you're not quite using as much brakes. You're able to save them long term, which if this car is going for the long-term strategy of not taking breaks, that will be a crucial element to their strategy that they have to keep in mind.
Jets pointed out something that Ryan Gill, who's been giving us tidbits all night, has also picked up on. What Teniza's doing is not giving or putting him at risk of track limit warnings, driving off into the dirt in speakers, because he is keeping 2 Pirellis on the tarmac, and that will not give you a penalty. That doesn't settle the issue of what he's accomplishing by doing that. Ryan Gill has a potential explanation for us up here in the booth, is that it may be a formula sort of situation where as long as you keep 2 tires on the track, it's fine. And, well, it's still debatable on what he gains by that. Teniza may have picked it up while driving formula cars, is the theory of keeping 2 on and 2 off and your foot in the gas. But unknown if it's gaining anything. The only thing I could think of in this case is Teniza thinks that by not turning back onto the track at speakers and going straight, he's gaining some amount of time because he lines up his left side tires with where the legal road is and just drives off into the dirt before they get to Pouhon. And that's all I can think of as a legitimate strategy of doing that. It's not really hurting him doing that, but the question is he gaining something by doing that? Now, that, of course, is what's debatable.
Yeah, and I definitely don't have the answer to that one, and I'm not sure anyone does, even Lamborghini. Also, we got Paul Jeffrey in chat. He'll be joining us. He will be taking over the booth here relatively shortly, I think within the next half hour, and we will be booted out, and the UK will return, and the Americans will be relinquished from their night shift. But in terms of Paul asking how many drivers in the top 10, for example, let's just go with that, have taken their breaks, pretty much, I think 9 drivers out of the top 10 have taken their breaks. Schill, let me double check on that one, but more or less, it seems that pretty much everybody has gone for their strategy and pulled the trigger on it, minus the likes up at the top there of David Teniza. Yes.
Yeah, we think pretty much everybody's done that at this point. They've started doing it around the 12-hour mark, and there's a couple cars that have held out. The same thing as last year. The Lamborghini, whether their strategy is to never take breaks or not this year, we don't know. That was their strategy a year ago, and even if they do, they are one of the last to get that done. The 201, Magnani, the leader in silver, as far as we know, has not taken breaks. I would hazard the guess the Seville Mustang, the 256, is not, as it gets really close between those two right there, Bashby and Vasquez Rodriguez. But other than that, I think the majority have indeed taken the breaks that they need to get to the end. But we are, and I can't overstate this enough, we're getting to the point where you got to make a decision. You're either going to ride the brakes you have to you're grinding the actual metal, or you make that change, because we're getting closer to the point where you leave pace on the table by not doing it if you are going to do it eventually. So I would say about an hour and a half away from decision time. I think everybody will have their minds made up by then, or should have their minds made up by that point.
Yeah, I would hope so. You'd mentioned earlier 8 hours is sort of the latest out of the latest that these drivers would go. And yeah, I would say even at the 9-hour mark, considering that most of the drivers have done it at this point, you know, what are you gaining? I don't know. Maybe they know something we don't. That's the thing, right? Is as the engineers, as the drivers that have been out there, they have a lot more track time experience than us. But, you know, we are, that's why we're in the booth, right? Is we just get to do all the predicting. And even if we're wrong, it doesn't matter. They just have to get it right. So that's the beauty of that.
For those of you that may be joining us and tuning in and wondering where in the world is the End of the Breach Racing number 7, we lost them overnight. Mechanical failure with that car. No reserve driver awake and alert to jump into the car after whatever mechanical failure had befallen the driver in at the time. That forced that car to retire from this race. And even worse, they retired from the lead.
Yeah, and actually, hold on. Now that, I'll be honest with you, language in chat, bringing up a very interesting point in that why, and this might be actually why they were able to do this in the previous race, but why the Lamborghini might be so good at not taking brakes, for example, and it's due to the engine braking that it has. If you change the engine modes and the engine maps, you can actually have a heavier engine braking mode, which will save your brakes long term. Now, again, those Lamborghinis certainly are going to be needing to do that if that is the case, but then the question is, how much are you compromising your power by changing that engine map? Are you going to be getting less out of it? Because I know, obviously, they have their power mode, they have their wet modes, every single car has different maps for different situations. What are you compromising in the power on that, and is that going to hurt you long term? Because he's already dropped 2.3 seconds to Pfeffer up front. Now, keep in mind, even when he had fresh tires and was on equal strategy, the pace was dropping fairly slowly. I would say it was maybe a couple tenths a lap, so it was consistently being gapped by Pfeffer. Has the pace changed? I'm not sure.
Yeah, still a lot to answer for, and that's all you can really ask for with 9.5 hours left to go. What I can tell you is Tobias Pfeffer ran a 16.4 out in front of the field. Denise's lap was a 17 dead, and Volcha Fiala's lap was a 16.9, just a little bit quicker overall, but I can tell you the gap is starting to expand a little bit up in front. That's exactly what Team MSI and Tobias Pfeffer wanted to hear at this point. Everybody else still fighting for position spots and, of course, bragging rights early into the morning. Some teams, very few penalties in the overnight. The majority of the penalties we saw, of course, just to reiterate what we said earlier, were sort of pit lane violations. Leaving pit lane and crossing the white lines on either side of the racetrack is a no-no. The drivers and teams were addressed of this pre-race, but I've just realized something. That was the first pit stop in 6 hours where we haven't seen somebody get a penalty for violating pit limits.
Great job, drivers. You listened. They've had enough practice on their pit entries at this point. Every single driver should have practiced their pit entry in the race at this stage. So I'd hope they've learned where the lines are, especially the drivers that have maybe explored the lines. They've certainly found where they lie.
Well, I think, too, I was going to say this earlier, but I wasn't sure if it was true anymore, but maybe the light level has helped a little bit as well. Maybe they've just gotten tired of getting penalties for such. We have had several incidents on the racetrack, but the more puzzling ones, the more prolific ones, is looks like Fiala's going to try and make this pass on the 21. And, of course, that's a lapped car, but gets it done anyway. And job well and truly done. The problem, though, for Thashby is that Littau was right behind them and has absolutely got to the back of them, thought about it for ERE Racing eSport team, but was unable to fully commit into Eau Rouge Radeon, but now finds themselves in the best possible place. A lead lap car slowed them down, and oh my goodness, this is going to get very dicey on our way to Lacombe this time. Everybody sorts themselves out. No drama there as Littau continues to hound the back of Thashby. Mohammed, I don't know if Mohammed did that defensively or was pulling out for the car in front, or let's be honest, it was probably a little bit defensive driving, but it worked.
Yeah, and I was very much holding my breath at that instance because I was thinking we were about to have a 3-car pileup. Thankfully, the drivers have had their head on the best behavior, and Leito backs out, which I was worried about. But he does, that's one of those moments where you've been racing for a while, you've been stuck behind a car, and you finally see the opportunity. There hasn't been one for laps, and you just want to take it with both hands. And thankfully, Leito, he realized, he says, no. We can wait here. We can back out. We were not fully committed just yet, because that certainly may have involved the Williams car if they weren't too careful, and you don't want to be the reason that you don't want to be the guy that took out the lead battle.
Well, the other thing, too, is sometimes those in-car cameras that we have allow us to see more than the drivers can see. Keep in mind, their driving position is way lower down, and their viewing angle's well more restricted. That's why we put the cameras where we do, because it gives us an excellent view. They don't have that. My worry is that Littau would brake too late in behind another car they're trying to pass, pull out, and then there'd be a Williams in their lap. And I was worried about that potentially happening. But no, that wasn't the case at all. Very well decided and measured out by everybody involved. And here is Matheus Leitão going around the outside. Now, that almost never works on La Source, but we'll see. You get a good break on here. It may do a little bit of contact with the 21 axle car, and they end up line astern once again as more cars continue to matriculate through at this hour. But a couple of moves, none of them come off. But you know what? If you are Leitão, you're sitting there going, okay, that didn't work. The one I did the lap before didn't work. I'll try something different now. Clearly a pace difference here for ERE. Looks like they have it. Oh, they're going to pull out to the outside here now. They got a better run.
We're going to go 3 wide potentially into Lecombe. No, we back out. Leitão needs to be very careful right now. Now, he did get the overtake done, and good on him for that, but he may be at danger of picking up a blue flag infringement right now because you've seen those blue flags waving for a while. He's trying to take advantage of those and make that overtake happen, which he did, but he really needs to get out of the way now and let that BMW by. Yes, it's a cushion. Yes, it's not allowing him to be overtaken, but that might be the demise, and there might be a 5-second penalty picked up as a result. So we got to be very, very careful right now.
Yep, certainly the case there. As well, I mean, it was aggressive, but it worked, and I think that's the thing we should all take into consideration, right? Is if it ends in tears, then everyone's pointing fingers at Leitão going, well, why did you do that? If it comes off and you gain a spot, everyone's going, wow, that was an aggressive but good move. Got it done in the end anyway after a couple of failed attempts. But probing for weakness, ever-present part of motorsport. Leitão found it, was able to go around the outside. Also had help, too. I don't think Mohamed Ashby really wanted to deal with that car on the lead lap with them. So instead, just sort of let them go as well, dropped out of the situation. Also a smart decision. You never know. That's what I tell drivers all the time. You don't know what's going to happen later. You can only deal with what you're dealing with now. That position may come back to you. They may get into an accident. You never know.
Yeah, or they might pick up a 5-second penalty for impeding a blue flag. I don't know. They still haven't let the BMW go yet, to be clear. So I think they're definitely playing a risky game and hoping that they are not impeding, which or at least that the stewards would judge they're not impeding. I will admit the BMW had a decent gap, so the argument could very well be made, though I could see it being made either way. So we'll see. We'll see if the stewards do decide to do anything there. They've been a little inactive, so maybe they're itching to strike a pen. No, obviously not. They're within reason and are going to be only judging it on a fair basis, just like any stewards for SRO would. So just a little joke there.
I tell you what, in case you think they're asleep, I can promise you they are not. They just haven't had to assess penalties in a long time. This is the longest gap, as far as I'm aware, in this race where we haven't seen that little white box show up in the bottom third to tell us about a penalty today. And here is David Teneza again for Automobili Lamborghini, continuing that strange line. What he's doing is he's exiting speakers and he is straddling the sort of the runoff ditch and the sort of felt out there and the racetrack. That is exactly one Lamborghini wide. Hey, back to measurements, right? It's exactly one Lamborghini wide, and he's straddling that. So he's not technically on the grass. He's kicking up dirt because of the diffuser and all that, and maybe he's touching the grass occasionally. But he's straddling that. That is legal, I am being told, and the team has definitely not told him to knock it off. He's continued to do it. I think the reason he's doing it is, instead of jerking the car back left to get back on the track where you overrun speakers, he's straddling the ditch and the racetrack, keeping 2 on the road, which is the important thing there, and he's shortening the distance down to Pouhon. That's what's going on there. It looks very strange. The penalty for getting that wrong or potentially being contacted by another car while you're doing that could have catastrophic results. That's not what's happening. And Teneza is he's running it in a confident manner that would tell me, as a driver, that he's practiced that he knows exactly what he's doing. Still, scares the heck out of me.
Yes, absolutely. real, man. This stint has absolutely flown by, Jesse. I cannot believe that 6 hours has gone by since we came into the booth. It was very dark and gloomy when we came in, but the skies have since lightened. The temperature is increasing. We're up to 17 now for ambient and track, and the racing is going to be firmly on for the next foreseeable future. Now, I do have to get in one more fun fact before we get ready, though, so I just got to throw it in now for chat. So, Jesse, this might be the most useless stat that I have, or most useless fact that I have, which is why I have to throw it in. So I mentioned earlier about the bird species and the avifauna in the area here. There's about 477 species. Do you know how many different trees and plants there are to complement that?
You're asking me how many different types
species.
How many different types of tree, essentially, is what you're asking.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna take a guess. I like a gamble. I'm gonna take a guess. How many different trees? So chat, what do we think here? If there were 400 and some different types of bird, I'm going to assume that there are 261 different types of tree.
You know, honestly, not a bad guess. It's actually closer to about 350, as we are in the Ardennes forest. There's just loads and loads of flora and fauna. There's about 700 different species of plants. And in case you were curious, 300 different species of blue-green algae.
That's very interesting. I got a question. With the bird factoid earlier, you mentioned that some of them were brought in by man, right? How many different trees are non-indigenous to this area? Do you have that stat?
Google doesn't quite got me on that one. I would imagine quite a few. I would imagine there's a few that have been invasive, but no, there's just it's the Ardennes forest, man. There's just a lot of greenery. There's a lot of birds. There's a lot of trees, and there's apparently a lot of different species of blue-green algae, which I didn't know either. So that's a little fun fact for everyone.
With a track of that has a red river under it, you would expect it to be red algae, but it isn't. Blue-green algae here as well. Give a hand to our resident factoid novelist, Mike Nouse, who's been with me the entire time today, giving you the facts, keeping you interested. And if you've tuned in recently and like, what on earth's going on here? You missed 6 hours of birds and information.
Bread clips.
It's been a lot of fun. I'll be back with you in a couple of hours, and this race will continue to progress. But before we sign off for the day, Mike, I just got to say it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you, and I am well educated after today. So, Mike, I hope I see you again soon.
Absolutely, Jesse. The pleasure has been mine.
Well, of course, we've got some things to handle before we leave. We'll show you some highlights in a minute or so. But before we do that, again, a big thank you to all of our partners that make this race and all of our races this season possible. Fanatec, AWS, Pirelli, Kuno, Simulazione, AK Esports, SimGrid, SRO, Dynamic, and I see the Mercedes group as well floating around. Thank you so much. That helps us make all of this possible. We appreciate it. We appreciate all of you at home hanging out with us, and we hope that you've enjoyed the American night stint. And well, it's quite literally been our pleasure to bring it to you today. But let's get right into it. Let's take a look at the highlights of this race thus far. Flash you all the way back to the start. Very, very nice up in front of this field. 3 or 4 cars all firing off, looking for the move down into Lecombe. It was a clean Eau Rouge Raidillon, at least for the top 20 or so. Looked like a couple of cars, including the Williams and some more, getting involved in the front of the field, and they would eventually make it down to single file. See Automobili Lamborghini involved in the top 5 straight away here, but this is where it went wrong. About 20th place on back, Mustang gets turned, and the track becomes a parking lot. The parking lot is off into the distance, but right here, it's a mobile chicane onto the track. A little bit later, a pass here, and this is a very nice one. The 5 Williams car making up some ground, making the pass here into Lacombe. Done and dusted into the lead. Dyer McCormack takes the Williams number 5. A little bit later after that, Tobias Pfeffer, in his earlier appearance, goes the long way around the Automobili Lamborghini to make the pass for P2. Little would we know they would end up in 3rd later on, but again, take the lead. 201 trying to make the pass in the 17. This is for the lead in silver. Gets it done. The 201 out into the lead. Darkness would eventually befall Spa-Francorchamps, and in the night, the racing was no less intense, including this one. The Scuderia Ferrari on board with them here, overtaking the 72 car here on the Kimmel Straight, catching all the time. Ferrari on Ferrari action. The Renwelton car absolutely dead to rights. Down the inside was the 51 Scuderia Ferrari. Up a spot there. Well orchestrated pass. We've seen our fair share of those. Number 7 wanted to join in on some of this fun as well, said that they saw some of the other cars do it. They're going to get it done too. Number 7, overtaking. That's for the lead overall right there. A little bit later on, still in the dead of night, right around whenever Mike and I came in. Racing still going on. The 39 overtaking the 17. Another nice slingshot pass down the Kimmel. So many of those. Veloce getting it done, but now Sunrise and the big one here, the 86, that is Team MSI looking for the lead. This is after the strategy for Automobili Lamborghini not taking breaks. This would be the 3rd time that Team MSI Mercedes had to take the lead from somebody, and they're going to try and do it around the outside. Bad brakes on the Lamborghini, a little bit of a squeeze job into Lacombe this time, but eventually on their way down to Bruxelles, it would be the Mercedes Esports Team MSI who ends up taking back the lead. And that's where we are right now. So many passes for the lead, so many cars involved, all of them racing hard as can be. We saw the 7 take the lead earlier. Of course, now out of the race. Mike Nouse, miss a lot in a race like this.
Absolutely. It has been an absolute jam-packed race here, especially for a 24-hour. Again, we saw just about a little bit ago the biggest gap we've seen for the lead at 9 seconds. That is the most separation that we've seen from P1 and 2 throughout the course of basically 15 hours at this point, which is just incredible. So, Concerned Paul be coming in here soon. He has an absolute show ahead of us. And chat, do not go anywhere for the next 9 hours, 11 minutes, and 5 seconds.
Yes, indeed. Time for us to say goodbye up here in the booth. For the time being, we're going to leave you with the beautiful tones of Paul Jeffrey. On behalf of everybody here, thank you for watching up to this point. We hope that you enjoy the rest of this broadcast. I've been Jesse Lee, joined by Mike Nouse and Paul Jeffrey. Thank you. Take it away.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff, Jesse Lee, Mike Noss, thank you very much indeed. Beautiful job from the pair of you, Jesse. Wonderful, wonderful to hear your tone, sir. Been a little bit too long since we last crossed paths, so I hope you are all doing well. I hope everybody's doing well in the chat, and certainly everybody's doing well on the racetrack. We've had quite the evening of racing, and I'm delighted to be back in the commentary box once again. It's 6 a.m. local time for my good self here in the UK. I've had a cup of coffee, I have an unbranded energy drink by my side, and I'm ready to go racing once more in SRO Esports Intercontinental GT Challenge here at the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. So, 9 hours, 10 minutes left on the clock. Currently, it is Tobias Pfeffer in the number 86 AMG Mercedes that is our race leader. The car that we see on screen now is, of course, David Tinitza from the Lamborghini Automobili Esports team. Second position, but as quite rightly pointed out by the last group of commentators, Jesse and Mike, this is a car that is yet to have made a stop for brakes. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that's going to impact this particular squad as the race continues. Third position, Wojtek Fiala in the Williams Esports Mercedes. They're holding on to a podium spot. When I left proceedings yesterday, well, yesterday evening, early this morning, that car was leading, but the number 5 down into the bottom step of the podium as things stand. In 4th position, we currently have Mikhail Statsenko, the number 51 machine, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, holding on to a good position as things stand, very much in place to pounce should some opportunity present itself further down the road. Car number 40, currently driven by George Boothby, is of course the McLaren Veloci machine. They're in 5th place as things stand, just ahead of the number 4 of Nils Klinkenmoller. That is the Mercedes AMG Esports Team HRT by RW. Klinkenmoller, 6th place ahead of Bastian Richter. Bastian Richter, the second of the 2 Ferraris at the sharp end of this grid. That is car number 72. Number 72 being the Rome Welton Esports machine. Plenty of drama we've seen for that car over the course of this race. Then 8th place, Gregor Schill. Number 89, Gregor Schill in the BMW for the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. Not seen much of that car over the course of the earlier stint in which I was part of, but they're in very firmly top 10 contention. And then in 9th place, we've got car number 38, another one of the Ferraris, the Coach Dave Academy machine, currently driven by Hubert Szymanski. And then finally, rounding up the top 10, is Bishkov in the 717, so Marco Bishkov driving for Team Nitro. That's the round down of our top 10. There's 9 hours, 8 minutes left on the clock. It's 7:02 a.m. in-game time here at a beautiful virtual circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Before we get into the action on track, big shout out to everybody still with us on chat here at the GT World YouTube channel, and of course SRO Esports on Twitch. It is wonderful to be with you, and a big shout out to Amaris, who stayed up all night long to watch this race. As always, Amaris, an ever-present as admin here on GT World, and it's wonderful to have you with us again. Hope you're enjoying the race thus far, and I dare say we've got 1 or 2 bits of excitement still to unravel as this race closes down the final 9 hours and 7 minutes. On your screen, car number 276, that is Matthias Lieto in the ERE Race Esports team. 22nd place so far in the silver category, though, of course. We're just spoken about even the top 10 in the pro class, but the silver class is just as competitive, if not more so, a little bit further down the running order. Lieto, 22nd place overall on track, a little bit higher up, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. About 10th place in the silver category as things stand in the ERE Race Esports. Aston Martin, beautiful little car, 7/10 for a second is what he needs to find to get in contention with the 21 BMW of Thas Beach ahead. So Lieto has work to do in that Aston Martin. It's a very compliant machine. It's a very driver-friendly car, the Aston Martin, one of my personal favourites. And that's exactly the kind of thing you need in an endurance race such as this. You want a car underneath you that is able to let you as a driver extract the maximum performance from it possible. And Matthias Lieto doing good work at this moment in time. Consistent lap times in the Aston as things stand, just eating away at that about 1 second disadvantage they have to the BMW. At this stage in the race is all about being mechanical in your movements, trying just to reel the laps off one after the other, keep to the strategy, keep to the consistency, and see how the race unfolds ahead of you from that moment onwards. So good stuff at Spa-Francorchamps. We kind of caught ourselves up a little bit. Anybody watching on YouTube in the chat, feel free to drop me a message if you have any questions or anything you want to know about this race, about the series, about esports, or life in general. I'm here. I've got plenty of time on my hands as things stand. So any questions you have, let us know. And this is a beautiful screen as well. That's wonderful to see Lieto, the picture-in-picture on board as he's focusing on the job in hand. Some nice looking posters he's got in the background there as well in that particular rig room. Very, very nice indeed. Matthias currently focusing very hard indeed behind the wheel of that Aston Martin, because it's so easy at this juncture in the race, depending on where you are in the world. As I say, for me in the UK, 6 a.m. in the morning, very, very easy to let a bit of fatigue creep into your driving, a little bit sort of outside the normal operating window of time where you would be doing something physical or mentally taxing. And it's all the easier to make a mistake, to drop a ball, to push a little bit too hard, to drop a wheel on the grass. So very difficult time for each and every one of these drivers. Dominic Duran in the chat said it's a decent comeback drive from the 28 Ford, considering their start. The 28 Ford, I'm just scanning down my live timing screen. 26th position so far. Michael Mooring behind the wheel of that machine at this moment in time. So indeed, the Fords, generally speaking, over the course of this race, have had a bit of a difficult time of it. So it's good to see that the 28 is back on the straight and narrow again, as Matt is just stretching the hands, trying not to get a bit of cramp, trying to be a little bit careful, not to sort of seize up a little bit or stiffen up a little bit behind the wheel, and that's when, of course, mistakes often creep in from drivers. So comfort, very important as well, and something, of course, that these drivers for the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series, they're racing from the comfort of their own home or from the team headquarters in some instances, like with the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team as well. They have headquarters at Maranello. So you've got your own comfort, you've got your own equipment, you've got a setup that is dedicated to the way in which you want to go racing, which is helpful in scenarios like this one, because there's many variables as you can remove from the agenda, the equation even, then the better and more straightforward things are for you as you go through the course of a full 24 hours of racing. Dominic Duran, by the way, just mentioned they got some damage on that lap 1 incident. We saw it on the replay that Jesse was talking us through the highlights before handing over to myself in the commentary box. We saw the big massive dramas at the top of Eau Rouge Raidillon, as is always the case in these things. Eau Rouge Raidillon becomes a bit of a parking lot, and that's exactly what we got on lap 1. The 28 catching the damage there. We're looking at Lorenzo Magnani at this moment in time in 12th position overall, but importantly, the leader of the silver class in the Gladius competitions machine. So Magnani having a great race, another Aston Martin at the sharp end of the grid. Good bit of driving thus far from this particular team. 201 has been a fantastic squad thus far. Behind the wheel, of course, we've got Lorenzo Magnani at this moment in time, but it's also Andrea Catana, Matteo Sinotti and Marco Lomi behind the wheel. When I said goodbye last night, Marco Lomi was at the sharp end of that particular class, and the 201 still very firmly holding on. They've got about a 3-second advantage to the car behind, but that's not a silver class car, of course. That is the Pro Class 789 machine, and then a further 2 seconds, so around 5.5 seconds in total, back to second place in the silver category of the 17 of Nalde behind the wheel. And then Jonathan Seville is holding on to the bottom step of said silver class podium. Here is the Low Fuel Motorsports Project Arcane Ford Mustang GT3. Seville behind the wheel of that 256 as things stand. Good to see one of the new additions to Assetto Corsa Competizione over the last couple of months is the Mustang GT3. And it's good to see that that particular one is holding on quite well to the bottom step of the silver classification podium as things stand. Although, of course, 9 hours, 1 minute, 2 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of racing between now and then for us to get through. Things will very likely indeed change as this race continues to unfold. The sun continues to rise in the sky. The track temperatures continue to increase, and the pressure just ramps on up for the drivers behind the wheel. Wonderful stuff. Here at Spa-Francorchamps, wonderful stuff. 24-hour racing, absolutely fantastic. And this is why we get out of bed early in the morning to see how these things unfold. So Seville, we move away from him and we move to Tobias Pfeffer. Race leader, Tobias Pfeffer, car number 86, overall race leader and pro classification race leader as well. Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, doing a wonderful job. Tobias Pfeffer, very talented driver. Of course, in the 86 alongside him is Tobias Groenewold, Nicholas Huber and Michael Tauscher as well. And all four drivers have been carrying the weight of the team exceptionally well thus far, with a race leader healthy advantage, well, it has to be said, over the chasing David Tinitza. Things are looking good as things stand at this part of the race. for that number 86 machine. And at this point as well, for Tobias Pfeffer, it's a little bit more difficult as a driver at this stage of a long-distance endurance race. We picked up on this car several hours ago now when I was last in the commentary box, really in the heat of the battle, fighting hard on track position. And as a driver, when you've got a direct race in front of you, when you're racing against another car, you can see it in your wing mirror or you know it's close by, all the sort of emotion, all of your kind of reactions and all your nerves are massively on end. Everything feels so much more raw and real, and you're within yourself trying to find the pace, trying to manage the car, trying to push it as hard as you possibly can. And it's almost easier to go outside of yourself to find 110%. That's where racing drivers kind of thrive, real or virtual. That's where you want to be. That's where you live, in that particular zone. But then with the likes of Tobias Pfeffer, with a 10-second almost lead at the front of the field, and you're just trying to count down the laps and the hours, it's very, very easy to fall into a negative spiral, to lose the momentum, to lose the real, that zone that you're looking for, and that's where you can very easily make mistakes. David Tinitza, very similar situation for him in the Automobile Lamborghini Esports Huracan GT3 in second place. A bit more interesting for Tinitza though, they've not changed the brakes, so he's got a bit of car to manage, and also I think it's fair to say that 63 potentially overachieving somewhat in second position. They've not quite had the pace that we've seen from those around them at this stage, so good bit of strategy even, let's use real words, Paul. Good bit of strategy, great bit of driving. Cards have fell their way. And currently they're in second position. And just to answer something that Mike and Jesse were speaking about in the previous commentary stint, that line that we saw down into No Name, that's the esports line from the F1 world. There is a little strip of AstroTurf. That's sort of the size of a tyre, pretty much. So put one tyre on there, one tyre on the racetrack. Saves Tinitza. It's an economy of movement for Tinitza. He doesn't have to reposition the car for the run down to the next corner. He can just put it there. He's already lined up, turning, and away you go. Doesn't look particularly great. The timing screens don't suggest it's any kind of massive advantage, but it's something that Tinitza is happy and comfortable with and has brought forward and continues to use in this particular race. Wojciech Fiala. He's the next one we see on screen. Car number 5, the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports. They've always been in and around the conversation for the front of the field for the duration of this race. Wojciech Fiala is behind the wheel at the moment, but of course we've seen Darren McCormack taking a lot of the heavy lifting at the start of this race in terms of stint time, and Tinko van der Velde and Dominic Blyer all had turns at the very front of the field. They're down in third now. Of course, they've had a brake change which delays the car in pit lane for a significant amount of time, and that's one of the reasons that impact why this particular AMG Mercedes GT3 is currently on the bottom step of the podium rather than the customary race lead that we've seen up to this point in the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps virtual here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Fiala, another one of these drivers that has been very much the top of the game in the world of GT3 eSport competition for a number of years. Good to see him behind the wheel again in 2024, doing a very, very strong job thus far in the number 5 Mercedes-Benz. He's just ahead of a Ferrari of Mikel Statsenko as well, the 51, holding on in 4th position. So good bit of driving from Mikel. There we go. There is Statsenko in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team machine, car number 51, a number that's synonymous now with Ferrari in GT racing, both real life and in virtual. Statsenko, new driver to that particular outfit for 2024. We've seen a lot of Statsenko actually over the course of the SRO Esports history in virtual form, often behind the wheel of an Audi. So it's a little bit peculiar for me to kind of associate him with the red and yellow of Ferrari, but Statsenko doing a good job in the 51. He's along Chris Hardeveld, Grantes Caracas and Jonathan Riley behind the wheel of the Italian car. So Mikel Statsenko delivering his particular part of the task in hand. He's got the Aston Martin just in front there on different laps though at this stage, so that will be a clear pass for Mikel in a few moments time. Clear that Aston Martin, blue flags waving in the background, or a Williams fan, not quite sure which. I think it's a blue flag And very, very shortly, that Aston Martin will have to cede the position. Then just behind, it is George Boothby. George Boothby in the number 40 McLaren, the McLaren Veloce. The Englishman currently holding on to 5th position. He was in the lower reaches of the top 10 at the start of this race. Slowly but surely, the Veloce McLaren team have chipped away at the disadvantage to the cars ahead. Boothby is currently the one behind the wheel, but alongside him, car number 50, is it car number 50? Yeah, car number 40, sorry, is Eamon Murphy, Luke Whitehead, and Aidan Walsingham taking over that McLaren 720S GT3. Boothby doing good job at this moment in time, just slowly trying to chip away at the traffic and close down the gap to the Statsenko-driven Ferrari in front. 23.2 seconds, though, do McLaren have to make up on their Italian rivals? By all means, that is not unbridgeable over the course of the next 8 hours and 53 minutes, but Boothby certainly needs to be on his tippy toes. Then just behind him, 15.7 seconds in arrears, is car number 4, and that is, of course, another Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, and this time for the Mercedes AMG Esports Team HRT by RW. This is one of the cars that we expect to be at the sharp end of the grid. Nils Klinkermuller is the man behind the wheel, and he's sharing that car. It's a 4-car team with Leon Atoki, Lars Kisser, and Dylan Tan are the 4 drivers that take part for this particular team. Klinkermuller, though, having his time behind the wheel, as I say, got about 15 or so seconds to make up on George Boothby in front. A little bit of a comfort blanket to the Bastian Richter car behind. So Klinkermuller in that no man's land where it's all a case of just flicking over the page lap after lap after lap. Consistency, put those times in, make no mistakes, see what you can do about the cars in front and behind, and see how the race unfolds and comes to you as things progress. 7th position, Bastian Richter for Renwelton Esports. This is a Ferrari that we saw plenty of in the opening running of this 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Number 72 car, Bastian Richter, as I say, behind the wheel of the Ferrari 296 GT3. He's got Leon Burnt, Tim Peachman, and Samir Ibrahimi in that particular car. Bastian Richter, though, of course, a driver very, very well known in the world of SRO Esports, but certainly not in a Renwelton, and certainly not in a Ferrari. Very unusual for me to see that name and that combination. Bastian Richter having moved over, of course, from the Unicorns of Love team, now into the Ferrari 296, and doing a very, very good job indeed. Is Bastian one of the fastest drivers you're likely to find in any form of virtual racing? So a bit exciting to see how he gels with new team, new car in 2024. Thus far, that particular combination, plus the support of his teammates, is good enough for a very heavily inside the top 10, I dare say top 6, potentially even top 3 is where their target will be over the course of the rest of the race. Gregor Schill is in 8th position. That is the 89 car. That is the first, I think, yes it is, the first of the BMW M4 GT3s within this race. Gregor Schill, of course, long-time BMW driver, and he's in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition squad. Alongside him, Nils Naujoks, Artur Kamera, and Philippa Bokida are the drivers of the 89 machine, but the German driver Gregor Schill is the one behind the wheel as things stand. Interesting, Philippa Bokida, of course, female racer, very, very strong competitor in SRO Asia in recent seasons. It's good to see that Philippa is there in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition squad, and very firmly holding her own against some incredibly talented and experienced and successful GT3 e-sport drivers over the last few years. So good opportunity for Philippa to show her mettle against some well-established drivers, learn what she can as well, of course, and go and show them exactly how you go racing at very high speeds. And then in the car, number 38, another one of the Ferrari 296 GT3s. This is, of course, the Coach Dave Academy machine. At this moment in time, it is Hubert Szymanski that's behind the wheel. Interesting point for this one, as opposed to the more popular 4-driver route that many people have taken. This is in fact a 3-driver team. David Patil and Amado Castorino are joining Hubert Szymanski in this outfit. 3 drivers, 24 hours. Do the maths yourself. That's a lot of track time that these drivers will be enjoying over the course of this particular race, and they're doing a very, very good job indeed to be holding on to that 9th position overall and within the pro classification of this 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. We've got about 13-14 seconds or so to the chasing pack behind, so very firmly within that top 10. It's times 1.5 points as well, of course, for the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship in this particular race. So top 10s will do the power of good to you and your team and your overall championship standings. Then in 10th place, it is the 717, another one of the BMW M4 GT3s. This time, it's Team Nitro. Behind the wheel, Marco Bishkov, another name that will not be unfamiliar to the world of SRO Esports drivers. Bishkov, of course, leading the charge at this moment in time in 10th position. He's part of a 4-car team. Max Frank, Patrick Pignone and Noah Eder are the other 3 drivers that enjoy seat time in the Team Nitro BMW, and they're another one of the squads that are having a very nice race thus far. The second of the BMWs in this particular race, 10th overall in the pro classification for that particular squad. Good driving from all concerned, very solid result so far, and in a very good position to be aware of where opportunities may present themselves, shall we say, over the next 8 hours and 48 minutes. So that is our top 10 drivers. In 11th position is another one of the Veloce machines, car number 39, the Veloce Vexed car even, sorry, the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. Maciej Malinowski, the driver behind the wheel. Maciej sharing this car with Sean Arnold, Valentin Barrier and Yaroslav Honzik. Yaroslav, of course, better known as Jardier, the YouTuber and perennially cheerful young man. They're holding on to 11th position as things stand. Perhaps a little bit of an underachievement for the talent of the drivers behind the wheel. They'll be looking to make some moves as the race progresses. 20 seconds away from Bishkov to break into that top 10. McLaren, Veloce and the likes of Maciej Malinowski, they'll be looking for far more than a top 10 in this race. In 12th place overall, we have the very first of our silver classification drivers. It is car 201, that's the Gladius Competitions machine, and behind the wheel at this moment in time is Lorenzo Magnani. 4-car team in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Marco Lomi, Andrea Catana and Matteo Sinotti are the other 3 drivers that have shared this particular car. They've got one of the tightest battles on the racetrack as things stand at this moment in time. In fact, there we go, as they dive down pit lane for their scheduled full service in the Gladius competition. Aston Martin, they're currently leading the class in the silver categorisation. So, in fact, they've just moved second position courtesy of said pit stop. This is the car that's taken over the silver category lead temporarily at least, and that is the number 17 Ferrari 296 GT3 of BF Racing Esports. Behind the wheel so far is Matteo Naldi, and they've got a couple of teammates. Alexandra Lee, somebody we saw plenty of drama from in the early stages of this race, and Axel Ramanet, really cool name is that one. Axel Ramanet is the 3rd driver for the BF Racing Esports team, currently leading silver classification. That'll probably drop back down to 2nd place once the pit stops will shuffle themselves out over the course of the next 4 or 5 minutes. Of course, 65-minute stint length here in ACC. In 3rd place in silver, and it's the first of the brand new Ford Mustang GT3 cars, and that is the number 256. Number 256 of Low Fuel Motorsports Project Arcane. Wonderful to see this car, very new into the world of SRO competition. Of course, 256 is currently driven by Jonathan Seville, but of course he's got Nils Steinbrenner, Lucas Tipak and Dennis Pryor alongside him in the Low Fuels Motorsports car, and they're currently on the bottom step of the silver classification podium. 13th place overall, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility that they'll sneak into the top 10 by the close of this particular race. Good to see the Ford Mustang not being the fastest car on the grid, it has to be said, but doing a good job indeed. Then 14th place, but 12th overall in the pro category, separated by a couple of silvers, is the number 164. The number 164 being the Restec Reparto Corsa car, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, currently driven at this moment in time by Daniel Naves He's got Michael Romagnoli, Danilo Santoro and Andrea Miato for company in that 164 machine. They're 14th overall, 12th in the pro classification class. But again, nevertheless, having a strong performance, trying to keep the car on the racetrack, trying to minimise any potential losses. 22.6 seconds is Naves behind the next car up the road, which is Seville. Seville, though, has gone down pit lane, so they'll not have to worry about that particular one on track anytime soon. Beautiful looking car as well, while we see that one on screen, the 164. Another beautiful car, though, is the 777 machine, the Williams Esports Academy car, back into the silver classification once again. The 777 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo Williams Academy. Bit of a new thing that we're seeing here in the world of SRO Esports. Williams very, very active in a virtual scene, and it's good to see that they've got the Academy. Max Watana is currently behind the wheel. It's a 4-car team. Matthias Gladke, Andrew McWilliam and Fidel Moriera are the other 3 drivers in this particular car. Max Watania is currently behind the wheel, though. 14th position overall. 3rd currently, because we've had some shuffling, of course, of pit stops in the silver classification. That'll be 4th by the time everybody's made their stop and everything sort of resorts itself out. So always difficult to do a rundown during a pit window. I apologise to Steve, who's trying to pick out the right car in the right order to follow my words. Always a bit difficult, but nice looking livery. Good to see Williams with a few flashings of yellow. Good to see that they've got sort of an academy team to try and feed the enviable, it's fair to say, amount of talent that they've got in the main game at Williams. So the likes of Max Watania will be looking to try and pick up as much learning as he can before he, hopefully for him, moves into the main show. And then it is car number 45. That is the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Visceral Esports by Acertec Sim Sports. Currently behind the wheel of this particular car is Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez. This is a 4-car team with the longest names in the race. Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ritchie, Justin Stuberauch and Nick Baldin are that particular squad of drivers. Do not envy the livery maker of that particular team trying to fit those names on the A-pillar of that particular car, but currently Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez behind the wheel. They're 15th overall in the running order and around 4th position in the silver classification. So lots of work to be done by that team if they want to break onto the podium runners. Visceral Esports, Lamborghini Huracan GT3, the first of the Huracans in the silver classification of this particular race. Now we move down to 19th position, and it is of course car number 71, another Mercedes, and on this occasion it's JP Motorsports. Behind the wheel of the car for this part of the race is Luca Ziegler. Luca Ziegler, part of a 4-car squad here in the 71. Jonas Reich, Sasha Wasner and Raphael Hansen are the team mates going into this 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. 19th position in the overall classification. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Currently 7th in the silver category even, should I say. Ziegler doing a good job behind the wheel of the Mercedes. A very popular mark, it seems, in this particular race. He's got a 4.465 disadvantage to Andrea Miato ahead, although Miato, of course, is a pro driver. This car is racing for overall honours, but also racing for classification honours as well in the silver category. And Ziegler and teammates at JP Motorsports doing a very good job in that AMG Mercedes GT3. Just behind them on the racetrack is the number 44. It's another one of the Esports cars by Acertec Sim Sports. It's another Lamborghini Huracan GT3, and behind the wheel of the 44 machine is Fabrizio Campanella. Currently he's part of a 4-car team. You've got Tom Gorka, Kevin Taddle and Felix Tabizwell Hacker are the 3 other drivers that share this Lamborghini Huracan GT3. 20th position overall currently for this particular car, but as you can see on the racetrack, got himself a fair squabble with the BMW. They're not on the same lap, but they're certainly fighting for the same piece of tarmac at this moment in time. Blanchimon's never a clever place to go side by side with another driver, and Fabrizio Campanella decides that is actually a wise cause. That a bit of a bump draft kiss as well to the back of the 8th place BMW. Careful, careful, boys. You don't want to be having this level of shenanigans. The 89 gets past. The Lamborghini runs a little bit deep, but if I was behind the wheel of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition, I would not be happy at all about that particular manoeuvre. Continuing our run down the field, though, it is the 21 car that we're looking at now, the BMW M4 of Axel Sports. Currently behind the wheel of that car, the number, is it 21? No, it's a 711, Paul. Come on, get your stuff together. I know it's early in the morning. The 711 car, my apologies, is the Veloci Academy machine, and currently behind the wheel is Angel Inastraza. He's got Tadeusz Junkovicius, Louis Fleischer, and Mattia Di Campo share that McLaren 720S GT3 Evo for Veloci Academy. They're 19th overall. They're racing, of course, in the silver category as well, so they're just about outside the top 10, I think, in silver. Can't do the counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7th at the moment, but of course, pit stops are all cycling through, so that's all likely to change. But Inastraza doing a good job so far in the 711. 20th position, or 22nd, depending on which time and screen you look at, is car number 21. That is the BMW M4 GT3 Axel Sports. Behind the wheel of this particular machine at this moment in time is Mohamed Thaspi. He's doing a good job, 20th position overall. This is a 3-car team, so a bit bucking the trend at the usual full carers. Nazik Aslan and Alessandro Ottaviani are the other 2 drivers that share this particular machine. They're doing good work. Lots of driving time for all 3 drivers, good or bad, depending on how confident you are behind the wheel. But it's a bit unusual to see these 3... it's a bit unusual to see 3 driver teams in a 24-hour race. But that's the decision that's been made by Axel Sports, and they're rocking that decision well in 20th place in the BMW. 23rd place is car number 276. That is an Aston Martin AMR V8 Vantage, and it's a car that's run by the ERE Race Esports team. Behind the wheel is Britain's Jack Oliver at this moment in time, and this is another one of the 3-car outfits in this 24-hour race. He's sharing this car with Matthias Lieto and Daniel Brewer, the 276. Matthias Lieto, Daniel Brewer, and currently behind the wheel, Jack Oliver, racing in the silver classification, bit sideways for the Aston Martin, in fact, there. So that was more than a little bit spicy you want at this point in the race, but a good catch by Jack Oliver. Not sleepy-eyed here at 6:30 in the morning. Jack does well to gather that car together very, very quickly and minimise any kind of dramas. And then the 789 that we're looking at on our screen now, the 789, another Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. And this is by a new name for me, certainly, in SRO Zoom Racing Armamentario, I think that is, I'm not quite sure. Behind the wheel at this moment in time is Nikita Orazev, and then he's got Artem Manisha, Vladislav Kloskov, and Emir Sabryov behind the wheel of that Audi. Audi, of course, customer racing, not quite as prevalent in the world of GT3 racing as they once were. They've kind of refocused their attention toward the world of Formula 1 going forwards, but there are still plenty of Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2s out there and racing in GT3 competition, and good performance so far from that particular team. Right, car number, what's this one now? Car number 258 that we're seeing on our screen at this moment in time. Car number 258. I'm just looking for that one on my screen. Here we go. It is a Porsche 911 GT3R 99 Porsches in the field, it has to be said. This particular race event, this is an absolute rest take by Ace Elite machine. Currently behind the wheel is Emanuele Cardinale, and he's got Benjamin Baumann and William Pisano for company in the 258. Currently it is Cardinale, the Swiss driver, is rocking 24th position, 217.210 last time compared to a 216.412 ultimate best. So that 258 is in and around where he needs to be in terms of pace to keep pushing this car forward. So Cardinale having a very, very good drive. 24th position so far, but in silver category, certainly much higher than that one. 25th position is the 223 machine that you see on your screen now. 223 machine, of course, is from the silver categorization once again, and it's the Genius Esports by Genius Race McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. Currently, Elliot Evans is behind the wheel, and this is a 4-car outfit. Tommy Razia, Cody Sherratt, and Tariq Adam are the other 3 drivers that are in this Genius Esports by Genius Race McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. 25th in the overall classifications. Not quite sure exactly where they are in the silver classification, but certainly in with a sniff of the top 10 finishers. Car number 28 is next on our screen. Car number 28 is the Ford Mustang GT3 for ST Racing Esports. ST Racing Esports, and it is Marco Mollinger behind the wheel. This is a 4-car outfit. Michael Moring, Valentin Goppelt, and Lucas Matea are the drivers behind the wheel of Ford Mustang. It's a new car in the SRO Competizione. It's a new car in the ranks of GT3 as well. And the ST Racing Esports squad doing a good job of feeling their way through the performance of this machine in the early stages of this. The 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps has been running in the 26th position. Overall, in 27th place is car number 224. That is the Genius Esports BMW M4 GT3. Luke Addison, a driver that's been so impressive for Strong in SRO Asia in recent seasons. He headlines a very strong driving strength. 4-car drivers Albin Manson, Eric Muska, and Abe Santamaria are the other 3 drivers behind the wheel. The South African, though, Luke Addison, is currently the point man in that particular car. They're 27th overall in this race, also racing under the silver classification banner for Genesis Esports. Car 224, position number 27. Then we move on, quicker than a quick thing in Quicksville, to the Ferrari 296 GT3 Raggioli Esports. Car number 11 in the silver category, 28th overall. Currently behind the wheel of this one is Jose Alejandro Perez. He's got Eduardo Ruggiero, Francesco Mazza, and Ivan Stella for company. 4-car lineup in this particular Ferrari 296 GT3. Another one of the silver classification runners. 28th in the overall standings is Jose Alejandro Perez, currently in that curiously liveried Ferrari. I'm not sure what I think about that particular design. It's certainly striking. You'll certainly not miss it in a hurry. But good stuff from Jose Alejandro Perez. 28th overall in the silver, overall and racing under the silver categorization. Then we move to car number 96. Car number 96 is a BMW M4 GT3. ATS Corsa Esports team is the squad that is running this German piece of engineering. It's a 4-car driving lineup, and Stefano Battistella is the one behind the wheel as things stand in 29th position. He's got Daniel Tudor, Alif Mohammed, and Francesco Acquistipese as teammates in that particular squad. So is Stefano Battistella, doing good stuff in the BMW. Really do like that livery. It's esporty, but in a really quite cool kind of way. So very nice. Resplendent, that livery in the ATS Corsa Esports team. They've had their fair share of dramas, though, it's fair to be said, over the course of this particular race. 138 is next up, the Aston Martin AMR V8 Vantage of CRT Pro. These have had a world of pain over the course of this particular race. Currently behind the wheel is Pavel Gunnin. Pavel Gunnin behind the wheel. It's the 3-driver outfit, is this one. Leonid Makovikin and Kryl Kalashnikov are the others. Kryl Kalashnikov, I think that's how you pronounce that one. 3-driver squad in the 138 Aston Martin, 30th overall. They're currently running. They're in the silver categorization, though, of course. So they'll be gunning for a strong result in that particular category. Is a CRT Pro machine. Difficult qualified, difficult start to the race. Moving on to position 31 is car number 20. Position 31, car number 20. Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. RNL Raw is the squad that's running this particular team, and it's Eskil Kloppert that's behind the wheel. Eskil Kloppert behind the wheel, 4-car squad. David Cesar, Fabiano Di Gennario, and Yannick Meister are the other drivers that are taking part in this 24 hours at the Spa-Francorchamps for RNL Raw. Their 31st overall, 4.8 seconds or so away behind Gunning, and then racing in the silver category here at Spa, Silver and Pro, the two categories, of course, that we run in this competition. Next on the list is another one of the Porsches. It's car number 204. It's the Porsche 911 GT3 R992, and this is the absolute rest take by Ace Elite Camus machine. Currently behind the wheel of this car is Luca Gallinari with Federico Stefanella, Jonas Gerhardt and Leonardo Personi as the 4 drivers that will be campaigning this Porsche over the next 8 hours and 29 minutes of racing activity. So Luca, the Italian driver, of course, with a name like that, of course, is Italian. Luca Gagliardini, there we go. Say it right this time, hopefully, well, closer to right than normal. For me, Luca Gagliardini. There, car number 17 is next up, another Ferrari. This time it's BF Racing Esports. Car number 17 running in 13th position, in fact. So we're going back to the sharp end of the grid, and this is Alexandra Lee in the BF Racing machine, the Ferrari on the attack. This is for position, this is for the lead of the silver category. Maya Sonotti is just ahead of us. The Ferrari, though, has decided now is the time to provide some entertainment for Paul, because Paul's been running down a running order for the last 10 minutes. Let's get some glory, let's get some race track action in effect once again. And Alexandra Lee doing a lot of work in this Ferrari, this BF Racing 13th place, second in silver. Matteo Sonotti's got a lot of work to do to defend. The Aston Martin, not quite as quick at this stage in the race, struggling to get the launch off the corners. The Ferrari certainly looks the lighter and the fresher of these two cars, and I do suspect that Alexandra Lee will be looking for opportunity if it presents itself over the course of the next few moments. Riding on board then with Lee, the BF Racing, but Ferrari, beautiful shots on board here to ride just on his shoulder now. Let's have a look. Fastest section of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. We use the full racetrack to maximise the potential forward momentum of the car for the run up the hill and through Blanchimont. Downforce will be reduced following so close to the car in front, so we're going to minimise any kind of steering movement. We push a little bit wide, courtesy of the dirty air of the Porsche in front. Show our nose to the inside of bus stop. Not close enough, sorry, to the Aston Martin, not Porsche. Not close enough, but we do try and scare the Aston a little bit deep into the chicane. Then again, focus on the launch through the hairpin and coming down into the La Source hairpin, the traditional first corner here at Spa-Francorchamps, one of the many pinch points of this particular circuit. And again, we see picture in picture through the front window, then looking from the back of Sonotti's Aston Martin as well at the chasing Ferrari. Next big opportunity is up Eau Rouge and Radion and down the Kemmel Straight as we try and keep the car as balanced as possible, minimise the understeer. Good job there on board Alexandra Lee's machine. We do have the slipstream, but we don't have enough of an overlap at this particular juncture, I don't think, to get side by side. Wonderful scenes there between these two particular battling cars. It has a certain nuance, I think it is fair to say, in long distance endurance racing. In these kind of battles, you know that you've got a lot of racing in front of you, you know that you've had a lot of racing behind you, so you want to be a little bit careful not to be too aggressive. You want to measure and balance the potential risk versus the potential benefit you're going to get as a driver in these sorts of situations. So there's definitely going to be, commentators, famous last words, definitely going to be no kind of stupidity being shown or risk being shown, but Alexandra Lee will be well aware that at this stage at least it feels like there's more performance in that Ferrari versus the Aston Martin, and the longer this car stays hankered behind the back of the Aston, the more time it's going to be losing relative to those around. Yes, they're racing for the silver class race victory, but I dare say the likes of Lee will also be very interested indeed about the overall race performance as well. So if he can clear that Aston Martin, he gives himself a good opportunity to start having to think about the overall top 10 in terms of this race result at the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Still riding on board then as we come into the bus stop chicane again. Have a little look again. The Aston Martin's deep. The Aston Martin is very, very deep indeed on the brakes. No harm, no foul on this particular occasion, but Matteo Sonate really needs to calm things down in the Gladius Competitions machine. He keeps pushing like that one, he's going to be under a lot more pressure than he currently finds himself, and that's going to give encouragement to Lee in the Ferrari behind. He'll be seeing these mistakes, he'll be seeing a little bit further away from the apex than perhaps is optimal, and they'll recognise that there's a certain amount of raggedness to the Aston Martin in front, and that potentially presents opportunity as well. So good stuff. Good stuff here at the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps as Lee takes another look. No such doing in the rundown to Le Calm on this particular occasion. Separated then by nothing short of enthusiasm, Alexandra Lee having another in the Ferrari, and another closed door firmly in the face of the chasing Lee. So big excitement so far here at Spa. Don't forget, if you're watching at home, please do feel free to drop us a comment. Any questions, any excitement you want to share with us in the chat, feel free to do so, and I'm delighted to very much welcome a new addition to the commentary box. Austin, welcome back to the comms box. It's great to have you with us, and we've had quite the cracker while you've been gone.
Hey Paul, yeah, I've been keeping tabs on it. I think it'd be remiss to mention the fact that the number 7, the McLaren, that was such a factor, right? It pretty much a mainstay in the podium throughout the first quarter of this race. Nowhere to be seen after they had a PC crash. That just blows my mind, and it's been an excellent race for the entirety of the time I've been gone, keeping tabs on it, like I mentioned. And the sun's up. It's a new day here at Spa-Francorchamps. Excited to see how this thing's going to play out.
Yep, absolutely. It has been a great race thus far. It's still behind, as you say, the number 7, Jacob Austerman, behind the wheel. A DNF for this race, so real shame for that squad. They've been competitive every time they step on the racetrack, it has to be said, and the ITB racing car out of contention for today. But Austin, we've got quite the battle for the lead in silver at this moment in time. Alexandra Lee and Sonate pretty much as one at the front of that silver class field.
Yeah, that 17 number Ferrari has just been on fire today, really up there kind of in the thick of things. They've been playing second fiddle for a lot of it, though, to that Aston Martin, that number 201 machine. Aston's kind of just been, I'm going to say, the bar that everybody needs to measure themselves against. We've seen a little bit of some back and forth with that lead, though, but I tell you what, these two cars, I think they're going to be inseparable for the next 8 hours and 21 minutes.
I think you're absolutely right, and I was sort of mentioning just before you were Austin to the folks at home, it's a difficult situation, isn't it, if you're Alexandra Lee at this moment in time, because you're well aware you're in the middle of a 24-hour race. You probably can back yourself to have more pace than the Aston, but it's that risk and reward, isn't it, of how and when and where do you overtake, and frankly, is it worth the risk to go side by side?
Yeah, because quite frankly, you still have 8 hours left in the race, and Lewis and I were talking about this earlier, where even if you were only a tenth or two of a second a lap faster, over 8 hours, that adds up a lot, so you could quite frankly distance yourself from this Aston if you got by, but how hard do you want to fight, right? Maybe you're just really comfortable kind of riding in behind, you kind of have someone to gauge yourself up against, and there's a lot of ebb and flow, right? Not multi-class endurance racing, but endurance racing in general. There's an Audi, and I believe that's a BMW, even more up the road from that. They're not on the same lap as these cars. That's not for position. They're a lap down. Looks like that's a Mustang up in front of that Audi. Those are 2 lap down machines, so you do have to kind of go through this entire field, manage the lap traffic, and you still have to, oh, by the way, put down good lap times and need to make sure that you leave the car good enough that your co-drivers can take it over when you finally get back out of the car.
And that's why endurance racing is so wonderful. And as you mentioned, there's a couple of cars on a different lap just in front of the particular battle that we're riding on board with now. This is an opportunity then for Lee to try and leverage those cars, leverage any kind of hesitation from the Aston Martin, because the Aston Martin's got the same problem. It doesn't want to get past the lap cars in a danger spot, risk any potential damage. So for Alexandra Lee, watching, waiting, keeping a watching brief in the background, he's going to react and do the opposite thing to what the Aston Martin does now, as we have a really good launch through Eau Rouge and over Raidillon. This is one of the best chances now for the BF Racing Esport machine. Goes very, very early to the inside, telegraphs that manoeuvre, tries to box the Aston Martin in behind the back marker. You're going to have to be very, very careful. In fact, the Aston makes contact with the back marker. Contact between the two cars, completely unsighted. Put off by the overtake. Alexandra Lee, thank you very much. I doff my cap to you, and I'll clear that one. And that, Austin, is exactly the risk that we spoke about.
Yeah, well, not to mention, I mean, I'm surprised that Lee got that good of a run going down the Kemmel Straight, mostly just because the Aston Martin, right, Sinani had a pretty decent draft as well from that, I believe that was a Audi in front of him. And I'm not quite sure why that contact was made. It looked like kind of a done and dusted move where you've been bested, slot back in line, you know, you made your bed, now you have to lay in it, eat your medicine, if you will, and that contact was made. And for Lee, he makes out like a bandit. Not only was he going to make the pass, now he has the position. I'm pretty sure that 201 Aston Martin, I believe that might be a penalty for them, and we'll see. I would imagine about 2 or 3 laps from now, I think race control is going to have something to say about that, and I would imagine at least it is an extra 5 to 10 seconds, most likely, of a penalty. And that is, oh, by the way, if they don't already have strikes, we'll call it, against some incident points, if you will. And again, Lewis and I talked about it earlier, there's a lot of teams out there with 3, 4, and of course 5, you're done. You park your stuff at that point.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that we really need to be very aware of. Lots of penalties have been given away over the course of the race as well for infringements, going over the white line when you're not supposed to do. Little bit rookie errors throughout the field in that one, but it all adds up over 24 hours. And hopefully for the 201, not too much damage on board that Aston Martin, as well as we circle back to the front of the field. And this is Chris Hartveld in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports HP team. 4th position for the number 51 as things stand, for plenty of cars around him, but not particularly racing for position as things stand. Hartveld currently 4th place. He's got about 4.5 seconds to find to get in contention with their fellow Italian rivals, the Automobile Lamborghini Esports team, currently driven by Hutchinson, the 63, up in 3rd position. But Hartveld, they've had an interesting race of the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. They've had a bit of dramas, it's fair to say, in the opening running, but that car's looking relatively unscratched, and certainly in and around the positions, Austin, they need to be in that podium conversation in around 8 hours and 16 minutes time from now.
Yeah, and of course, you're into the wee hours of the morning here where everybody, you're just kind of waking back up in the morning. Things, I'm not going to say they've slowed down, but they're a decent bit calmer, right, depending on where you are in the racetrack. And Hartveld finds himself in a unique situation where he's putting down decent lap times out on track, but none of them are for position. At any spot for position, I think it's something like 5 seconds up the road and like more than 20 seconds out back. So he's kind of in no man's land right now, all on an island of his own. So at this point, you're just doing the best you can in the middle of your stint and wait until you can get back out of the car. And he's doing a very nice job, just minding his P's and Q's, keeping that car, like you mentioned, in between the white lines, when and where he needs to. Decisive move here up the inside of this Audi. Again, lap down car, not for position. That number 789 Audi machine.
It's so scary as a driver in this scenario, Austin, as well. When you're lapping some traffic, you commit the car to the inside of a braking point. You've just got to have faith at that point that the driver knows you're there. He's got the respect, he's got the awareness to give you the room that you deserve to get through the corner. And it's frustrating sometimes as a car that's doing the lapping. But of course, you need to be mindful. These cars have to get out of the way. They don't want to hold the car up that's on a different lap. But at the same time, they don't want to lose their own performance on lap time for the challenge and the race that they're having with those around them. So it becomes a bit of a selfish exercise for a driver, doesn't it, in these scenarios? And who can navigate that traffic the best and the most decisively and minimize the time loss, they're the ones that are going to reap some significant reward as the race progresses to its dying moments.
No, that's a phenomenal point, and that's why I'll always say there is an art to passing another car just as much as there's an art to getting past. And part of that is both drivers are going to be selfish. You know, one driver wants to make the pass as soon as possible, the best, most opportune moment for them, just as much as the other guy wants to be passed at the most opportune moment for them. So maybe that's just barely lifting before you make it into a corner, just to make sure that in case you're being lapped right now, there's someone battling for position nearby. Maybe they're behind you, maybe they just got lapped themselves. You need to make sure that you can pop back in line to make sure that when you're lapped, you don't get overtaken for position. So there's a lot of selfish and selfless acts, right, in this endurance racing when you're lapping other cars, especially when you're so close on pace, right? If there was a larger pace difference, it'd be a lot easier to go up there and just make these passes, but everybody in here is in the exact same cars. We do have a different class, you know, you have the Pro and the AM category, we like to call it, but everybody's so close on pace. It's really difficult to go out there and make a pass.
Yep, absolutely. Some fantastic performances throughout, not least of which is this one, the number 86, Mike Tauscher behind the wheel at this moment. Overall race leaders, of course, leader of the Pro classification as well. About 24 seconds to Dominic Blyer in the number 5 behind. Blyer, of course, has managed to move up into second place in the Williams Esports. Hutchinson in the Lamborghini, by the way, Austin, is the one of the only drivers in the top running cars that haven't managed to fit in a scheduled brake change just yet, according to Jesse Lee and Mike Naus that were on before ourselves. So that's going to be interesting. Do the Lamborghini team roll the dice again for the second year in a row and avoid the need to change brakes? Or is that something that's going to be looming over them in the next 8 hours and 13 minutes? If it is, that third position is going to drop down the running order quite significantly compared to where they are at the moment.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know enough about the particulars of, do you work on the brakes or do you not? Do you just try to manage them? But I do know that in a situation like this, it's one of those things where you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't. If it's this late into the going and then you finally do it compared to the rest of your competition who have most certainly already done theirs, right? So it's just kind of looming over you for the entirety of the rest of the race, and at some point you've made your bet and you have to lay in it. And I think for them, as much as personally I think I'd want to make that change, I think they're just going to stick with it, and I can't really fault them. It's a gutsy call, but you got to trust your instincts.
Yep, I would agree with you on that one. I think, as you say, it is a gutsy call to not go for the stop, but Lamborghini perhaps struggling a little bit for overall pace compared to what we've seen or expect from a team as talented as that one, so they've got to roll a dice in some way to get themselves in to that kind of front-running contention. That is the gamble that particular squad have made. As we go a bit further down now, we're looking at Raphael Hansen for JP Motorsports, car number 71, 22nd overall at this moment in time. But this is a good opportunity, I think, to talk about the silver category of drivers that we've got here in the world of SRO Esports. I kind of mentioned it at the top of the show when I was on my first stint a few hours ago. We have Pro, we have Silver. Do not be mistaken, folks at home. That does not signify a deficit in quality in any way, shape or form. Pro drivers are people that are fortunate enough through skill, experience and hard work have got a professional contract with a professional team. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Williams, BMW, etc, etc, etc. Silver drivers don't have the luxury of that professional contract even, but as a driver, they are every bit as quick as their pro counterparts. Maybe not as experienced, maybe don't have the accolades to back up that performance, but do not be concerned at all. Any one of the 41 teams, any driver from those 41 teams, pop them in the fastest car in the field and they will do just as good a job as everybody else. Raphael Hansen doing a very, very good job indeed thus far, and that's why it's so difficult, this race. There's no gaps in quality, Austin, is there? There's no weak wheel on this particular car. It is all absolutely top level from everybody concerned.
No, I couldn't have explained it better myself, and it just to reiterate that point, There is a red Ferrari at the front of this train, second in line in this train now. That red Ferrari is 4th overall in the race. He just went by these drivers. He did run them down, sure, but over the course of 16 hours or so to get that close, these guys let him by, virtue of blue flags, but look at how far he's gotten away. Not very far at all. So that should tell you in and of itself, it's not lesser quality. It's just the fact that they haven't been doing it as long. They don't have the support, maybe the manpower of some of the pro category drivers, but they are just every single bit as fast. And some of that is maybe they have a team of race engineers that have a setup for this track. It's really good. They have more time to test it. They have more manpower to test it. They put in a rocket setup for the circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Maybe some teams don't have that, and it is what it is. But again, pro, amateur, silver or not, it's these guys are just lights out quick.
Absolutely, and just sort of to elaborate on that point ever so slightly, because I've been around. I've met many of these teams and drivers down the years, and the kind of difference between, between an imaginary pro team and an imaginary silver team. So I'll not name any names. Pro team could be a works team for let's say an Italian car brand. They have a studio within the factory of said Italian car brand, rigs, performance engineers, nutritionists, physical trainers, technicians, race strategy people. They'll go on site, they'll all be together in the room, they'll be paid by that company, they'll be an employee of that brand. That will be their job, to be an esports driver. So they'll be testing, training, setting the car up, they'll be working with the engineers. When they're not doing that one, they'll be doing physical training, they'll be doing the gym, they'll be doing the sports and the exercise that they need, the teamwork, talking to other drivers from the real world of that car brand, understanding how they go about their racing. That's broadly what a pro team would do. Silver team, what they would do is that would be a really, really, really talented esport driver that spreads their time between the girlfriend or the boyfriend or the wife or whatever, their partner, and their job. They will go out, they will go to work, they will do the 9-hour shift, they'll come back, they'll clean the house, they'll put the dinner on, they'll spend time with the family, and then at night time they'll get upstairs on the rig and they'll throw a couple of hours of practice ready for the big race. And that's broadly the difference, is the silvers fit sim racing in around their life. The pros, sim racing is their professional life. It is what they do for a living. That's where most of the deficit comes from in terms of time. It's purely the capability and ability to be able to get together on the track and do the racing. And Austin, when you're racing against these pro squads, I know that you had to disappear for a moment and you've come back in, so I'm not sure how much of that you caught. But long story short, the pros are paid to do this and dedicate their entire life to it. The AMs, they fit their life in around sim racing, and it's incredible to see them racing on the same track together.
No, it really is. And part of that, too, is you don't know where some people's backgrounds are, and being as someone who, I'm not going to say I know everybody, but I know a lot of people, and some people make a lot of good money with a passion project sort of a job where they have a dream job and they love it. Maybe they just do this whole racing thing as a side hustle. So naturally, they're not going to get a contract from a big, like you said, Italian sports car maker, OEM. They're just going to keep doing their regular job, and they're going to stay as an AM outfit, right? And that's one of those drivers where he has the talent, right, to go do this thing for a living. But you know what? I'd rather spend my 40 hours a week, per se, doing the job I already have, making more money. And you just say, I don't need to drive race cars professionally. It's those people, hey, I think they're a little crazy, but money talks, and it's a short-term gain. Hard to say if it's a long-term loss.
But the upshot is you still get a race to 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, whether you're a works driver or you're an amateur, fitting it between dinner. And it's absolutely wonderful that we can have that sort of wide-reaching impact to so many different people from different walks of life, different parts of the world, different socio-economic backgrounds, all coming together on an even playing field and doing what we love the absolute most, which is this, racing cars, either in real or virtual form, and putting on a good show, hopefully, for everybody at home. If you're just joining us, if you've just woken up in Europe and you're joining the action, a big welcome to you on the GT World YouTube channel and the SRO Esports Twitch channel. You've missed an absolute cracker. Where have you been? Why did you not stop up for the last 16 odd hours to watch virtual race cars go round and round in circles? Because you've missed some really good racing. And I dare say, as we're coming into the final 8 hours, 4 minutes and 50 seconds of this race, there is going to be quite a few more stories to be told, quite a few dramas to unfold before we reach that checkered flag.
Yeah, and honestly, we're kind of in the low part of the race where there's still a lot going on, but it's not the crazy hecticness where there's a battle for position every lap and people are kind of getting closer and closer as it goes on. Race control isn't having to send out a penalty every 5 seconds, but we're kind of in the wee hours. And I'll be honest, if the race is this good at this the low point in the race, you know, it's really just a true testament to how cracking this race has been.
Yep, it really has been absolutely fantastic. A couple of cars we saw in the background there dive off in a pit lane. Of course, it's on average around a 65-minute stint per stint here at Spa-Francorchamps. But of course, things happen in a race to change that plan almost immediately as soon as the checkered flag goes. Green flag, sorry. Every time I've had an endurance race, we have a massive schedule of what we're going to do, who's going to get in the car when you're going to push, when you're going to be calm, etc., etc. Usually, Austin, it takes about, 3, maybe 4 corners before that plan is completely useless, gets thrown in the bin, and you just live off your wits.
Yeah, no, exactly. So many times you'll have a schedule laid out, and I'll get in the car, and it's an exact science, right? My team, we've got a Google Docs sheet, and in there is the average lap time for every different driver that's in there, and it's got it down to the minute and the seconds that we're going to get into and get out of the car. It's down to an exact science. I'm an engineer. I don't even want to have to build an Excel sheet that does all that math, but it's down to a science. And I asked the team principal, like, Chris, why did we spend so much time making one of these? And it's so perfect when 30 seconds after the green flag drops, everything is going to go to heck in a handbasket. It's all going to change, and we're all just, okay, can you get in the car now? Cool. You're going to get in the car 2 hours from now. Are you okay with that? Yeah, that's fine. You go take a nap, and hopefully you're back here by the time you need to get back in the car. It's crazy, but these guys have got it down to a science, and then the plan goes out the window.
I am so glad that you have the same problems I have then. It becomes this wonderful colour-coded spreadsheet that becomes absolutely pointless by the end of lap 1. But if you don't do it, you feel like you're on the back foot, as we're looking now at Kieran Prendergast for Brabham Esports, 35th position. Interesting to see that Brabham now using the Audi. Last season, of course, they were running in the Ferrari, but now changing brands, the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. Bit of a car that's sort of coming to the end of its life expectancy in the world of GT3. Audi Sport, of course, customer racing have pulled out of majority of competition, so not quite the support, not the works drivers behind the wheel as well for Audi in the real life GT World Challenge. And now, of course, that car becoming one of the older models on the field. Still highly competitive, of course, in GT3 racing, but expect to see less and less of the 4 rings as the years progress in GT3 racing. Touring cars as well, of course, my world touring car racing. The Audi RS3 LMS in TCR was very much the car of choice in 2023, but then heading into this season, very, very few and far between as the German brand ramp up for their work in Formula 1. So, Paul Jeffrey and Austin Belkey here in the virtual Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium for the 24 hours of Spa in the SRO Esports Intercontinental GT Challenge. Plenty of racing still to do. Plenty of racing has been had as we're just about to hit the 8-hour remaining mark here at Spa. So, Austin, your observations then, sir, from the opening few hours of this race. Big moves and shakers up and down the field. Where's your money on for the next 8 hours? What's the call for the front runners on this one? Is it flat chat to the checkered flag, or is there going to be an element of strategy for a number of these cars?
Well, I'm going to say it's kind of a double-edged sword. I'm going to say cautiously optimistic for the rest of this race. Personally, my money's on one of the Mercedes to go ahead and take the victory. Blyer has just been phenomenal in that 5 car. It's as with all the teams, don't get me wrong, but it's really hard to find chink in the armor for that 5 machine. I'm shocked that they're in the 2nd position, but I have to imagine they're going to make a comeback here in the last 8 hours. So they're going to drive back up there to the tail end of the 86 car, put on some masterclass of a pass, probably going into Lake Hum. That's kind of been the place to pass a car if it's not done on pit road. So I'm on the Mercedes over the rest of the field. I think it's either the 5 or the 86. In terms of the rest of the race, man, I can't tell you what to do, because like we just talked about, as soon as the green flag drops, your strategy goes out the window. We can have rain at any point. I mean, 31 minutes from now, it could start raining. We just don't know. We're not going to know until we get that bam. 30 minutes from now, it's going to rain, and then bam, 10 minutes. Okay, it's still going to rain 10 minutes. All right, we'll see how it goes. So it's really difficult to say, but it's awesome to see these races play out. It's just fun to be a fan.
It really, really is. Couldn't agree with you more. And I'm not allowed to talk about the rain because, what was it, 20 hours ago? No, of course it wasn't 20 hours ago, Paul. Good Lord, man, you're tired. It would have been a good 10, 12 hours ago. I was convinced we were going to have rain within the next 30 minutes. Yeah, that didn't work out at all. It's been pretty dry here at Spa-Francorchamps, which is very, very rare indeed. It has to be said. I must say, a little bit of the wet stuff falling from the sky would certainly enliven this race somewhat and make it even more difficult for the various strategy planning that's going on throughout the field. So let's hope collectively for a bit of rain. Come on, chat, give us a rain dance. Let's see if we can try and spice things up in the final 7 hours 58 minutes of this race, as Jaid Hutchinson for the Lamborghini Automobile Esports team is on our screen. Not seen much of this car over the course of the last hour or so. They're gamely holding on to the bottom step of the podium as things stand. Of course, that Lamborghini is relatively short of brakes in comparison to the cars that are in the immediate vicinity. Chris Hardeveld still 4.6 seconds away is the Ferrari driver. So Hardeveld working hard to close up to the back of the bright green Lamborghini. And a shout out to everybody in the GT World YouTube chat. Any questions that you have for Austin or myself about the world of SRO Esports, this race, sim racing, or life in general, pop them in there and we'll do our best over the course of this broadcast to get to them and see what we can do about offering you some kind of semi-sensible answer.
Yeah, believe me, I can give you the best advice possible. I can't tell you how to get rich, though. If I knew it, I would be rich, and I'd be out there drive one of these cars in real life because I'd have that kind of money. But otherwise, we'll do our best to help you. Look at this, though. Talk about being so close, right, to being on or off the podium. 2 different Italian car manufacturers. On one hand, Hutchinson in the number 63 Lamborghini, and then further, a little bit further now, down the Kemmel Street, you can just barely see him coming in the shot there. Chris Hartfeld in the number 51 for that Ferrari, the Scuderia Ferrari Esports SRO machine. Getting closer and closer. I'm not sure if maybe it's just the stint timing or the brakes are just really starting to go on this Lamborghini. I think at some point they're just going to have to pull the plug on not changing the brakes and kind of take their medicine on this one.
Yeah, I think it does look like Jaid Hutchinson is in a little bit of difficulty, comparatively speaking, to the Ferrari behind. I will make a prediction that the next 7 or 8 laps, Chris Hartfeld will be within striking distance of his Lamborghini rival. And make no mistake, this might be virtual racing and not real life, but a rivalry exists very firmly between these 2 Italian manufacturers. It will mean more than the average position change should they look to be together on racetrack. So Jaid Hutchinson, plenty of work to do to try and continue pedaling that Lamborghini as quick as he possibly can, as Chris Hartfeld slowly but surely ekes away at the gap in front. I'm going to have a quick look in a moment when I hand back over to Austin. I'm going to have a quick look on the live timing, and do a bit of assessing of lap times, but so far, Hutchinson, nice and consistent, just needs a couple more tenths in his pocket to bridge that gap.
No, he certainly does. Looking here at Hardenfeld as they go through Blanchimont. It's just a fast corner here at Spa, and then hard on the brakes into this final chicane. So easy to get it wrong, so easy to just overstep the bounds of grip in terms of the brakes. We've seen it happen to multiple drivers earlier on in this race. Turn one, another one of those hard braking opportunities. It presents a lot of opportunities if you got a car good on the brakes, a driver good on the brakes, kind of the Ricky Taylor, right, of SRO Esports competition in here, the late braking opportunity. So now you see Hartfield down the hill before they go back up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. All in there. So you have to be absolutely just pixel perfect, right? Just as much in the sim as you would have to in the real world type of deal. And 4.2 seconds now is the gap separating third and fourth place. Very close. Continues to be this battle here for the last step on the podium. Hartfield continuing to eke it closer and closer to the rear end of that Lamborghini. To tell you one thing though, kind of a thorn in his side in a couple laps here is that Aston Martin just up the road, that brightly colored machine there. You can see kind of bisecting the two of them, but no doubt he's not really fighting for a position with any lap traffic other than himself. So when Hartfield does get up there, I would expect at least that lap traffic to kind of just move over to the side and let Chris on through.
Well, interestingly then, Austin, looking at the live timing, at the gaps between the drivers, last couple of laps, Chris Hartfield has found upwards of half a second versus the Lamborghini in front. 4 or 5 laps ago, Lamborghini a little bit quicker. A tenth here, 10th there, broadly around the same kind of time. And then last 3 laps, half a second, 0.4 of a second, 0.1 of a second. Obviously that fluctuates with traffic and mistakes, but it does look like at this juncture at least, the Ferrari seems to have a little bit more in the tank, lap time wise, in comparison to the Lamborghini. 3.8 seconds now is that gap, despite the impending traffic that the Ferrari is coming upon. And make no mistake, some distance on the racetrack, but that's going to have an effect with the dirty air on that Ferrari behind. It's going to compromise Chris Hartfeld's ability to turn the car into the apex, to get the car on the loud pedal on corner exit as well. And as they cross the line, it's another 0.2 of a second that Chris Hartfeld has taken out of Jaid Hutchinson in front. So there is an air of inevitability about this one. It may take a few laps for this particular cup of coffee to brew, but when it does, it's going to be very strong and very tasty indeed, methinks.
Yeah, but, you know, Paul, for as much as you're talking about the dirty air kind of making it harder for him to hit the apex, is one of the best parts about Spa. There's a lot of twisty bits where you depend on that downforce, but there's also a lot of long straightaways, right, where you really depend on the long legs, right, the top end of the gearing of whatever steed you're on. And for Chris right now, he's got that huge help, right, of that Aston Martin just up the road from him, kind of punching a hole in the air. That is no doubt going to help him. Probably a tenth or two down at least a couple of these straightaways, especially down the Camel Straight. One of the longest, right, in the racing world. And you can see the closer he gets, the more effect that draft is going to have, the faster he's going to continue to catch this Aston Martin. And then hopefully, for Chris's sake, he passes this Aston relatively quickly, and then he gets that same kind of drafting opportunity off the rear end of Hutchinson as well.
Really interesting actually to watch this on board. So this is on board now with Hartfeld area sports team. Hopefully we stay with this one for a little while. Let's have a look how hard he's working behind the wheel as we come through the pith path chicane. A little bit of a correction on acceleration, car not quite wanting to change direction, perhaps as well as Chris would particularly like behind the wheel. And then we go through 2 of the most important corners here at the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. You've got to be millimetre precise through the full width of the racetrack. Why? Because we are absolutely flat to the boards now for the run all the way up to Blanchimont. It's going to be vital to get a good run through Blanchimont into the bus stop chicane. The car looks nice and compliant there, stays within the confines of the track limits. Then we'll be straightening the car up as early as possible. Get onto the middle pedal. Try not to miss our marks. A little bit deep into bus stop, but no real problems there. How much grip do we have on corner exit? Plenty of grip, nice and conservative, not using the curb on the right hand side of the racetrack. Lazily bring the car over to the left hand side for the run down into the hairpin, the La Source hairpin, a pinch point of this particular circuit. Again, nice and smooth. It looks like we've got plenty of grip on acceleration. We're not really worried about the traction limited areas. It's more trying to keep the balance of the car through the twisties and the high speed up over the hill of Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Nice and cautious with the curbs, don't want to attract any track limits penalties. And again, Austin, we just can't close down that Aston Martin in front. We're closing down the Lambo, but we can't get this cleared lapped traffic out of the way at this stage anyway.
Yeah, well, it's funny you say that he can't close down on that Lamborghini. It seems like this last lap here, he's lost about 3 or 4 tenths of a second. At this same part of the track last lap, he was about 3.8, 3.9 seconds behind. Right now, he's 4.2 seconds behind there. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen the timing and scoring for you folks at home. Maybe just joined us or are curious where we're getting all these information, the kind of the mathy stuff of this at. So 4.2 seconds, so he's lost about a good half a second. I'm not sure if this is Hutchinson kind of maybe giving the Lambo brakes a breather, kind of taking it easy for a couple laps, and now he's back on the loud pedal, or Hartefeld maybe catching up to this Aston and realizing it's quite difficult to pass at this point in the race.
Yep, absolutely. That Aston Martin, we're now very much in the zone. Nothing the Aston can do about it. He's running his own race, of course. He doesn't have to jump out of the way like we see in Formula 1. It's up to Chris Harteveld to get close enough to affect the pass. Obviously, you don't want to be defending, but the Aston Martin certainly doesn't have to slam the anchors on and give him an easy overtake for Chris Harteveld. So he's going to use that to his advantage, the Aston Martin. Now the slipstream is obviously much more potent the closer you get to the car in front. In ACC, it does feel a little bit like the slipstream really doesn't start to take effect until you're very, very close indeed to the cars around you. And I think Harteveld now very strong again into bus stop, very strong again on the exit of that final very difficult and somewhat Mickey Mouse, it's fair to say, chicane here at a beautiful otherwise racing circuit. And Harteveld now, he's going to be desperate. He wants to clear this car long before Eau Rouge, because following a car up Eau Rouge is an absolute recipe for throwing lap time away. And again, half a tenth of a second loss to the Lamborghini in front purely because of this lap traffic. Harteveld ain't going to clear the Aston Martin on this occasion. He'll be a little bit cautious at the top of the hill. Then this is the slipstream opportunity, no doubt, a flash of the lights as well, just to remind the car in front that you could do with clearing. There is said flash of lights. The Aston stays to the right hand side of the racetrack, and that is the job done. And now let's see if Chris Harteveld has got the pace underneath him to start clawing away once again at that Lamborghini of Jade Hutchinson in front.
Yeah, I'm interested to see now that he's kind of got the chains kind of freed off his back there, how much he can really put this car on his back and carry it up towards the front end of the field there, get this Ferrari now up into the podium positions. And I say that just because he was catching up to the Lamborghini until he hit that Aston Martin right as the lap traffic. And it's now that he's clear, does he run him down by a tenth or two of a second like we were seeing before? But I'll tell you what, that Ferrari, I'm not going to say it's all over the place, but kind of twitchy, a lot twitchier than I would like to see out of that car, especially if he wants to go up there and try to take away this third position. We'll see how much faster he is, but you have to remember too, at what point is your car too on the edge that you can't push as much as you'd like to really run down that guy ahead of you?
Right, we have a comment in the YouTube chat on GT World from a user called Con Artist. What's the best way to get into sim racing? Currently playing ACC on a controller. Congratulations, you're already in sim racing. You're on ACC, you've done it, you've made it. There is absolutely no rules and regulations about you must use a wheel and pedal, and if anybody tells you otherwise, then they are being elitist. You can have just as much fun on a controller, and you can have just as much excitement on a controller as you can on a wheel and pedals. Obviously, of course, it's more immersive, it's more enjoyable on a wheel and pedals, but it's not a prerequisite for taking part. Just go join a local community, have a look on the internet, the SimGrid, of course, that help put on these events and bring these races to fruition. is an absolutely great place to go as well. Go on the sim grid, register, get an account. There's a whole world of communities, races, events, special events such as this kind of thing as well. And you can really immerse yourself in the world of virtual motor racing. Of course, ACC, fantastic sim racing platform to go racing. The more you drive, the more fun you have, the more experience you gain. You could also enter competitions such as this and many others very similar to it. So just be careful, con artists, because it is a bit of a rabbit hole. That once you get involved in it, the more you get involved, the more exciting it becomes. The more exciting it becomes, the more of your life it consumes. And then if you're really, really unlucky, you can end up like Austin and I in a commentary box talking about it, because it's so important and exciting that you want to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and shout at virtual racing cars at Spa.
Yeah, the most important thing is to just make sure you're having fun. As soon as it's no longer fun and it's a chore, you're doing the wrong thing. Couldn't agree, though, with Paul more. You don't need to have a steering wheel and pedals. By all means, I think it's more fun to have one. You can certainly have a lot more fine motor control movement in regards to having a wheel and pedals, but it all just depends how real you're trying to get. You're already in sim. If you have ACC, fantastic way to start out. Whether it's on a controller or a PC, find a league, look for like-minded people that want to race, pick a time every week and go out there and just have fun. That's the most important thing. Just do whatever you need to do to have fun and continue to make sim racing part of your life, but just be really careful though too. It gets kind of pricey, so make sure you kind of limit your other high-dollar hobbies, if you will.
Yeah, there's a famous saying in sim racing, so true for me as well. If I were to die tomorrow, do not tell my wife. Do not ask my wife to sell my gear for the price I told her I paid for it. And that is so very true. It's very expensive. But the good thing is about sim racing, and it's something I like to say a lot, spending money does not buy you lap time. If you've got a cost-effective entry-level wheel, and for example, I've got a super duper crazy expensive one, ain't going to make me no faster. Might give me more immersion, might give me more enjoyment, might potentially give me access to a little bit more consistency because I've got more feel in my wheel and pedals, but it ain't going to make me no quicker, realistically speaking. It's just for the joy and the immersive aspect. For a very, very low amount of money, you can buy some used entry-level equipment and have just as much fun on the racetrack and be just as competitive as somebody rocking a 15,000, 20,000 euro hardware setup alongside you. It's really quite the leveler in that regard, and there are championships and leagues and clubs and events for all different skill sets all around the world, so there's plenty of opportunity to get involved, and if you've not done, I do implore you to get involved, because it is an absolutely wonderful way to spend some time, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's important too, if you do join a league or you're with a bunch of other races, and let's just say you race with the same people every week, different cars, different courses, especially, it's okay to run last, right? It's okay that you don't win every race. I don't win every race, and nobody does, right? We certainly all lose more than we win. The most important thing, though, is that you're always challenging yourself. You're always getting better, right? When you listen and look back at all the greatest race car drivers through time, they were advancing through the ladder of racing professionally before they were truly a master at that class, or before they were truly winning. You get there, you kind of figure it out, bam, you go on to the next thing. You're always learning. If you're constantly winning every race, you're not getting any better. You're only padding your stat book and making yourself feel better ego-wise. So just make sure, stay humble, keep getting better.
Yep, could not agree more. Another comment that's coming as well from Hikari. Can we join esports sim racing with only a controller? Absolutely. I dare say some events have regulations that it's wheel and pedals only, very few that I'm aware of. As long as you are safe, respectful, and obviously competitive, of course, then of course you can join with a controller. In fact, Animado Casarino, I think it was, if memory serves me correct, raced up until very, very recently in SRO Esports on a controller. You would have absolutely no idea, looking at him on screen, that he's on a controller. You would have absolutely no idea. But it was a brilliant performance. In fact, I'm just hearing in my ear somebody whispering very quietly the actual name of who it was, but I couldn't hear him. So, Mike, if you can repeat that. So I can't hear actually exactly who that was.
Oh,
In fact, I'm being told
it's
in this
banned.
series it's banned.
Yeah.
But a lot
But-
of series though, Austin, that's absolutely fine, isn't it? It's no problem. Controller, as long as you're safe and respectful, away you go.
Oh yeah, exactly. And to be fair, if you are trying to upgrade, I would highly recommend a wheel and pedal set no more than $300 with force feedback. All you need anymore these days is 2 pedals, gas, brake. It's fun to have a clutch pedal, but for these cars, you don't necessarily need it depending on how far deep down the rabbit hole you're trying to get. So I wouldn't spend more than $300 on your first wheel. And I'll kind of say it's just like a PC in that regard, right? At some point, going from a controller to a wheel might make you faster just because it's easier to hold the wheel, let's just say 31 degrees perfect, whereas a controller, an analog stick, a little bit more difficult. I think most people would agree with that, but it's important to say it's like a PC. You can spend $2,000 on a great PC. That's, let's just say, 95% there compared to a $10,000 PC. Is 5% really worth $8,000? Not really. You can get a phenomenal setup for only $1,000, right? Or $800. You can also pay $20,000 for a full motion rig and full Fanatec gear and all that stuff. But do you really need it right out of the gate? Probably not. You're just getting used to it. So, make sure you can walk before you start trying to run.
Yep, wonderful advice there from Austin Belkey. Well worth keeping on board if you're thinking about delving into this world. By the way, going back to the racetrack, we've had a bit of action. A couple of drivers have jumped down pit lane. All 3 of our 4, in fact, of our front runners, Michael Tauscher, Dominic Blyer, Jaid Hutchinson, Chris Hartveld, and have jumped down pit lane. Alexandra Lee as well, from the lead of the silver category for BF Racing Esports, also comes to serve his next pit stop. There'll be a few driver changes, of course, as well. We'll keep our eye out onto who is jumping into which car as this race progresses. But Austin, I often find this frustrating in these events where you stop on the same lap. It kind of neutralises things and then picks it back up again. I often wonder, why don't you stop a lap early? Compromise your strategy down the road, but it'll even itself out eventually, and just give somebody an opportunity to go and push on fresh boots to see if they, the likes of, for example, Chris Hartveld, get that Ferrari in a couple of laps early, get a new driver in, fresh tyres, while Hutchinson's on cold tyres and old tyres, push and see if you can try and do the undercut. But clearly everyone's sticking to the prescribed 65 at this moment in time.
Yeah, well, it's for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it is a 65 maximum minute requirement for any stint length. These drivers could go further, but they are required not to, right? Just based on the rules of the race. SRO Esports requires the drivers be in the car for no more out on track than 65 minutes. It also requires there's a maximum overall drive time, and it's 8 hours and 40 minutes, I believe, if you have 3 drivers, and 6.5 hours if you have 4 drivers. So it all just depends. That's why we usually see these drivers not pitting 1 lap earlier than other teams, just to, like you said, try to get that undercut. But also, in the larger scheme of things, you've still got 7 hours to go. Do you really want to compromise the rest of your race strategy by pitting a lap early every time compared to other cars? Not really. It's all going to even itself out eventually, but I do definitely see where a lot of people would think that's the right way to go, and it might be. It's just a really big risk to take with this much time left.
Yep, absolutely. The reason I keep sort of shouting for this one is I tried that trick myself and it worked an absolute wonder once upon a time, so I wonder why nobody else did it. Maybe I need to keep quiet and just save that one for when the time comes for myself. I can use that. That's my little trick, my little thing up the sleeve to make up for my woeful lack of single lap or stint pace. We were looking now at Tobias Pfeffer has jumped behind the wheel of the number 86 machine. The Williams Esports number 5 has got Wojtek Fiala behind the wheel now. Jaid Hutchinson stays in the 63 Lamborghini, so that squad obviously very content with the job that Jaid is doing in 3rd place. And then we'll look at Grantas Caracas for Ferrari. So Grantas now behind the wheel of the number 51, and Aidan Walsingham jumps in to the number 40 as well. So a few driver changes, few drivers fresh to this circuit for this particular stint. And now, Austin, it's a game, isn't it, of who can re-acclimatise the quickest and start to push as quick as possible on their outlap. Very, very important at this level of competition.
Yeah, I'd like to see who had the faster pit stop at this point, but right now it looks like Caracas doing a phenomenal job out there on his outlap, at least compared to Hutchinson. Right now, the gap down to 2.9 seconds. It was just under 4 seconds a couple laps ago before these drivers completed their most recent pit stop, going further down the field now, looking at Niles Nijux in the 89, again, BS competition 2021 blue BMW car, and you know, further down in the top 10, but still tons and tons of close battles all the way up and down through the field.
Yep, absolutely. The 89, as we say, down in 8th position, perhaps a little bit lower than I think Now Yoxon team would have expected to have been coming into this race. So a little bit of frustration, I'm sure, bubbling under the surface of the Bavarian mark at this moment in time. Now Yox, very experienced driver, been around longer than I have, in fact, in the eSport. In fact, been around before eSports was called eSports. But now Yox, very, very quick, been with BMW for a long, long time. The BS Plus competition squad, we know, is very competitive indeed. And I dare say that 89 will be trying its hardest to squeeze its way up the running order over the course of the next few hours. Bastian Richter is the next man down the road in the 72 Ferrari 296 GT3. So a lot of work to do to get in contention with said Ferrari, even more so to find a way past further into this race. But it'll be fascinating to see how that car progresses. It certainly looks like it's been pushed to the absolute limit at this moment in time, but so far, lots of work to do. David Patil, 21 seconds in arrears behind as well, the Frenchman, pushing hard inside the top 10. As 3.1 seconds now is the gap between the Lamborghini and Ferrari in third and second. So Caracas found some pace in that Ferrari as he jumps behind the wheel for the first time in a little while.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about just how far this hobby, right, has come in the last couple of decades. We used to be a bunch of nerds in our basements playing video games with each other with pretend race cars, and we still are nerds in our basements playing pretend race cars with each other, but it's at least a lot cooler now from the outside looking in. It's no longer something you don't tell anybody about. You start to tell your friends, maybe some colleagues, even acquaintances, like, yeah, I do that on the weekends.
Yeah, it is. It's wonderful to see. I mean, as I sort of mentioned in my first stint of commentary, I've been around the sport now for scary amounts of time, actually thinking about it. And back in the day, I used to work for it's now no longer actually called Race Department, but I used to be the editor-in-chief of a website called Race Department, which I think it's fair to say was pretty much the central place for all things sim racing for many decades. And I very clearly remember trying to put on e-sport events and trying to get in touch with brands, manufacturers, sponsors, personalities in sim racing, whatever it might be. 99.9% of the time, could not get through the door. They would not respond to you. They're not interested, don't know what it is, don't care what it is, don't care about the value proposition, not interested in the slightest. Then we had, of course, the global pandemic. Sim racing / esports became a whole lot more popular, and then I'm literally turning brands away that want to be involved, sending tweets to famous racing drivers saying, can you send me a little video for a broadcast that we were doing? And I'm getting 15-minute videos back from former world champions with all sorts of... Everybody wants a piece of the action, and for somebody that thoroughly, wholeheartedly adores this world, to see how very quickly and thoroughly through every level of the sport the sim racing become accepted in the real world racing world. Drivers know what it is, they respect it. They SRO Esports Sim Pro series last year, for example, our Sim Pro drivers were working hand in hand with the real world GT World Challenge drivers and their engineers, and I observed many times there's no snobbery there. The sim guys are treated as an equal to the real world drivers, both from an engineering and a driving perspective. And for me, that has been something that we've talked about over beers and joked and laughed. I hope this happens one day, 10 years ago, and it's our day-to-day reality, Austin. Now it's incredible, isn't it, how fabulously that this has been adopted by the whole world of real motorsport.
No, it really is, and I think it just comes down to the fact of how good the simulations are now. You know, the tracks are laser scanned. It's literally a perfect representation, right, into the sim world, and we work so hard on tire models, engine models, the handling models of these things, and it's a very I think what helps a lot too is the real world guys are going to go, okay, the real life 24 hours of spas next weekend or a month away, I'm going to hop on this simulator so I can get more practice time in and build a better setup. And they do this for every track, and they realize that all this time in the sim, extra seat time for them, extra practice time. They get to the racetrack and they know exactly what's going to happen, when to get on the gas, when to get on the brakes, what the car should feel like to gain lap time. And that's how as soon as that happened, as soon as they started seeing that, added bonus to getting on the sim, that's when all the real life drivers in my mind went, I should treat this as an equal to what I'm doing. It's not as expensive if they wreck the car, but it is a great avenue to get extra testing done. Now they should maybe be nicer to the sim guys, because it's the sim guys maybe feeding them 90% of the setup.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's also, like you say, the realism comes so close now that a different platform than ACC, but another well-known racing simulation. I raced in there a few years ago in the league, and I had a driver with me that was also racing in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo in real life, and they told me that they used the sim to test setup changes to the car before going to the circuit. And one day they elected to do a few things that you would never ever do on a time-limited race weekend meeting, found something that was particularly interesting to them that gave them performance they weren't expecting. And bear in mind, this is something they did in the sim that they would never dream of doing in real life. Went to the track, did the same thing, and unlocked a whole wealth of lap time that they would not have known about, purely because they experimented on the sim and found lap time they would never have found in real life. And to me, that's absolutely exceptional, as we're looking at Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez now for Visceral Esports on the defensive in 20th position.
Yeah, he's got that Audi right underneath his rear wing there, or the BMW, Audi a little bit further back. But again, kind of in that no man's land where he's got a little bit of ways to the car in front, a little bit of ways to the car behind, just kind of vibing, as it were.
It's uncomfortable though, isn't it, when you've got a car on a different lap in such close proximity, because it's like there's a decision point to make there, isn't it? As, do I let this car pass? Because it's clearly harrying me and I don't want to risk. But if I do let him pass, how do I do so without losing lap time? Is it going to break my rhythm and momentum? In fact, Rodriguez goes to the inside now. A wise move, the clever move there would have been to have breathed off the throttle and just let the BMW pass. But he's quite content, it seems, at this stage with the risky business of having a hungry, different lap car behind trying to find his way past. I don't think I'd particularly like that one if it was me. And then we're looking now at Luka Ziegler trying to find a way past Sabrirov, but obviously both cars in different categories, although it's for track position and it is for overall ranking position. For Ziegler, it'll make no difference to his silver classification because that is a pro car in front.
Yeah, and this is the battle just behind there, that Vasquez Rodriguez machine. And it's interesting, like I mentioned too, because Battistella, the 96 machine, 9 positions behind him on the racetrack. Both silver category teams, 9 positions behind though, but looks like a decent amount of faster out there on the racetrack. So there's kind of a pride thing involved, but also, you know, they're not racing you for position. They're a long ways back, at least 1 lap behind. Why not just kind of let them go? Maybe you can get some slipstream right down the straightaways, kind of eke yourself out another 10th or 2 of speed. But regardless, Luka Ziegler here, number 71, JP Motorsport Mercedes, trying to see if he can't hunt down that number 789 Audi there with Sabrirov.
Sabrirov in a bit of difficulty, seems, at this juncture. 21st overall in the timing screens. Of course, a pro driver, very much well embedded into the world of the silver classification, which just goes to show how good our silver class drivers are. Of course, as I've mentioned many times over the course of this broadcast, just because you're silver certainly don't mean you're as fast as a pro. And this is exactly what we're seeing now as Luca Ziegler, the silver class driver, continues to harries Sabirov of the pro category in front. And I dare say this is going to be a bit frustrating for the Audi driver. He's not going to like the fact that it's a position, and certainly not a position from a car in a different class. But the harder you fight, the more you defend, the more time you will give away in terms of getting to that checkered flag as quickly as possible. So a decision will have to be made by the 789 sometime in the near future as to what you're going to do about that chasing Mercedes behind.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's kind of a pride thing as well, right? You're a professional driver. How dare this group of guys, Ziegler, right? He doesn't make most of his money. He doesn't have a contract, right, with a pro team. He's just sort of an M category driver. How dare he be faster than me? I do this sort of thing for a living. So you really don't want to try and let them by. You get the same amount of points either way, but there's a pride thing involved on the line. And if there's anything that race car drivers are, aside from superstitious, right? Even I can chalk myself up and say it. Well, maybe not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. To quote Michael Scott from The Office, but you're prideful as well.
Absolutely, and whenever I've got any management of drivers, ego and pride, don't want to see that in my team. Leave that at the door before you walk in. It's all about the result. It's all about the good of the team. Try and say that to a race driver and expect them to listen, and you'll be more of a fool than I am, because nobody ever does. And I think you're absolutely right. I think Sabirov and Ziegler are both in the same sort of boat. They want to pass. Ziegler wants to get past because he wants to put one over on a pro driver, and the 789 desperately doesn't want a silver to find his way past and lower him yet further down the overall running order and further detach from his fellow pro category drivers further up the road. But Ziegler, whatever way we look at it, the JP Motorsports AMG Mercedes GT3 Evo, to give it its grandioso full title, is definitely on its tippy toes and definitely more than a little bit interested in finding a way past this Audi. And with 7 hours 24 minutes just clicked over on the clock left to go, 8:46 a.m. in game time, we've got plenty of racing still to do. We've got plenty of stories yet to unfold. And I dare say this is going to be a particular battle that goes on for a few laps yet.
Yeah, well, it's not just a pride thing on the line right here for Ziegler to pass another pro driver, but it's also the fact that Vasquez Rodriguez there in the number 45 Lamborghini, he's 25 seconds up the road. If you're going to start picking into that 25 seconds, it's going to take you a long time, right? That's not just something you pick up in a lap. That's going to be a lot of time for multiple stints. And if you're going to do that, you have to get past Sabirov right now in that 789 Audi. You can't just flip a switch and be all of a sudden faster by 25 seconds to catch up to that guy. You have to start working on it now, because it's only over the course of hours, right? Clock's ticking down in this race, Paul. You're going to have to get out there and start doing something.
Yep, absolutely. Now we're getting to sort of the crunch in this race as Ziegler, closer than we've seen him for quite a while in the Mercedes, looking through Bruxelles, keeps the car a little bit tighter than the Audi, although losing a bit of traction at the rear on exit as we go through No Name now. Plenty of curb on the inside, runs the car to the full width of the racetrack. Very difficult to pass when the cars are so competitively similar to each other, of course. Same classification, they're all in GT3 cars, different marks, different teams, different setups, but a balance of performance that, broadly speaking, seems to do the job very, very well indeed. Here at Spa-Francorchamps, it's all about the driver. It's all about the task that they have in hand, looking as to where you are in comparison to the car in front, where your relative strengths and weaknesses are, then making that decision. Okay, I'm good at this part of the racetrack, I'm stronger in this particular section of corners. What does the risk look like? Where can I put the car? Do I trust the driver in front to know that I'm there and give me the racing room that I command? Am I willing to take the chance to put my car side by side? These are all the thoughts that are racing through Luca Ziegler's mind as we run up to the bus stop chicane now. Ziegler has a bit of a run, but not enough of an overlap. Thought about the inside line, thought better of it, got a much, much better fist of the bus stop chicane than the car in front. That's going to help him on corner exit for the run down into the La Source hairpin. It looks like a passing place, but realistically it's a bit of a pinch point here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. And again, Luca Ziegler continues to follow the Audi.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations as well. He continues to get closer and closer, but there's really only a couple opportunities on this racetrack to pass. One of them, especially after that long Kemmel straight into Lake Ham. Looks like Luca's close enough this time by. We might see a lunge. We'll have to see how much of a run he gets down this Kemmel straight here. I think he's close enough. Wouldn't be too surprised if we saw him kind of lunge out there to the inside at the last second. He's going to go for it, looking for it. We'll see if the Audi helps him there. Oh, Samarov side by side, a little bit of argy-bargy. They touched in the middle. You saw that Audi get forced wide. Now rejoining the track. That's that blue car just in behind 789. He looks a little bit angry.
So risk and reward thoughts that we were having coming into this one. Ziegler's decided to throw all those down the drain completely. Goes very aggressive, contact between the two of them. Both cars get away with it. There'll be no big damage particularly for either of them, but that's exactly the kind of thing that can turn into a much bigger incident so quickly indeed, and that's what all these drivers have to contend with. The piñata that we're looking at now in the Alfa Venturi 818. Nice to see the Mustang GT3 in action here at Spa-Francorchamps as we go split screen for this warring pair, Porsche versus Ford. That's a proper GT names, isn't it?
Yep. See on the left-hand side of the screen, Porsche pulling all the way over to the side, kind of aiding with that pass. On the right-hand side of the screen, there's a whole slew of cars all kind of lined up in one big old train. Currently we're looking at Cardinale there, the number 258 Porsche. A team car there on the left-hand side of the screen.
Good bit of battle in there. Nice to see the split screen picture in picture as well. Big shout out to broadcast team behind the scenes. I think Steve Proudley, Mike Yao, and the rest of the crew behind the scenes. Of course, live stewards here as well. Everybody working very hard to make sure that all our drivers behave themselves over the course of this race. And of course, we've got loads of commentators, myself and Austin Belkey, myself, Paul Jeffrey, Austin Belkey, on the comms. I'm on the comms now for another 40 minutes or so before I hand over to the next stint. It's been exciting. It's always exciting in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports world. Spa 24 Hours. It's our flagship race of the season. But of course, Austin, this year, a new track is coming to the calendar. Another 24-hour race. And it's a little-known circuit in Germany that I think it's got one or two corners and is fairly popular amongst racing fans.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I absolutely love when a series like this has its mainstays, right? The events that you expect to see on the calendar every single year. And when you put together a season like this for endurance racing, you think, well, it wouldn't be complete if that track weren't added. And I gotta say, I'm really excited for what's going to come here and what is going to have to be. I hope a couple short weeks because I'm just geeked out about it. I'm super excited. It's going to be extremely hard to call the race with all the corner names. I think Lewis and I were just talking earlier about how many corners it has, and odds are we'll see them actually announce how many corners it has before the circuit Spa-Francorchamps actually comes out with a dedicated name and corner count for every single corner on this racetrack.
Yeah, it's an incredible circuit, is the Nürburgring. Very difficult, remarkable actually in 2024 that the Health and Safety Police haven't shut that one down. So let's be grateful for as long as we've got that place and we can go professional motor racing on it. It's a wonderful, wonderful world in which we live. So I cannot wait to see that one in action. It'll be my first time seeing a big level, high level esports event in ACC on that track. So I'm thoroughly excited to see how many of these drivers can contend with something that could not be any different to what they're used to. As Bastian Richter for Renvelten Esports, car number 72 is on the charge. Just ahead of him is Klinker Muller. So there we go, Bastian Richter to the inside for the charge to the bus stop chicane. Can he get the Ferrari stopped on point? Yes, he can. And that is a slam dunk overtake for Renvelten to move them into the top six.
Yeah, a big drive there from Richter to get that 72 in the position to finally take that back, that position there over the number 4 Mercedes of Clint Mueller. And honestly, Clint Mueller kind of helped him kind of complete that pass, just lifted a little bit early, maybe broke a little bit harder before that chicane, but you see him kind of slot back in line. That's a heads-up racing. That's the kind of stuff where you realize the driver behind you is a little bit faster. No need to defend like your life is on the line for the next 7 hours and 15 minutes in this race. Let him by, see if you can learn anything, see if you can get a slipstream as well. Speaking of slipstream, look at how much, gonna duck out of it, trying to go around the outside. That's kind of brave. We've seen a couple moves work like this earlier today though, Paul.
Yeah, really good deal there. Gets it done before we hit the brakes for Manuel Cardinale. So that is a position gain. 23rd place for the 258. Absolute rest take by a Salith machine. Good pass there on Oliver in the 276. So Oliver struggling a little bit is Jack Oliver for ERE Race Esports team. The Aston Martin dropping away from the pace somewhat as the Porsche pushes on. Grantas Caracas, though, I'm glad we've brought this one on screen. I was just about to come to this one, Austin. We were keeping our eye on this one prior to the overtake. Caracas knew into the Ferrari, and that gap, slowly but surely, lap by lap, is coming down hand over fist. 1.7 seconds now between the Ferrari and the 63 Lamborghini. It's got itself a bit of traffic as well, for good measure.
Yeah, you can see a bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Best lap this race for Caracas, 2:16.1. His last lap, 2:16.8. These drivers are absolutely flying right now. If you're down in the 2:16s, lots of guys still struggling, I should say, rather, to get out of the 2:17s. So, tell you what, Caracas is on a mission right now, and just up the road, I mean, those are the cars he's battling with. Only one of them, I should say the other one, a little bit of lap traffic. You can see that move going on your screen now, just wide open down to the inside. There's that green Lamborghini that this red Ferrari is on the hunt for. As you can see, wisely chooses to pass that lap down car, that BMW there. Kind of a sandwich, the middle of the Italian car sandwich, should I say.
Yeah, absolutely. Not very often you can be in a BMW and look around two more expensive and enjoyable cars in front and behind you for BMW. 3 wonderful sports car brands, and Grantas Caracas now seems to have the bit between the teeth. Let's remember, the Lamborghini hasn't been down pit lane for a change of brakes, yet the cars around them have. This is going to start playing into more and more contention as the race continues to unfold. The brakes become a little bit longer, a little bit less effective, a little bit less powerful than they were at the start of the race. You have to moderate your driving style to accommodate this one. You also have to apply a little bit of a protective motion to those brakes, because you don't want to get to the stage where the final hour you've got absolutely no stopping capability whatsoever. Grantas Caracas, though, will be well aware of the various dramas that Lamborghini ahead is currently trying to manage, and he's using that to its advantage. Big slipstream for the lap down BMW in front. He's going to follow him through all the way through Blanchimont, I dare say, and make the move into the bus stop chicane. The Ferrari, will he be held up by the BMW? Not quite. Has the inside line. The BMW recognises there's a faster car coming through. Caracas, though, on the brakes, oh so close to contact between the two of them, but they have managed to avoid it. And now, Austin, you don't really need to measure it by the number of seconds the distance is. You can measure it in car lengths, such as the proximity of 3rd and 4th position. 7 hours, 12 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, Caracas getting a lot closer. I'm really surprised how close he got to the side of that BMW when he was putting him a lap down. I mean, the BMW was all the way to the side of the racetrack, and I do understand, right, where Caracas is coming through, wanting to go all the way out to the left side, kind of just to be easier on the tire, easier on the lap time. Just kind of that is the better line there as to why not straighten the curves, if you will. But yeah, going down this couple straight, lead between these two cars right now, 1.3 seconds, almost flat between them. I'm really interested to see what kind of lap times now Grantas can put down. No single lap down cars between these two, but I have a feeling Hutchinson kind of bear witness, right, to what Caracas did, and now he's put the power down and really dropped the hammer, because if anything, that gap has only increased since Caracas cleared himself.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating battle now between these two cars. The number 51, 4th position, of course, had a fair share of dramas over the course of slowly but surely creeping back into contention with Grantas Caracas behind the wheel. The Automobili Lamborghini Esports team, Jaid Hutchinson, car number 63. They've rolled the dice somewhat over the nighttime running here at Spa-Francorchamps, decided to elect to keep the original brake pads, not change the brakes, not take the hit in terms of time on pit lane that those cars around them have done. That's vaulted them up in a third position. But let's remember, that Lamborghini has not showed third position type pace over the course of the Spa 24-hour race up to press. So it's a little bit out of position, even if you would expect a team such as Lamborghini to be at the sharp end of the grid. They are moderately out of position. I dare say that the Ferrari will not take too long to close on to the back of that Lamborghini. And then the question, the eyes, the attention will be focused on just how hard this fight will be for the bottom step of the podium, or are we still thinking long game at this relatively early stage of what is a full 24 hours round the clock running here at Spa-Francorchamps?
Yeah, I think it's one of two things. I think, first off, you need to get this position done. You aren't going to be as nice as you would if it weren't for the last spot on the podium, or maybe you're just giving it all it's worth for right now. So I think you're going to get up there, and I don't think it's going to be the easiest pass to make in the world, but certainly I think it's going to be one of those. I'm going to run my line. If you check up the inside, I'll give you the position, but until you make a move, I'm not going to let you hinder my lap times whatsoever. I feel like a lot of drivers don't have that sort of mindset where they'll run their own race, and when you poke their nose out or make a lunge at the inside, they'll give you that spot. Most guys just say, I'm already breaking with the corner. I know where my apex is. I'm going to hit that thing whether you're there or not.
Yeah, I think you make a really, really good point. I mentioned at the top of the show when we're speaking about this one in my first stint in the commentary box. It's a motor race, contrary to popular belief. A motor race is not a case of fighting against cars for track position. That's not what motor racing is. Never has been. Motor racing is a very, very simple, can be boiled down to a very simple thing. It's getting from the green flag to the checkered flag in the shortest space of time possible. Sometimes that means you need to fight for track position with those around you, but what it does mean in reality is minimize the amount of time lost that you experience during the course of the track being live. Now, if you're Jaid Hutchinson, exactly what you've just said, Austin, I'm not going to give this place away, but if that Ferrari closes up to me, the last thing that Jaid wants to be doing is defending, is protecting the inside line, is concentrating and reacting to what the Ferrari is doing behind, because all that's going to do is give away free lap time. If that Ferrari makes a move, he'll give him space, the Ferrari will move on by. By the way, 5-second time penalty for car number 224 for ignoring blue flags. So car number 224, of course, is the Genesis Esports BMW M4 GT3. They're currently down in, where is 224 on the timing screen? They're currently down somewhere, I can't quite see it if I'm honest with you, and I'm too far away from the screen to look too hard. But a 5-second penalty has been applied to them for ignoring blue flags.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things we talked about as well. There's a fine difference between the blue flags are out, you can ignore them, and you're actively defending the position. The blue flags are out means you don't have to pull over for a guy, but by all means, don't be defending the position. And defending is basically just preventing the driver behind who is faster than you and caught up to you for a reason, ran you down, right, for sometimes more than a lap, to just driving back and forth out in the racetrack, blocking them to make sure that they can't complete the pass, or fighting them too wide, corner after corner after corner, multiple times throughout the race.
Yep, exactly that one. So the drivers do need to be aware. By the way, in case you're new to the world of SRO Esports, firstly, hello, welcome, great to have you with us. 5-second time penalties, they don't need to come down pit lane to serve these time penalties, assuming there is still a pit stop left to run, which of course, 7 hours, 6 minutes, there's plenty of those still to go. They'll just be 5 seconds stationary in pit lane before the pit sequence is allowed to begin. Should you attract the time penalty after the final scheduled stop has been completed, it will be applied to your race time at the checkered flag, but we're a long way away from needing to worry about that one. In the YouTube chat, Roland on the Ropes, also known of course as David Christie, has made a comment. Good morning all. What have I missed overnight? Oh, DC, you have missed a lot. But a dramatic race over the course of the evening, of course, as we always expect, headlined, I think it's fair to say, by a DNF for car number 7, Jakob Austerman behind the wheel. Mechanical issues back at base, put that car into retirement for a real shame. And Austerman is out of the running on this one. At the front of the field, though, Tobias Pfeffer is our race leader from Wojtek Fiala. Jaid Hutchinson on board the Lamborghini Esports team at this moment in time is in third, but the big news is, of course, that car has not made a scheduled change of brakes, unlike each and every car around him. Brantus Caracas trying to use that to his advantage as he hauls a Scuderia Ferrari Esports number 51 machine into podium contention. And as I'm saying that one, another 5-second time penalty has been handed out, this time to car number 256 for causing a collision on lap 429. Car number 256, of course, is the silver category Ford Mustang GT3 of Low Fuel Motorsports.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was one of those cut and dry calls that they made. Again, you hate to be in the position, right, that race control constantly finds himself in, because there's really three sides to every story. One side, the other side, and then the truth is somewhere in the middle between those. And boy, we talked about it earlier. Again, you receive a penalty point or a license point, and then because you do that, you then not only do you have the time penalty, but now because they have 3 license points in a race, the 256 car that Blue Oval has to serve a drive-through penalty, and I think we did the math earlier today. That's like 1.5 minutes of a penalty, because you're going through one of the longest, most arduous pit roads in all of sim racing, just for nothing. You can't pit, you're not allowed to stop and do any sort of pitting at all. You just have to drive on through like you're visiting.
You know what's really heartbreaking about that one? 256 is 13th overall, second in the silver category, and just 4.6 seconds away from the lead, currently Alexandra Lee in silver in the 17 Ferrari. So that is a massive hit for the 256 Mustang. Of course, it's not an insurmountable problem. There's 7 hours and 3 minutes, 4 minutes in fact, left on the clock, but that one is going to hurt a whole lot for the Ford squad. And of course, as you say, 3 penalty points on their license, 2 more of those, and you can say goodbye for the day. So difficult times for that Ford at this stage in the race, as now Brantus Caracas, we said it was going to be seconds, then we started measuring it by car lengths. Now I think we can measure it by, is it time to make the overtake or not, Austin Belkey, because Caracas, slowly but surely, catchy, is right on the tail of that Lamborghini now.
Yeah, he's been catching him a little bit faster than I had originally thought he would. I think as it stands right now, not close enough to wind up making that move. We'll have to see, though. Speaking of tight, close battles, looking here at Noah Silly Vasquez Rodriguez, the number 45 Visceral Esports Lamborghini, currently hunting down Ottaviani there, BMW, just up the road, that number 21 car.
Yep, nice little fight. And while that one is brewing, ready for a quick update for everybody at home, I see a few questions coming in. So just to clarify it while I can, somebody's asked, do we have a Pro-Am category, etc. in here? No, we have pros. The easiest way to dictate the pros is the one with the white number square and black writing, and silvers, and that's the one with the grey square and the white number on the timing stack on your left-hand side of the screen. Here we can see a bit of a fight that's going on, though. Noah Sully, Vasquez and Rodriguez in the Lamborghini is getting very interested indeed in the back of the BMW. These are both drivers in the silver category in 6th, 7th and 8th positions. This is the fight for 7th in silver. Vasquez, Rodriguez all over the back of that BMW, but not quite enough room to get alongside at this juncture.
Yeah, just a little bit hard to get up there and just be completely side by side. But again, I really do feel like that Visceral Esports Lamborghini is faster at this point in time. And I think Ottaviani, it's hard to say, right? You know, how hard is everybody pushing at this point in the race, at this point in the stint? How hard are you driving? And at what point, you know, do you turn up the wick, or do you just say, you know what, this is as fast as I can go. I can't really do anything else. I'm using all the tricks I know in the book. Well, looks like he's close enough. Looks like he's going to shove it up the inside. Thinking about it. Lots of room left there by Ottaviani. Really respectful racing, argy-bargy, a little bit of contact as they come out of the chicane. Looks like Noah's there. He's going to have the opportunity to take this position up the inside. Phenomenal. Phenomenally well done. That was a textbook pass there.
Yeah, clever bit of driving from both drivers there. I did worry as you were leaving the nose to the inside was Rodriguez into the bus stop, but enough racing room shared by both, and that is the pass. But now the BMW has an immediate counter-attack opportunity, has the slipstream for the run down the long back straight. Will he be able to get on board and alongside before we get into the braking point? Not quite on this occasion. The BMW, a little bit of a forlorn look to the inside, but I think he knows now, does Ottaviani, that is game, set and match for that particular position, but flipping back up to third and fourth place. This is very much still in the throes of activity. Grantas Caracas closing, catching, almost needing a tow rope now to keep himself on the Lamborghini as one in third and fourth place. And Caracas, of course, as we know, got more pace at this stage in the race, but as Murray Walker once said, catching is one thing, passing is a very different thing indeed, and the Ferrari driver will be more than aware that the hopes and expectations of the Scuderia and of his teammates and everybody involved rests on his shoulders at this moment in time, and loath will Caracas be to make a slightly hot-headed overtake or a little bit too aggressive too early. So this will be a strategic plan between team and driver, assessing where they're strong and weak in comparison to the Lamborghini and where the best opportunities can present themselves. And Austin, put yourself in the shoes of Grantas Caracas for a moment, if you could. Imagine you're behind the wheel of the number 51 Ferrari. What is your play? What is your strategy to get past that bright green machine in front?
Well, we've seen it a lot today, and I think the best overtaking opportunity on the entire circuit in any car on any day is down the Kemmel Straight into Lake Combe. I think you really need to do a good job to just back away a little bit. Make sure you have enough clean air, A, on the front end of that race car, and B, you can see all the corners. It is absolutely gut-wrenching to go up through Eau Rouge and Radion, just tailing behind somebody else that you're racing, because it is such a high-speed corner. It requires perfection from the driver, so it's one of those places you really need to make sure that you're on it. Right here, I expect Grantas to just check up a little bit, make sure he's got a lot of clean air on the front of that race car for the left, right, and then back left section of this track. You're also going to be looking to just try sniff a draft down this back straightaway as well. Unfortunately, right now for Hutchinson, he doesn't have any help at the front of that race car. The only help he has are about 2 seconds or more up the rope. That's not going to do a lot in terms of the draft. So right now, Hutchinson kind of kicking himself in the rear end. He's punching the hole in the air for Caracas just behind. Not close enough that time by through Lake Combe. Really figured that time by he would have him. But again, still sizing up the competition. Long way left to go in this race.
Yeah, there's an error. I'll say that again. Let's start again, but let's use words. There is an air of inevitability. There we go, Paul. That's a lot more difficult in the morning than it should be. There's an air of inevitability that Grantas Caracas is going to make this move sooner rather than later. Very much glued now to the back of the Lamborghini, as you say. Very much expected the run into Le Combe last time around, but I dare say that Caracas will be thinking that kind of logic will apply again on a following lap. All it's a case of now, through the middle sector, is just stay as pinned to the rear of that Lamborghini as possible. Hutchinson looking a little bit scruffy over the course of the last few corners. That car struggling really to stay on a single trajectory. It seems it's a little bit more squirrely underneath Jaid Hutchinson than Grantas Caracas is enjoying at this moment in time in the Ferrari. So not only Are they a bit weaker on the brakes? Courtesy are still running the same discs and pads when they started this race, but it also looks like the balance of the Lamborghini is not quite in a place that the third place driver would like it to be. Braking into the bus stop chicane, both drivers hit their marks very nicely indeed. Who's got the best acceleration out of that chicane across the old pit lane and start finish line? It is still the Lamborghini, but now Caracas, as you say, is going to breathe off the throttle a little bit earlier to get a clean run through the La Source hairpin. Then he's going to want to accelerate as early as possible to carry that momentum all the way downhill. We're going to go over the top of the Red River, of which Eau Rouge is named after. The river is just to our right-hand side there. And now we go up the Eau Rouge Radion complex of corners. Both cars very fairly well planted. Caracas gets a good run over the hill though, coming down the Camel Straight. I don't think he's close enough to launch an attack. He may show his nose to the inside just to give the Lamborghini something to think about. There we go, just gets a bit of a clear line of vision for the braking down into Le Combe. The Lamborghini a little bit more circumspect through the Le Combe section of corners. It's difficult to balance the car through that particular section for the run down to Bruxelles now. The traffic though, Austin, is getting ever closer, and this could be the Ferrari's opportunity if that Lamborghini can get held up by cars on a different lap as they two navigate their way through traffic.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times all throughout the entirety of the race, but you and I have even seen it just in the amount of time that we shared the booth with each other. And my mind goes back to what I think about 10 laps ago with the, I think it was the 256 machine. Anyways, battling for a position out there on the racetrack. I went to go past a lap down car and just tried to use it as a pick, and sure enough, ended up collecting that AM racing class car, and then took it out. Ooh, Ferrari.
Oh, hello.
There, stopped out on track, I believe. Oh, it gets going again.
What was that?
That had all the symptoms of me of alt-tabbing out at the computer. Maybe you hit the old shift key too many times and it brought up that sticky key response because that thing just came to a stop all of a sudden. Luckily, it got back going. You absolutely hate to see that for any sort of a competitor in one of these long races. Your mind goes back right away to that 7 machine, right? A mainstay for the podium positions. Definitely had a really good shot to win this race if things continued to go on the way they had been, but all of a sudden a PC crash, a malfunction, a technical error on something, and you're out of the race. That's as easy as it goes.
Yep, Grantos Caracas then some kind of dramas. No doubt he's got a very twitchy side after that one, and dustbin lids thinking, what's gone wrong there? Please don't let that happen again. Hopefully that's something that they're aware of what the problem was. But the upshot is Grantos Caracas has gone from a slam dunk overtake to 8 seconds disadvantage to the Lamborghini ahead. So whatever problems it was, very well done to rectify them. PDQ. But Caracas and Ferrari will not be happy whatsoever. In other news, it goes from bad to worse for the 256. They've served their drive-through penalty, so good for them. They've now got a 5-second time penalty to the side of their name. So unfortunate, to say the least. The 256 problems keep coming and coming. That 5-second penalty will drop them in and around the range of the 711. So just because you've served your drive-through penalty doesn't mean your 5-second time penalty goes away as well. And the 256 still in all kinds of strife. Was second in silver, now all the way down in 5th. But with still more penalties to serve.
Well, again, it just goes back to the fact that we want to make sure these races are done clean. Everything is very much so kind of respectful and on the up and up. So you want to make sure you give these drivers a limited amount of license points. We call them, imagine, other strikes in baseball. For an easier analogy, except instead of 3 strikes you're out, it becomes 5. At the 4th strike per se, drive-through penalty. At the 5th one, you are done. You are out of the race. Park your car in the garage. You can go home early. You have a lot more free time right now to do with whatever you'd want. Choose spend that time however you please. Unfortunately for that 256 car, their 3rd strike, quote unquote, gave them after a 5-second penalty to make that strike there, because they then had 4. You have to go through and do that drive-through penalty race control. With another little tidbit here, the incident between the 223 and the 276 cars on lap 421, I guess the 276 now, 5-second time penalty for a pit lane infringement. We've seen a lot of cars getting those pit lane infringements today, Paul.
We really have, especially at the start of the race, the first 2, 3, 4 pit cycles that we went through, vast majority of the field collecting 5-second time penalties. Not something, I admit, I have seen much of historically, so not quite sure why that's suddenly become such a drama and why it took so long, it has to be said, for the teams to cotton on to the problem and try and mitigate it and reduce the potential for time penalties further down the road. Alessandro Ottavani, though, that we're looking at now for Axel Sports, car 21, 20th position at this moment in time in the silver category, or AM if you will, as some people refer to it, although I don't like the term AM because these drivers are absolutely exceptional, bar none in every way, shape or form. And Ottavani on Vasquez Rodriguez is getting very interested indeed. Lamborghini plays BMW, and it's the BMW is the car that seems to have the pace underneath it at this moment in time, but it's a very, very different thing trying to squeeze that big BMW M4 GT3 into any kind of spaces that may or may not be left by Vasquez Rodriguez over these next few laps. Will he find a way past? Can he find a way past? We've had plenty of build-up so far, but very precious few overtaking manoeuvres on track. And Alessandro Ottavani put pay to that particular problem and squeeze his way past and into 19th position.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier too. It's really weird to call these drivers amateur or consider themselves right that's kind of second rate to all the pro guys when they're so close on pace. And again, we've been looking at this battle between these two cars here for 20th position, 19th, excuse me, for quite a while. And just the fact that it's so hard, right, in these long races when you're this close on pace to separate yourselves from one another. Although I can tell you one thing that's going to separate them in a little bit here is the fact that there's a green Lamborghini. You can see it coming into certain shots there. That's Hutchinson, 3rd place overall, last step on the podium, and he's going to get up there. And you might think for right now he's got a lot of room behind him, but if we wait at this angle for a little bit longer, you're going to see a red Ferrari just barely duck out from behind there. Turn number 1, he's still hot on the heels of Hutchinson, as hot as he was a couple seconds ago before they had that weird stop-go thing on the racetrack as they came out of the second half of the course, but still getting closer and closer, and you kind of have to feel Hutchinson. So really, you're absolutely, I mean, to be fair, Jade Hutchinson, fantastic job in that Lamborghini to still be able to drive while laughing, clapping and dancing, courtesy of the dramas that have befallen the 51 Ferrari behind us at the front of the field. It's now an 8-second almost. No, it's not. I tell a lie. I'm looking at completely the wrong screen. It's now a 32-second advantage for Tobias Pfeffer versus the number 5 Wojtek Fiala AMG Mercedes. That's an impressive gap building stint from Pfeffer thus far. Well, you just have a bunch of drivers right in the car really just mashing it, and it's due to a couple things. I think is the way you set up the car. You know, we saw this car in the middle of the night during the last time I was up in the booth, I believe like 8 hours ago or so, and it was completely dark out there on the racetrack, about 17 hours or so left in the race, and this car was still competitive, still second, third place, kind of mixing it up in there, but for the most part it was being, you know, outclassed by that 5 car, the Williams team machine, compared to this one, the Mercedes-AMG Esports team MSI. I think it's just the fact that the MSI car, I think it's just that A, Pfeffer really gelling with the thing, but B, I think their setup was just kind of built for this early part of the morning, right when the temperatures start to get higher and higher. You know, the race is starting to get more heated as it gets towards the end, and I think maybe the 5 car kind of set themselves up for the nighttime, because it was quite the exact opposite throughout the night, where that 5 car was really in a league of its own and the 86 was kind of trailing along with the 7 machine.
And isn't that what makes the sort of tapestry of a 24-hour race just so enjoyable, is that you get the different strategies and perspectives of the teams and drivers associated with it. Some people, myself personally, I always favour the nighttime running is where I want my car to be at its most alive. That's where, for me, I always feel the highest opportunity presents itself to make time and make gains on those cars that are around you when everybody's fatigued and tired. The sort of the glare of the day is off of the field, and it's where you can find some opportunity, I often feel. Whereas clearly, as you say, somebody like the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI car, currently run by Tobias Pfeffer, have clearly conditioned their car for when the temperatures begin to rise again a little bit. The sun is getting higher in the sky. The tarmac, of course, is very well rubbered in at this stage, with 42 cars having gone round for close to 18 hours or so now. And I think Tobias Pfeffer has very much dug deep and found a little bit of pace in that Mercedes. We know, of course, Tobias, exceptionally fast driver, doesn't make mistakes, hits his marks time in, time out, a very, very quick driver indeed. And of course, that makes a bit of difference as well. But one thing is for sure, this 86 is coming alive at this stage, and with 32.7272 seconds is the gap between himself and Wojtek Fiala in second place.
Yep, another look back here at the Ottaviani machine. And we continue to just take little glances at this battle for the 19th position overall, and it's 7th or 8th there in the silver class. And just as I was talking about, Paul, a couple laps ago, that green Lamborghini, 3rd place overall. Hutchinson now onto the rear end of this battle, and he's going to be chomping at the bit, flashing his lights every chance he gets to just say, hey, by the way, don't mean to impose here on your guys' battle, but I would like to get through, if at all possible. Kind of, not to toot my own horn, but a little bit more important, being on the podium. So if you guys wouldn't mind let me by, I'd certainly appreciate it. It's crazy to see how fast these guys, how committed they are going through a Rouge and Radio.
Yeah, it's fabulous to see. But if you're Jayed Hutchinson, this is a position to find yourself in. It's terrible when you're a car looking to lap traffic and you come across a battle such as this one, because these two drivers, make no mistake, are completely engrossed in each other. They're completely engrossed in the fight that's taking place, trying to find a way to overtake. If you put that Lamborghini in a spot that it's not expected, very easily get wrapped up into an accident not of your making. And more to the point, the likes of Ottaviani and Vasquez Rodriguez, they don't want to let too much time loss for the overtake. In fact, if I was Ottaviani, I'd be a bit frustrated about that one. You're better not to release the car in a straight, but release it into the braking zone, into a corner, to minimise your own personal time loss. So that is a bit of a suboptimal way to let the car past for the BMW, and this is an opportunity for Vasquez Rodriguez to do a quote-unquote better job of that one and win himself a bit of advantage over his immediate rival. Good news is, though, for the Lamborghini, one car cleared. Now it will be very clear to Vasquez Rodriguez what is happening. He'll have a little bit of wiggle room in order to let that Lamborghini back past, but this could have a big impact on this particular fight for 19th and 20th overall, and for 8th and 9th in the silver category as well.
Yeah, you really hit the nail on the head there when you talk about the best place to let somebody go that's faster than you if you're being lapped is into the braking zone. You just brake a little bit early, maybe let off the throttle a little bit sooner. I like this strategy call here by Ottaviani, just because he's going to just jump back in line here behind the Lamborghini. Ideally, he'd be a little bit closer, just so that as soon as that Lamborghini goes to make a move there on Vasquez Rodriguez, he can go up there and fill that hole. And I do like to say, generally speaking, in these long endurance races, when a car is kind of up behind somebody for a really long amount of time, they're definitely faster to catch them and run behind them. They're just not faster enough to make that pass. So as soon as you do do make that pass for them, or the roles are reversed, right, where we'd say this Ottaviani machine goes up there and passes, takes that 19th position, he's more than likely going to eke out a little bit of a gap there back to Vasquez Rodriguez. So if he can just stay behind that green Lamborghini of Hutchinson and just take advantage, right, whenever he decides to make his move, I think it's going to pay dividends for him. But it looks like he's having a difficult time getting up to that second Lamborghini there between the train of the two of them.
Yep, absolutely. Ottaviani is a little bit too far detached as things stand to try and take advantage of any kind of overtake of Vasquez Rodriguez. It has to be said, still following the lapped machine, and Vasquez Rodriguez needs to be a little bit careful. He's not going to fall foul of any kind of blue flag infringements if this continues for much longer. And there we go, that is the pace change once again. It is in a straight line, which is an unusual manoeuvre, and that allows Ottaviani very firmly back into that conversation for this particular fight for the silver class placings. A little bit longer than Jaid Hutchinson would perhaps have enjoyed behind those two cars. That's going to be interesting to see if that makes any impact whatsoever on the gap between himself and Grantas Caracas behind. Currently 7.1 seconds according to the timing stack. I'm seeing something a little bit different on my timing screen, not quite sure which one I am to believe. I'm sure we'll find out in a few minutes time though, because Caracas will come up to these cars himself and look to find a way past in the none too distant future.
Yeah, we'll get a really good idea here about 7 seconds after this green Lamborghini crosses the start-finish line. Just keep looking over to that left-hand side of the screen when everything gets sort of all sorted back out. Taking another look here, this is second place in the silver category. This is Andrea Cantnia. Again, Lewis and I talked about this a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. Really dig in this paint scheme here on the Aston Martin from Gladius Competitions, the number 201 silver machine. But 24 seconds back there of Lee in the 17 Ferrari, but still lots of racing left. Again, this is that point in the race where you wake up from your sleep, or you miss a portion of the race because you've been sleeping yourself as a fan. You go to look back at timing and score, and you go, wow, that's a big gap, but there's still a lot of racing left.
Yeah, big gaps in 1 hour races are not big gaps in 24-hour races. Certainly to be said, lots and lots of action can happen, lots of pit stops still to go, the ever-present threat of some weather coming in as well at some stage. Maybe it's Spa, who knows. I've been to Spa in real life. On Saturday it's one time 40 degrees centigrade, and on Sunday it was torrential rain, and the rain was red flagged because the rainfall was too hard. So anything can and will happen, I am absolutely sure, as we're looking at Andrea Catania now for Gladius Competitions. Their 13th position, second in the silver category. About 24 seconds they need to find to get on target with Alexandra Lee, who's got a bit of a quiet run in car number 17, 12th overall at the top of the field, following the dramas for the 256 Ford to serve a drive-through penalty and dropped him down the running order.
We're going to take another look back here at Alessandro Ottaviani. This is that battle for 19th position overall. I think we said it was the 8th or 9th place position in the silver category. Still not a whole lot of headway been made up here for Ottaviani, still trailing that green Lamborghini of Hutchinson. No surprise there. That car is on the overall podium, the last step on said podium, and fighting for that 19th position there behind Vasquez Rodriguez, and that second Lamborghini. And then just back there, way almost out of shot completely, that red Ferrari, just barely coming into shot. That I believe is the number 51 car, currently in the 4th position. And talk about, having to dig yourself back out of a hole, Paul. We saw that Ferrari within 1 second of that green Lamborghini. Then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, but they basically stalled the car out on track and then got it back going once again. But this time by 8 seconds or something further back from where they were before.
And Austin, I'm putting you I'm throwing you under the bus a little bit here for you to hopefully have an answer to show you stupid mistakes in your racing career. Just like how hard is it as a driver when you've got some kind of setback like the Ferrari has. We don't know why the car came to a halt apparently and then got going again, but regardless of the reason why, how difficult as a driver is it for you to immediately put that to bed and focus on the task in hand and try to rectify and recover from that particular issue? What sort of things do you go through in your head in order to sort of to keep the car and your focus and your attention on the job in hand?
It's super difficult. It's basically like, imagine when you were back in grade school and you flunk a test or something. You get that test handed back to you. You know, on Monday morning, you go into class, you look down, and you got, let's just say, 60%, right? Completely failing, or at least a D, depending on your education system. But either way, you bombed the thing, right? You have to put that to the back of your mind for the rest of your school day, and it's just really hard. It's kind of always eating it away at you in the back of your mind. You really can't quite get rid of that thought. That's how difficult it is. It's basically you're mad at yourself, you're upset. It's really hard to kind of put that behind you and just focus forward. And that's one of the things, right, that separates the good guys from the really good guys. Those really good guys can much better compartmentalize what's going on. And it's the same thing that I think Arjuna was talking about at the very beginning of the races. You have a slip up at one point of the racetrack earlier on in the race, and now all of a sudden you have to put that to the back of your mind. Just not even worry about it. You have to go back to the attack part of your brain and utilize that nonsensical part that says, I'm invincible. The car is always going to stick. I'll always have enough grip. And again, it's really difficult, Paul.
And that's as you say, that's what separates the good from the absolutely great. I know in my situation, I start thinking, oh, I believe this has happened to me, I'm rubbish, this is garbage, it's all going wrong, it's all falling apart, and then it sort of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. One thing after another compounds itself. So Caracas doing absolutely gargantuan work at this moment in time to recover from said bit of drama, whatever that may or may not have been earlier in the race, and he's very firmly picking up from where he left off and continues his pursuit of Jayed Hutchinson, although I dare say that pursuit may well need to be handed over to the next set of drivers, such as the pace that Hutchinson's now found in that Lamborghini, doing everything he can to try and keep, slowly but surely, away from the ever-imposing threat of the Ferrari behind. Picture in picture, great shots that we've got here of Austerman trying to find his way past, 19th overall at this moment in time, looking for the 18th overall position, of course. That is within the silver battle, riding on board with the BMW on the left-hand side of your screen. Look at that one as well with the Fanatec steering wheel. You can buy that for your sim rig and you can plug it in to your BMW M4 GT3 race car as well. For good measure, I would do that one, but I'm missing both the Fanatec ecosystem and the GT3 car on the drive. But it doesn't matter, we can always live in hope. Austerman doing good work in 19th position, and that car looks fairly benign at this stage, Austin. Not too aggressive on the wheel, not too many corrections, just seems to be relatively comfortable as it disappears off of our screen, just as I say it, and turns into some mountains.
Yeah, that's one of the setups that in the oval track racing world, we kind of call it snug, right? It's not overly understeery. It's not plowing like a dump truck will say. It's not wrecking loose, trying to spin itself out all the time. It's just kind of right down the middle, split between the two. It rotates a little bit when you want it to. It does a good job. It's a very stable setup. That's the kind of setup in my mind that my team and I, we always strive for something like that for one of these long races, because you cannot afford to be up on the wheel for 24 hours straight in one of these endurance races. You need to kind of step back, compose yourself. Even if you might not win the thing, first off, it's always just a challenge in and of itself to finish one of these races, A. And B, it's just, you think it's fun to be up on the wheel, saving that car, getting sideways all the time, and at some point you kind of just get sick and tired of it. You just want a car that will cooperate with you when you're as tired as you get when you're, say, 6 hours in to the 8 hours of your stint.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that's a point also worth making about it's in a 24-hour race, and especially part of a championship like we are here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series. You obviously want the result, you want the pace, you want the points and the accolades that go with it, but it's a 24-hour race. It is an endurance test of man and machine. Just to finish this race is a success for every one of these drivers. To have completed your particular portion of the stints, minimising the mistakes, not doing anything silly, keeping the car on the road, getting to the checkered flag and doing the best job you possibly can, whether that's for first or 41st. Irrelevant. It's a massive challenge for each and every one of these drivers, and it's a big credit to all of them for the performance, the pace, the professionalism and the show that they're putting on. Really good stuff from each and every one of the drivers, and whoever makes it to the checkered flag will be very satisfied with a good day's or a good 24 hours worth of work themselves. Here is someone though that needs to be satisfied. That is Drantes Caracas that we're looking at on screen now. 4th position, but he's closing the deficit down that he made for himself a few laps ago. Still not in contention to get on par with the Lamborghini behind. We've had a bit of a swapsy actually. Here's Chris Hartveld behind the wheel now, and David Tanitsa jumps behind the wheel of the 63.
Oh man, just as we say, this 51 Ferrari was going to run down the 63 Lamborghini. Tanitsa in the car. I think you better reconsider what you're doing here, Chris. I don't know if you're going to be able to run him down anymore, but I tell you what, if anybody can, it's Chris Hartfeld in this Ferrari. This thing looks really good right now. Again, kind of twitchy, but again, just kind of, if it suits your driving style, whatever can best empower you to go out there and get the job done that you want to do out on the racetrack. And I will say too, I believe the 51 car pitted a lap before the 63. I can't quite remember. It's getting late enough in the night that my memory is failing me from even just 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know you're feeling it's early in the morning. I've not had a coffee, so not a man that you want to be asking details at this stage, that's for sure. But with 6 hours, 30 minutes, 14 seconds left on the clock, 9:39 a.m. in-game time at a virtual Spa-Francorchamps. We've had another cycle of pit stops for the majority of the field, so let's have a quick run through who's where and how, and who's behind the wheel of each individual car at this stage in the race. The number 86 machine continues at the lead of the field. Michael Tauscher is behind the wheel of that Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI car. About 26.5 seconds or so behind, it is the number 5 Williams Esports machine. Tinko van der Velde is behind the wheel of that AMG Mercedes. Then David Tanitsa for the Automobile Lamborghini Esports Team, car number 63. Tanitsa now behind the wheel in 3rd position from this man, Chris Hartveld, car number 51, Scuderia Ferrari Esports in 4th. Aidan Walshingham is in 5th position. The number 40 McLaren Volocci car is around 26 seconds away from this particular fight that we're looking at on screen. And then in 6th place, it is Leon Burns in the number 72 Ferrari. Leon Burns still holding on to 6th position for Renvelten Esports. 7th place, Dylan Tan. In 8th is Nils Naujok. David Patil is 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is car number 717. That is the Team Nitro machine, and Noah Edder is behind the wheel.
Looking back here, we're looking at the number 4 Mercedes. Again, these guys, I'm not going to say they've been, the class of the field, but you look at just a rock solid team, just kind of putting in the hours, putting in the decent lap times all throughout the race. This is a team, lots of consistency as well. And we were talking about, we could basically have a 24-hour stream of just talking about all the different good-looking paint schemes out there on the racetrack. I like this one. There's just something about the geometric orange shapes on a overall black car that just really pops and makes my mind go, that looks good. I like that car, and Dylan Dan just continues to do a great job for the Mercedes AMG Esports Team HRT.
Yep, it really does. Dylan Tan is, if you're not familiar with him, pretty much certainly the finest driver in the Asia region in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Absolutely smashed the field on more than one occasion in the SRO Asia Esports Series in years past. Massively talented driver. Great to see him in the Mercedes-AMG Esports team. HRT number 4, Mercedes, 7th overall thus far. Probably not quite as high up the running order as they would ideally have liked to be. Niels Klinkenmuller, Leonard Take, Lars Kisser alongside Dylan Tan, and he's doing everything he possibly can now to try and find a bit of lap time. He wants to find in and around 1.7 seconds would be ideal to close onto the back of the Revelton Esports 72 Ferrari of Leon Burnt ahead, and I would definitely wager some healthy money on Dylan Tan being able to do that one, because mark my words, this is a very talented young man indeed. Knows how to race, knows how to go fast, knows how to overtake, and Tan, I do think, will be there very soon indeed and looking to challenge for position, just like this man Chris Hartveld is trying very hard indeed to challenge for position with David Tinitza, but he's got 4.5 seconds and a small matter of a Mustang GT3 before he can get to that point.
Yeah, to Hartfeld's credit, we were just talking about how impossible, how tall a task it would be to run down David Tinitza and the number 63 Lamborghini, given just how fast David is. But to Chris's credit, you know, when we talked about that gap, it was just about 5.25 seconds, maybe 5.5. It's down almost an entire, if not 3/4 of a second, down to 4.558 seconds. So he's been doing a well of a job. And oh, by the way, he's been behind a lap traffic Mustang car for, I want to say, the last lap or two of this kind of stint. So he's been doing a really nice job so far.
Yeah, great driver, Chris Hartveld, of course. I think now we're going to be able to clear that Mustang. There we go. Off the throttle down the straight. In fact, side by side, actually. That's not where you want to be. And please, thank you very much. The Ferrari, just about before turning in for Blanchimont, makes that one stick a little bit wide on corner exit, but no harm, no foul. By the way, the 164 of Naves, the Aston Martin, as a drive-through penalty. You'll see on the timing stack to the left-hand side of your screen. They're not in contention, particularly for the big results. 12th overall in the Pro classification, but that one is going to hurt very much indeed for the Restec Reparto Corsa machine. When they serve that drive-through in the next 3 laps, they're going to drop very far down the order, because a drive-through penalty here takes about 3 weeks to complete. So maybe if they take long enough, they'll still be in pit lane for the real Spa-24 next weekend.
Yeah, that 3 weeks, I mean, it's an exaggeration, but boy, it certainly feels like that when you go down pit road, because these guys pit all the way down by the Grand Prix pit exit, but all their pits are on the other side of the racetrack. They're after this turn 1 here. You see no pit stalls down there where normally the Grand Prix, the Formula 1 cars would be put. Instead, they're all over here, and you see all those orange kind of not concrete blocks, they're made of plastic, right, out on the racetrack, but they look the same shape as other concrete ones. There are all the GT3 car pits for this race, so it's a long time down pit road.
Yep, it really is a very painful having to serve the drive-through penalties. We look again at Dylan Tan. Really good performance here from Dylan, 7th position so far. And as you say, I do like that livery. It's a very real race car looking thing, which is very much what I enjoy in my sim racing. I don't like it to look sim racing, I like it to look real racing, because of course that's where the first love was, the first seeds of love of all things automotive and loud and fast first grew all those years ago. And then a long time before sim racing, a long time before the internet, to be fair, was such a thing. So it's wonderful to see that Mercedes-AMG Esports team HRT number 4 machine out on track. And as you said, Austin, and as many people in the comments have also mentioned as well on GT World on YouTube, beautiful liveries in this field, and a big shout out to all the livery designers of the world all around there for doing an incredibly impressive job to put a field full of 42 absolutely sensational GT3 race cars on the grid for this particular one.
Man, that 86 machine, that MSI group, 27 seconds back to Van der Velde, and that number 5 Mercedes as well. They continue to just be rock solid at the front end of this field. Looking here at Leon Burnt, they're in the number 72 Renvelten, Esports, Ferrari, and again, just up the field, or excuse me, behind in the field is that Dylan Tan machine we've been talking about for the last couple minutes. So at some point, I would expect us to have some Mercedes on Ferrari action here. I would imagine the next maybe 2 or 3 laps, these two cars to come together here.
Yep, absolutely. The 72 Renvelten. Come on, Paul, what's wrong with him? The number 72 Renvelten currently holding on from time as it's closing slowly, 1.6 seconds is the gap. 4.6 seconds is the gap for Chris Hartveld and David Snitzer a bit further up the road as well. So a few battles are starting to brew slowly but surely in the big positions at the front of the field. Just like we said many times before, the art of a 24-hour endurance race, the art of long-distance racing, it comes in ebbs and flows. You have quiet moments, you have excited moments, you have big moments, you have small moments, and I do think, Austin, that we are building to a couple of monster opportunities for both Dylan Tan and Chris Hartveld over the course of the next 2 or 3 laps. This closing is going to be closed and into a very, very good race indeed.
Yeah, it's interesting in a lot of these endurance races, right, when they're over 24 hours, that the longer you have sort of this long period of not a whole lot going on, all of a sudden when stuff does start going on, it's one after another, just bam, 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 craziness, and you're like, why couldn't we just have had a little bit of craziness spread out for the entirety of the 24 hours rather than an hour of absolute madness here, 3 hours of nothing, and then 3 times the absolute madness for another hour.
I'm sure that's the same question that many very frustrated and slightly greying team managers all grid will be asking themselves as well. I typed in chat on the GT World YouTube channel, do you think the Ferrari can catch the Lamborghini? That's of course the 51 versus 63 battle for 3rd position. A resounding yes from our audience watching this race. Everybody seems very strongly of the belief that the Ferrari will be in contention in the non-too-distant future. Nick Babin for Visceral Esports, 20th position, car number 45. We're taking a quick look at now. That is the Lamborghini through your shot over the top of the hill into Le Combe, one of the finest sections of corners at Spa-Francorchamps. In my opinion, a beautiful place to drive a race car, a beautiful place to watch a race car dancing through the tarmac as well. It has to be said, although it's a fair walk from the pit lane, I must say. To get up to that part of the racetrack, Nick Babin, though, doing a good job in the Lamborghini. 1.1 seconds is the difference between himself and the Ford of Stenbrenner ahead. The 256 that's been in all kinds of dramas over the last hour or so. It's been down pit lane for a drive-through penalty. It has had a few penalties here, there and everywhere. Dropped away from the fight for the race lead in silver, but is currently holding on in about 7th position in the silver class, although Babin doing everything he can to get involved in that conversation and buy into the fight for himself.
Yeah, well, I think the worst part about it for that 256 now, look past, okay, you say, well, we were fighting for the lead, we had to do that drive-through penalty, that really put us in the hole big time. Now instead we went from fighting for a podium in class, just hoping we can get a top 5 in classes. You basically know one more license point for them and they're done for the race. So they're at their 4 right now. If you get that 5th, you are completely disqualified. So if you're in this 45 car right now, you can kind of approach this like you're the big fish in a little pond. You can go up there and maybe start to look a little bit aggressive, maybe force them off track or do something silly where if you really get them in the right spot, put them in a bad enough situation, you can just go up there and take that spot. What are they going to do? Race you hard and get disqualified? Not to be rude about it, but there are many times I've had to employ a similar strategy. If it wasn't me, it was one of my teammates at the end of a long endurance race where you say, we don't have nearly enough incident points compared to what our competition probably does. I'm going to start being a jerk about it.
Oh, you cold man, Austin Belke there, using everything. I like that competitive instinct.
Yeah, what can I say? It's the race car driver in me. You look for any sort of an unfair advantage, and it feels bad to say it and admit to it, but yeah, I do it. I think a lot of race car drivers do, and it's just one of those situations where you try to put that guy in an uncomfortable spot,
Oh, absolutely. You've got to use every tool in the armoury that's to you, especially at this kind of level as well, when they're closely compacted. The level of quality of drivers, there's no kind of weak link in any of these squads. So you've got to use, within the rules and regulations that are presented to you, you've got to use every opportunity you possibly can to better the prospects for yourself and your team. Michael Tauscher needs to use no such tactics in the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI number 86 machine. He's currently leading quite comfortably by 28 seconds from Tinko van der Velde in the number 5 Williams in second position, and Tanitsa still holding on to that third place, but the gap has reduced to Chris Hartveld, 5.4 seconds now. It was about 8 seconds following the incident for the 51 a few laps ago, but Hartveld now back behind the wheel and pushing very hard indeed to make up for that deficit and get themselves into that podium conversation. 6 hours, 16 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. 9:53 a.m. in about 6 minutes time. I'm going to be stepping away briefly and allowing the legend that is Jesse Lee back into the commentary box. But before that happens, Austin, this has been quite the drive from Michael Tauscher and the number 86 up to this point to have a half-minute advantage with 6 hours and 16 minutes still on the clock.
No, it really has, and quite frankly, this entire advantage that they've built up has really come in the last couple of hours, and you look, Tauscher got back in the car, the advantage was just about 27 seconds, so just in the last, half hour since he got in the race car, he's already put in an additional half a second, or an entire second, over Van der Velde there in that number 5 machine just behind him, and I'm telling you, man, I'm going to take the Mercedes right now over the rest of the field with the kind of pace they've been putting on and the consistency as well. And I think Ryan Gill put in the Discord chat too that it's easy to see why they're doing all this when you take a step back and look at it overall. And I think he made the comment, if I can find it, the Team MSI car, probably just a lot of consistency in the lineup from driver to driver and minimizing the mistakes. And when you look at a big race, it's like this, 24 hours, it's great to have fast drivers, but if you have a bunch of fast drivers that are going to make 5 mistakes, right, every 2 hours in a 1 hour race, that's fine. Maybe they don't make a mistake, but you start getting into the point where everybody's a little bit tired, kind of at the end, their wits end for the race. Then you start making mistakes, and you really need to minimize those because they add up a lot over a 24-hour race.
Yeah, couldn't agree with that one more, actually. I think I mentioned it in the commentaries. You can have a race with somebody that's a second a lap faster than you, but if every 3 laps they make a 4-second mistake, you'll beat them at the end. And that's about it. It's minimise the errors. Get from green to checker in the least time possible. Not always is that outright pace, but it's putting the whole thing together so you can deliver the performance at the checkered flag. So you're the first one across the line, and Michael Tauscher and the 86 crew, of course the 86 crew being Tobias Gronewold, Tobias Pfeffer, Nicholas Huben, and Michael Tauscher that's behind the wheel at this moment in time, is a very, very impressive looking lineup indeed. So 9:56 a.m. in-game time, 6 hours 13 minutes 45 clock. Feels like it's about time to start having a look at some highlights of the action so far before we welcome Jesse Lee into the commentary box. So in a few moments time we will take a look at those highlights as Michael Tauscher leads from Tinko van der Velde, David Tanitsa, Chris Hartveld, Aidan Walshingham and Liam Berndt. So, start of the race, it was a Mercedes benefit at the front of the field with the Veloce McLaren trying to buy in on the run through Eau Rouge at the start of the lap. While it was very, very clean at the front of the field, there was some dramas a little bit further back. The McLaren trying to find a way past the onslaught of the 2 Mercedes. Everybody plays fair in the braking zone down into Le Mans for the very, very first time. But with 43 cars starting a race, it might be 24 hours, but that doesn't necessarily mean you don't have a sprint mentality. And there was big contact for the 28 Mustang GT3, causing somewhat of a pile-up not be the first, not be the last time we see stationary cars at that part of the racetrack. Darren McCormack, though, was on a move in the early stages. This is his pass for the race lead on the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. We've seen that one plenty of times at Le Mans. McCormack successful on this occasion for the number 5. Down into the silver class, the 201 makes a pass on the number 17 again. Le Mans is the place where the overtake is made. 201 for Gladius makes it through. As night time falls at Spa-Francorchamps, that 201 car leads the silver category until this mistake. Run wide, get back onto the racetrack, open the door, the Ferrari gratefully takes it through. Then, a little bit further down the running order, more battles, more dramas. The 40 loses control, Veloce facing the wrong direction. Soon back onto the racetrack for the McLaren, but that time and position loss would prove costly later in the race. Still in the dead of night, there is Leon Hopper coming up for the famous Eau Rouge section of corners in the venerable Honda NSX. Big contact with the barrier at the top of Eau Rouge. That would put pay to any kind of exciting action for him. Then down the Kemmel Straight, we see an overtake between the car number 40 and 38. This is for 6th position in the race. Veloce on a recovery drive. And now this is the big one for the race lead. That is the MSI car that currently leads the running order over the top of Radion down the Kemmel Straight. The inside line of the Lamborghini is defended, but we've seen the outside line so many times on the run to Le Mans, proving to be the place to be. The Mercedes hangs it around the outside. That becomes the inside for the second section of corners. Not wanting to give up, the Lamborghini fights on gamely, but it is a Mercedes benefit when all is said and done for the drag down to Bruxelles. Good overtake to take over the race lead. A little bit further down the running order, this is 19th and 20th positions, having a great fight into the La Source hairpin. Up the inside goes the Lamborghini. The BMW loses one position. The 45 takes that position away. And then we ride on board with the Ferrari. Second position at the time. Some kind of mystery. Third position, sorry. Car comes to a halt. Engine refired. Chris Hardevelt now behind the wheel, and they're still on the run. And here's a beautiful image from Zynamic Photography, the official photography partner of the SRO Esports competition. Beautiful images, once again from Gary, provided over the course of this racing adventure. And a big thank you to Fanatec, AWS, Pirelli, Kunos, Simulazione, AK Esports, SimGrid, SRO Motorsport Group, and Zynamic, and all of our partners, people, individuals, and fans at home behind the scenes that make these things possible. And with all that one, I'm going to wish you all a farewell until a little bit later on, and welcome into the box the man, the myth, the legend, and my good friend, Mr. Jesse Lee.
Well, thank you so much for that, Mr. Paul Jeffrey. I am completely unworthy of such a welcome, but that was the beautiful tones of Paul Jeffrey. You'll hear him just a little bit later. Hello, everybody. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Austin Belke, and we'll be taking you through the next few hours of this race. Austin, the first thing I noticed when I came back was we have not had a commentary switch that has not included a top 5 car having issue, this time Scuderia Ferrari.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where the topsy-turvy things are always going to happen. The first main one for me, you talk about it, it was the 7. You know, that McLaren was up there for such a big part of the race, just a mainstay, rock solid. And then you look at it again, the 51 car, Hardevelt, we still don't know what happened. It just kind of paused momentarily on track and then kept going again. The most impressive, though, thing for me, Jeffrey, and all that was that he didn't give up. I mean, that 51 car still put down some phenomenal laps. You got some argy-bargy going on the racetrack right now, though, between Steinbrenner and that 256 Mustang. And for as much as I was saying, you can kind of bully him with how many license points they have, he's going door to door with Ottaviani and that number 21 BMW just behind there, those two battling for the 18th spot.
Yeah, I wonder if any of the other teams know that they may be in sort of a penalty purgatory right now, and they've got to mind their manners here for the final 6 hours of the race. Either that or it's just hard racing. We're getting to the business end of this 24-hour race, folks. It's a lot of give and take that has gone out of the window. It's what have you done for me lately? And that's going to further compound the further we get closer to when we start handing out hardware and, of course, championship points. And that's no more present here in the Silver Field. Some of the most interesting racing in the entirety of the SRO Esports Series comes out of the Silver Field. It's household names in the Silver Field with brand new drivers in there as well, that always with that sort of mix, it creates very interesting racing, very interesting dynamics as well. You're seeing some of that play out right here in front of your eyes. Neil Steinbrenner trying to run away from the car behind him, and now getting that done just nicely. 18th place for the 256 Low Fuel Motorsports Mustang. That still feels weird to say, Austin, but I'm happy to have them.
Yeah, I'm really excited that you know, as soon as a new car gets released, that the folks over at ACC bring it into the sim almost immediately. Very, very little time between the new car getting released and then the new car being available in the sim. I really can't wait